Wow, indeed, chat. Wow, indeed. How are we doing? Wow intensifies. That's right. That's right. That's the word of the day. I'm finally here. Oh my gosh. I had 2 days off. Almost did not take even 1 day off though because of what happened. The day that I decided to take off, that's the day that the news events decide to land. And in this case, one that I really wanted to talk about, but also one that I had a feeling that maybe I should let it cook a little bit. And I'm well rewarded with that. So on Thursday, that is when the boxing story dropped, right? And when it dropped, it was awful. It was all these chuds reacting to a cis woman as if she was trans. And it wasn't nice. It wasn't nice at all. It was fucked up. It was all kinds of fucked up. And you know, over time, a little bit has changed, right? The first people to jump on this were like J.K. Rowling, Donald Trump, Logan Paul. Logan Paul was on that. Like, all these people are just on it with like, oh yeah, trans woman bad, right? There's a trans woman, she did something bad. She snuck into the Olympics. A trans person snuck into the Olympics. Yes, trans people have only been allowed in the Olympics for the last 20 years, right? Good on you for noticing. But no, we're not talking about anything to do with a trans person. Midi Docs, thank you for the follow on Twitch. They can always tell, can't they? Yeah, they're so good at it. They're so good at it. But I feel like this actually has, even though this is a scary thing, this is a witch hunt, and it's a witch hunt that's expanded now, right? Instead of dropping their contention and just like Homer Simpsoning back into the bushes like they would if they were smart, the transphobes have decided for the most part to double down and be like, well, yeah, she's not a trans woman, she's a man because XY chromosomes make you, oh my God, chat, that has opened up a whole new front. In fact, this is transphobia actually opening up a second front, and it was not smart. Much like opening a second front in a war is never smart, right? But this is going to be their fucking Waterloo over here, right? Because now they've got their targets set, their targets set on cis women, on people that they are trying to forcibly detransition, or sorry, transition. Yeah, I guess it would be transition if you haven't transitioned before, and somebody socially transitions you, like changes your pronouns, changes how you're treated in society. I guess that's forced transition. So all these TERFs that are so against any kind of transition, well, unless it's one that they have decided is genetically justified and that they want to. Oh, thank you so much, Omega Star. That's really sweet of you. Even the BBC said she had a gender test. Oh yeah, God, and there's so much sloppy reporting too, right? There's so much of people getting ahead of themselves or reading stuff into the story that they don't actually know, not recognizing that they are, kind of quoting a discredited sports organization, a discredited boxing organization that the IOC dropped. And they dropped them for a reason, and it actually didn't have anything to do with politics around trans people in sports. It had everything to do with just the fact that it's a shoddy organization. Kyle Rittenhouse is now apparently being transvestigated. Oh my God. What I heard is that it's not even certain. Oh, that's true. That's true. Actually, that's true. That's true what you say, Enormous. Yeah, look, we actually don't know anything about Imane. We really don't. We really don't, because nothing. They tried to ban her from the sport. This other organization that she was fighting in their bout before, right? They tried to ban her from the match, I think after she had started participating, and then they didn't cite anything. They didn't show anything. There's nothing to see, right? Or at least they're not willing to share it with anybody. They don't want anybody, verifying what they based their disqualification on for these two boxers. They are even transvestigating Melania Trump. Okay, so yeah, this is what I mean. This is what I mean, right? Look, when TERFs and gender critical people go after trans people, they usually go after them with the implication that it's on behalf. It's on behalf of women. Women need women's spaces, and women are threatened by trans women possibly showing up in those spaces, and so therefore they're protecting women. Or lesbians, right? Trans women are somehow forcing lesbians to date them. I don't know how. I don't know how that's supposed to work, but that's the story that I heard. And so we got to protect lesbians, right? And when you look at the demographics and the opinions of people within those demographics, right, you find that those are two of the largest reservoirs for support for trans people, right? Women tend to be more supportive of trans people than men, and lesbians actually are pretty freaking supportive of trans people as well, right? So yeah, it's this weird thing where they sort of take on the they take on the banner of fighting misogyny, when it's like yesterday they were holding up the banner of misogyny in the most, like, right, they were they're holding up the banner of protect lesbians, when yesterday they were holding up a banner of attack lesbians, right? It's really, really confusing. It's really confusing. And when it comes to women's sports, right, the people talking about this stuff are not people with like seasons tickets to the WNBA. They're not people that are fans of women's sports. They're not supporters of women's sports, but they're willing to pretend to be in order to, I don't know, own wokeness or something. So yeah, that's what we're going to deal with today. We're going to be talking about, and I don't know, chat, maybe tomorrow as well. It feels like when I'm looking at the content that I want to cover, it's actually, it's too much. I don't know if it'll fit in one day. I might have to expand this to a multi-day kind of thing. We got Tim Pool talking shit. We got Jake Paul talking shit. We got J.K. Rowling, as always, talking shit, proved like to be a liar, and then she doubles down. Logan Paul, at least, deleted his post, and well, I don't know. I don't think it's an apology, right? It's not an apology. Wait. Who has season tickets to the NBA? Not these people. Not the people complaining about Algerian boxer Imane Khelif. Those are the people who do not have season tickets to the WNBA, right? And that's the irony, right? They care so much about women's sports, but only when it comes to policing gender, and that's really what's going on now, right? They had their film, What is a Woman? We thought it was, they thought it was simple. Yeah, like chromosomes and stuff, right? Chromosomes and genitals and gametes. Oh my, that's what makes a woman, right? That's what little girls are made of. Chromosomes and gametes, right? That's the large ones, always the large. It's got to be the large gametes, right? It's got to be this chromosome, but not that chromosome, right? Assuming that there are two sets of sex chromosomes that human beings can appear as, right? So yeah, we got these two ideas, right? We've got, gender, and we've got biological sex. And the assumption has been on the right that that they've always been tied together, right? That this gender is a function of this biological sex, and that biological sex is really easy to determine, just like you'd determine when your dog has a litter, how many boys and how many girl dog, how many, like, right? You'd think that the way they talk about it is it's like really easy to just, oh yeah, this is this and this is that. And they're finding out actually that it's not that easy. Now, I want to make sure we don't get ahead of ourselves. And I want to say that we don't know anything about Imane Khelif. We don't know anything about Imane Khelif's chromosomes or anything else that's personal. And we shouldn't. We don't have a right to, right? Just because you sign up to box doesn't mean people get to like, I mean, we're not just talking about like, look inside your pants, but we're talking about like, you know, look inside your DNA and stuff like that, right? It's just like that. It's not pertinent. And what right-wingers may start to realize, and what I hope normal people will start to realize, is that yes, biological sex exists, right? But it's not binary. Not by a long shot. It's not even close to binary. It's not even close to binary. And you know what else? You can't tell it by looking. You can't tell it by doing, you know, anything other than, you know, a really invasive procedure of looking into somebody's, you know, genetic code, if that's what you mean by biological sex, which seems to be, given the fact that they are now misgendering Imane Khelif. They are referring to her as a man and all the rest. It seems to be that that's at the end of the day. You know, they talk a lot of smack about gametes, but at the end of the day, they really do seem to care about sex chromosomes. And so if that's what they're gonna hang their hats on, somebody needs to tell them that they cannot always tell. They do not know. It's an unknowable aspect of a person. And in most cases, it is information that they don't need to know, that doesn't really pertain. And that if we really want to like let the TERFs loose, let the gender critical weirdos loose on sports, there's going to be a whole lot more women declared ineligible for participation, right? So it's, you know, now you got to prove that you are some kind of archetype of feminine fragility in order to pursue like a career in women's sports. You got to like be like, oh no, I'm really weak and I'm not coordinated and I'm slow and I'm like, right, any sort of competence at any sport now will get you suspected, will get you transvestigated. And I think that is the front that they have opened, and that is ultimately their Waterloo. That is ultimately their doom, because they have started to take on and police the gender of not just trans people, but all women here. And I think it's going to be the beginning of the end of the gender critical movement and the biological sex obsession. And that's a good thing, because I'm about done hearing about this shit. I'm so sick of it. I'm so sick of biological. And you know, when they say that, I always imagine it being like capital letters and lowercase letters, you know, like it's like the evil anime character speech. And yeah, exactly, Gus. Anyone could be intersex and not know it. That's true. That is true. But yeah, I wanted to get started today. So I do have, and this is not something that TYT wanted out, right? You can thank Zara for this, actually. The fact that we're going to be able to watch this today, this is because of Zara. This is also because of Gila in the Discord. Thank you, Gila, if you're watching this. If you end up seeing this, right? This is thanks to you, and this is thanks to Zara that we even have this video to begin with, because it seems like it's something that TYT is trying to bury. This is a confrontation between Iadarola and Francesca and Cenk Uygur. And I guess we had an option on the poll a while ago to there was a video where Francesca was taking on Cenk on, what was it? Was it on the AOC thing, maybe? Yeah, I think it was the AOC thing. We didn't end up choosing that one. That one just like hung around and eventually just got dropped. But right-wingers are still going Dr. Pepper in a barrel over this? When you say that, Shakespeare, you're making me think they're pissing Dr. Pepper, which sounds painful. Doesn't that sound painful? What would be the most painful soft drink to piss, chat? What do you think? I think anything carbonated would probably hurt. Simon Pierre says, they said, like, imagine being robbed of your gold medal because you're a woman, and now they robbed one. Well, they're trying to. Yeah, they're trying to put a lot of pressure on the Olympic Games, and they already have put pressure. Like the Olympics, they apologized for the Last Supper that was not a Last Supper. It was a feast of Dionysus, but they're gonna apologize for it anyway. We got to say sorry to all the Christians that are offended, all the fucking hogs with no culture. Franny said it was going to be contentious. I mean, yeah, they massively disagree. Cenk has got a terrible take on this. Obsessive Audio says everything they've been saying since the boxing incident is the exact opposite of what they've been saying these last years. They're so confused. Are you talking about TYT or are you talking about the GCs in general? Which I guess we could include Cenk and Anna under. Stephanie Helms says, I am a world sailing Category 3 professional sailor who completed the world, continental, and national championship level in the sport in several classes. I am also a trans woman. 26 plus years. Nice. That is an interesting sport. I think I've seen... Wait, what is it called? What is the big competition for world sailing called? Is it like... It's some kind of cup, right? That people compete for. Or maybe that's just one division. Natalie Marie says, there's a video on TYT of the debate. Is there more from the live stream? I mean, I guess we're going to find out. Is it regatta? Regatta is like the... But like, there's a name for the trophy that you take home if you win, if your country wins. Yeah, talking about the transvestigators. We're gonna definitely be, oh my god. So, you know, I gotta put the volume down just to do this. We're gonna definitely be
talk about the allegations!
That's what we're gonna talk about today. We're gonna get into that. The blue ribbon, it's really called America's Cup? Why is it called America's Cup? That seems weird. That's like, can you imagine if they called like the World Cup for football, as those who know say. Imagine if they called that like England's Cup, or like England's, like, I don't know, even though like the joke being that the UK hasn't won it in years and years. But I mean, maybe they were good. They were one of the better teams, right? Yeah, John is good. John didn't do anything wrong here. I have 2 world champions here. Served on the advisory panel to U.S. Sailing on the issue in 2022. So now here's the deal, okay? Like, I mean, I've got some history not competing, all right? I've never competed seriously in any sport, but I have taught kickboxing. And I have thought about competing, but oh my god. After talking to Fallon Fox, right? I interviewed Fallon Fox to find out what her experience was like. In terms of MMA, I am not cut out for that. Right? That's a lot of heat. That's like the whole world hating. That's like Joe Rogan pointing a hate laser right in the most sensitive part of your soul, right? I don't know if I could take that, but I have ended up sort of just by chance tweeting about something, which was it was a fishing event, actually. Again, I'm not a fisher. I'm not a mariner. I'm not a fisher. I'm not any kind of But yeah, this is my twinned tweet, my twinned Pete. Yes, my twinned Pete. It's my pinned tweet, right? And it's all about the England ladies angling team in a controversy over a trans woman participating in competitive angling, in fishing. And it shows you how absurd this gets. Now, actually, it's not showing you how absurd it gets, because it gets worse, right? Chess. That's That's the misogynistic Ouroboros swallowing its tail, right? When they try to go after trans women participating in chess. There is no excuse for that unless you are a fucking misogynist, unless you think that the XY chromosomes or testosterone or whatever the fuck you think gives you a cognitive advantage, right? That is the only way that you could possibly justify something like that. But they do it. And they have. And there has been, chess bodies that have made the decision to ban trans people from chess. But yeah, I kind of like I didn't choose this issue. This issue kind of chose me. So, and just because this was a tweet that I made that like everybody and their polycule everybody and their paramour retweeted. There we go. There we go. Oh, Chad, it's funny if you take a minute to think about it. But yeah, everybody in their paramour retweeted me on this, right? Because it's just it's so bizarre, right? And I was just like, I saw this thing and I was like, wait a minute, fishing? Really? Fishing? Is that what we're doing? Are we banning trans people from fishing? Trans people have a competitive advantage in fishing? Is the fish always know? The fish always know. They got the sensor to tell, what your chromosome is, and they only want to bite on that line if you got an XY. So that's why we can't let trans people break into women's fishing. It'd be such a travesty. Vosh is not the boss of me. That's true. I know chess, right? Chess. Vosh said the left wants you to apologize for being a cis white male. That's right. That's his aggrievement. His Trumpian aggrievement. But yeah, we got a lot of people yapping about this, and a lot of them do not know what they're talking about. I am tempted to use my area of expertise to talk to you about subjects such as biochemistry and human development, which are sort of the pieces that most people are missing in terms of understanding what we're even talking about when we talk about biological sex, right? What we're even talking about when we mention sex chromosomes, and the whole the reason that somebody can have DSD, for instance, which a lot of people are speculating on. I think it's fucked up, right? That, let me just be clear that when I'm talking about these potential, when I'm talking about these you're here for the yapping. Well, I'm glad you're here for the yapping, Grey Knight. People enjoy the yapping. I feel like I do it too much. I feel like I yap too hard and too long. And I'm going to try to curtail that a little bit just to make my videos more viewable, and maybe the streams. Yeah, that's the other thing too, Chad, is like, I feel like when I yap too much, the streams get too long. And for instance, somebody that donates in the very beginning and says, I want to see Squid Tips versus Vosh, or whatever they choose, they were like, I want to see the Cavernacle. Oh yeah, somebody was telling me that the Cavernacle on Mr. Beast is kind of a rehash. He does have another video where he talks about Mr. Beast's defenders, the people that have stood up for Mr. Beast time and time again. So maybe we'll watch that if people are over the other meow. Hey, transpositions. Okay, wait, I'm trying to understand. If you want to hear about the latest Michigas from two professional trans athletes' perspective. Oh, okay, so you're here together. Nice. Okay, so that's what you're saying. That's me. When you said that's me, I was like, wait, in the I've got yeah, I get it now. I get it now. But good to have you on board for the stream, y'all. Voting for the Mormons? the Mormon infiltration into the influencer sphere. See what that's all about. Do you think that's like a mission that somebody could, like, what if that was the thing that they were like their mission now? You know how like Mormons have missions, right? When you see like a Mormon missionary, right? Somebody usually on a bicycle, they've got like a white shirt, and I'm trying to think of how it looks exactly. Do they have a tie? I feel like they have a tie. But yeah, when you see it like a Mormon missionary out, that's a thing that they do when they're like a certain age for 2 years. I think it's the way that they are, you know, it's not like a requirement, like they don't physically force Mormons to go out and do that, but they have to do that to get some kind of thing to be able to be married in the temple. So it's kind of like, you know, I don't entirely understand Mormon culture, Mormon society, but I think it's something to do with that. But yeah, it'd be wild if the Mormon church was like, yeah, your mission, where there, you know, some Mormon missionary is like, okay, I'm ready to go out on my mission. Where do you want me to go? Am I going to South America? Am I going to India? Am I going to Canada, the United States, Mexico? Where am I going? Right? And they're like, no, you're gonna be an influencer. Actually, we're gonna have you. How do you feel about TikTok? Right? The church calls them up. They're like, how do you feel about TikTok? How do you feel about Twitch? Can we get you on Twitch? They do wear ties in the Mormon. Missionary thing, but yeah, it would be wild if that was their mission. But I guess we'll find out. I mean that's a possibility. All right. Speaking of possibilities, oh yeah. Like I felt bad because I know that some people come here early and they donate, and then they don't stick around for the whole stream. So it's kind of like if your donation, one of the things that Donos does, and in addition to like unlocking the bonus topic, right, which you can vote for too. But in addition to unlocking the bonus topic, if we get to 100%, you can also sort of sway the poll and send it like one way or the other. Get it, basically, when you donate, you can let me know where you want me to put your money, and I'll add it as a percentage to the poll. So that way I get to do really fun math at the end of the stream to figure out what won by adding up the percentage added by donos to the percentage that is in the chat. But yeah, I always worry that somebody's going to donate early and then they're going to have to leave before the stream is over. Mormons, okay. All right, well, you don't have to be influenced by others in the chat, but if somebody gives you a good idea, I say go with it. I say go with it. Go with, you know, what your heart leads you. Oh yeah, arachnid. I gotta give you a little. You've just been weaseled. Whoa, and that's a good thing. At the same time, you don't know who Squid Tips is? Go for Vorsh. Vorsh. Okay, I know what you're saying. I gotcha. Simone Pierre, thank you for the super chat. But yeah, I always worry about that people are gonna, you know, that you're not getting your money's worth if you. So it's like that's another reason for me to maybe try to do slightly shorter streams. I don't know. And I am looking to streamline this thing too, because I realized like the spiel and explaining how the dono goal works, it kind of takes too much time out of the stream. It makes it hard for me to edit because I'm always trying to edit like a clip that's just like the content. And if part of that clip that I'm editing is like me explaining the dono goal, it's like doesn't help the audience watching the not the VOD, but the video later on. So yeah, I am looking to streamline that and somehow get it to just do it by itself so I don't have to spend so much time thinking about or explaining how this all works. But yeah, we're now at 8%. So basically, let me explain how it works now. Basically, we are 8% of 100%. If we get to 100% by the end of the stream, then we will unlock extra content, bonus content, right? And which content do we unlock? Well, that depends on two things, right? The first thing is the poll, which I would suggest that you vote in right now. Why are so many Mormon influencers is at 31%, Squid Tips versus Vosh at 29%, Tech Bros Want to Matrix the Poor also at 29%, and Cavernacle on Mr. Beast at a lowly 12%. But that could all change, right? I said before, you could be an influencer, just like Shakespeare influenced Omega Star to vote for Mormon influencers. But you can influence the poll when you donate by letting me know which of these topics you want to see, and I will literally put your money where your mouth is, like that, and it'll add to the... So basically, like, imagine if this was, like, if we were at the end of the stream, right, I'd be like this plus 29, and I'd be like this plus 31, right? That's kind of how it works. And sometimes it changes. Sometimes the donos change what wins and what loses, and sometimes the donos are right in line with what wins and loses. Another thing that affects this is the Vox Populi. That's probably the most complicated part to explain, right? This just means that if you want to not choose any of the topics, you can say Vox Populi, and what that does is you become a de-influencer. You counteract the influence of other people that are donating for a certain topic, and you're basically kind of just throwing it back to the chat to vote on. You're saying, I feel like the vote should count for more. And so every time you you say Vox Populi, basically you're taking a percentage off of everything. So you're making the donos count for less relative to the polls. Does that make sense? I hope it does, because I don't want to spend all day explaining this, because it's very boring and people click away while I'm doing that. So yeah, I'm very conscious of not wasting your time or my time. All of our times are important. Okay, yeah, we're going to get into this, Stephanie Helms, but yeah, you're correct. The International Boxing Association, the IBA, formerly the World Federation of Boxing at the international level, was stripped of their authority. So they used to administer matches for the IOC, and the IOC stripped them for actually a variety of reasons. But the basic gist of it is they are just not professional. They are just not... They're not trustworthy, right? And this incident involving Imane is a great example of how they are not trustworthy. We got more Latin. Let's see if I can read this. Ego eligo populum gratiosis Mormonisis. Have I seen the full fight? Are you talking about the Imane versus Carini fight? Are you talking about the... Like, I believe that's a full fight of like 4 seconds, right? Yeah, there's like one punch thrown, and that's it. It's over. So let's see. We are now at... we're at 12%. No, that's not how you type 12. So Mormon influencers are up to 8%. And Grey Knight, feel free to let me know what topic is that fight. Yeah. I mean, I have. It's on Twitter. I don't think that we are gonna get in trouble for like just watching that little. I mean, it's such it's 40 seconds. 2 minutes, including breaks. Wait, it didn't go on for more than one round. Yeah, exactly, Stephanie. Oh, okay, so Stephanie's letting me know that it was specifically the disqualification of Imane Khelif and Lin Yu Ting that got them... That caused the IOC to take them off the case. Tech Bros, I gotcha. I got you, Grey Knight. We got Tech Bros in the house, and they're trying to turn the poor into... Well, I mean, you'll just have to see. You'll just have to see, right? They can't decide. Do they want to make the poor into biodiesel, or do they want to matrix the poor? We'll have to ask the We'll have to ask the intellectual brain trust of the tech bros about that one. Number of punches Carini threw, you could count on 2 hands with fingers left. Jeez. So yeah, I mean, we're going to be a little bit hard pressed to watch 40 seconds of Olympics, and you could probably guess why. You probably know exactly why. Anarcho-Arachnid says she got punched and it hurt. Banned Russian weirdos. They really are Russian weirdos. That's true. So many gold memes about the Turkish shooting guy. But I want to see a one-punch Khelif. Well, maybe not. Yeah, yeah. The IBA is controlled by Russian oligarch money. Yeah, they had that Gazprom sponsorship. They refused to release what... there is no information. That's what I'm trying to tell you about this incident. We actually don't know anything about, you know, Imane Khelif's medical records, and nor should we. It's actually none of our business, right? There's some other stuff about, like, you know, I mean, so we got like 2 questions here, right? And one of them, and they are connected. One of them is about trans people in sports. That was what a lot of the right wingers assumed was going on, given the events of the bout. And then we've got this issue of the policing of actually, like, what is a woman? Not the Matt Walsh transphobic what is a woman, but more like the J.K. Rowling's. But are you really a woman, though? You might think you're a woman, but are you? Are you? Can you prove that you're... Can you prove that you're dainty? Can you prove that you're fragile as a flower? Right? Because you might not. You might think you're a woman. Yeah, they are trying to police cis women's gender. And if you listen to some of these right wingers, they are literally stripping her of her pronouns based on something that we don't even have. We don't have a karyotype test, right? We don't have that. We don't have a blood test. We don't know what kind of test this discredited boxing organization actually ran, right? There's no information. Just that there was an attempt to disqualify her based on we don't know what, actually, right? So we don't know if any of this stuff, any of this that we're talking about now, like DSD, actually applies to Imane. But yeah, they are wanting to, like, you know, like, yeah, you might think you're a woman, but if the TERFs and the gender criticals get their way, you're going to have to take a test. You're going to have to take a test to find out if you really are, like, right? If you are a biological, because apparently biological woman does not just mean cis woman, right? Biological woman, they're wanting to put a lot more, you know, a lot more standards on that. And basically the result would be that, you know, a woman participating in sports who has lived as a woman all of her life, thinks of herself as cis, maybe even has had children, could find that she does not meet the standard of what is a woman according to these weirdos, because that's really what we're dealing with, right? This is an extension of the right wingers are weird little guys. They really are weird little guys. Did you want to do short stay? Oh yeah, we definitely should. Although it's not for the faint of heart, okay? I've got it all ready to go too. But I just want people to understand. Okay, so so I'm going to open up Shorts chat. We do need some mods in there. And essentially, you know, it's just like another place to watch the stream if you want to. We're streaming on Twitch. We're streaming on YouTube. We're streaming on Shorts. Whatever is most convenient for you, that's where I want you to be. I'm not trying to tell anybody, particularly anyone over in Twitch, what chat to join or not. The polls are going to be open in YouTube full screen chat and in YouTube Shorts chat. I'm sorry I can't do it in Twitch chat. I would love to poll you as well, but unfortunately, Twitch's poll only stays open for 10 minutes, which is not nearly long enough to rack up all the votes that we're gonna be racking up, and so for that reason, I can't do the poll in Twitch. But you're welcome to come over and vote in either or both streams. I should probably let you know this too, right? Since we're running 2 streams, you can vote in both of them, and there's literally nothing I can do to stop you. And I know some of you are going to vote for in both, right? I know some of you are going to figure out that you want 2 votes, and you're gonna slip over to the other stream and you're gonna vote. So I'm telling you all that is an option, that is a possibility, and therefore, you know, you can have 2 votes if you want them as well. All I ask is that when you go over to the other stream, that you leave a like for me, because that helps me out a lot. That helps me out greatly. But the thing I want to warn you about, or not warn you, all right, mods, so I'm opening up the short stream. All right, now we do need some moderation in there, but I just want to give a special warning today. YouTube Shorts is full of a lot of different people with a lot of different opinions. All right, some of those opinions are no good. Some of those opinions are downright bigoted. And this isn't our normal Shorts chat that will get messed up, you know, kind of stuff, right? So just so you know, this moderation, you know, if you want to stay, if any of you need to stay in the regular chat, right, then do that, right? Because it's going to be potentially a little bit rough. We're talking about a topic that is going to potentially bring the bigots out. And that's a great way to start Shorts, by antagonizing the said bigots, right? To make sure that they know exactly the contempt with which I hold them. We got to let them know where they stand, which is like with 1 foot on the ban hammer, okay? So go hard. If anybody's talking any nonsense, all right, feel free to go hard on them. You don't have to put up with any shit. But, I mean, you might hear some bad shit in there, all right? So especially if you or someone you love are trans, you know, take care of yourself and understand that you don't have to do that. You don't have to mod in the Shorts chat. And I don't want anybody who's gonna, you know. You sent an article on the IBA to my Twitter DMs. Oh, thank you. That's very sweet of you, Grey Knight. Yeah, this is the discredited organization that Grey Knight is talking about. The one that the IOC no longer uses. And the IOC, you know, for a sporting organization, they have been, to my knowledge, pretty exemplary. Now, I guess I haven't kept up in recent years and seen if they've buckled to some of the pressure. But that's the problem now, right? When you leave the sporting bodies to their own devices, right, which is consulting sports scientists to ask, like, what's fair, you know, who should be eligible, right? How should we do this? How should we handle, like, potentially, like, trans athletes, right? They tend to make okay decisions, right? Scientifically, going by sports science, they tend to, you know, put up some kind of standard where they'll say that there has to be like 2 to 3 years of hormone therapy, and that maybe they also measure, like, you know, testosterone levels, right? And those are the standards. And so that means, what I'm trying to tell you is that trans people have been allowed to participate in the Olympics and in other major, you know, world-class sporting competitions for years and years and years. It's been allowed. It doesn't happen very much because it is very hard for so many different reasons to be a trans athlete. And as a result, there are actually not that many trans athletes. So another thing about this is that the moral panic that has been created, that has been drummed up here, is kind of based on nothing, right? There are states in the United States that have banned trans athletes participating in sports that do not have any trans athletes participating in their sports. And this time, and this is part of the reason that this comes up during this particular event. This is a moral panic. This is a witch hunt in search of a witch, because there aren't many, right? You know, Fallon Fox, oh my God, I can't, her name's like escaping me. I don't know why I can't. Alana McLaughlin. These are the only two trans MMA fighters that I know of. But they're very much in search of a witch hunt, right? They're very much in search of a witch because they don't really have any examples, right? What they want to find, what they seek to find, is you know, some trans woman with like enormous muscles, who has dominated some sport, who is like head and shoulders above all other athletes that she's competing with. That's what they're looking for, and they don't find that because that just doesn't exist. There's also, let me also speak to the fact that there's a little bit of a mystification around things like steroid hormones, things like sex hormones, the effects of testosterone and estrogen. Like I said, I could give you a full-fledged biology, like a biochem lesson on this, you know, talking about these things, because their endocrinology is actually really interesting, but it's also very complicated, and there's a lot that you need to understand. There's a lot always left out. Well, in this case, left out of the well, and in this case, left out of the controversy. But yeah, they're not. It's not even the minds. Bree, the trans men, you know, being a factor in sports is not even in the minds of the transphobes. They're, you know, stereotype of a trans person is very specific. They are so obsessed with, yeah, they are. And that tells you something. The fact that they're so obsessed with trans women, that, you know. Yeah, she's got a 10 wins, 5 losses. That's her record. The unstoppable juggernaut, Imane Khelif. Yeah, if the athlete floats, the athlete is made of wood and therefore trans. Most of the time, it's cis athletes that make it to the pros. Yeah, I mean, like, just like, imagine being trans and being an athlete. Like, imagine what it's like on your high school team, right? Maybe most of your team accepts you. Maybe your coach is really cool, but there's going to be like 1 or 2 people that are giving you the side eye the whole time. And if there's not, if you look out and your team is awesome too, then there's going to be people at competitions. There's going to be parents of other children. There's going to be like, right, you're going to be constantly defending your right to participate in sports. You're going to be constantly worried, like, you know, am I going to win a competition too convincingly, right? Am I going to feed into the mythology of the unstoppable trans girl athlete, right? Based on this sort of notion that they have mythologized about, you know, their notion of gender actually is kind of a mythologized one. What do I mean by mythologized? Okay, so if we imagine performance, right, placed on a graph, right? So in other words, bad performance or low performance over here, high performance over here, right? That's our graph, right? And we look at we place women on the graph, right? And we see a bell curve. What we'd expect, right? And then we place men on the graph, a bell curve, what we expect. But what the other thing that we expect, you know, and I mean, like, you know, most people expect to see in that distribution is that the bell curve for women is like way the fuck over here, and the bell curve for men is like way over here, and there's like no overlap. And in actuality, there is mostly overlap, right? You got humans. They've got different abilities. They've got different aptitudes. They've practiced a skill a different amount, and they're going to place in different places, right? And you're going to see a lot of men that are that whose performance is lower than a lot of women, and that's just the way that it is. But that's not how we're taught to think of this. We're taught to like mythologize maleness. We're taught to mythologize testosterone as being this magical thing. So wait, what is testosterone? It's a steroid hormone. What does steroid hormone mean? It means it goes through your cell membrane. It goes whoop. It slips right in. It zoops right into there, and it goes into the, it attaches to your DNA, and it tells your DNA, I want you to express this part of the code. In other words, it's kind of like a go-to statement. Any coders out there? Go-to statement? Does that make sense, right? It's a go-to statement. Go to the part of the code that we associate with male secondary sexual characteristics. And same thing for estrogen. So they both have, estrogen and testosterone, they both have an anabolic effect. That is to say that they increase the retention and the production of skeletal muscle, which is like your muscles, right? There's other kinds of muscles too in your body, but we're not going to talk about them right now. Increases the creation, retention, production, repair, etc. of skeletal muscle and of the skeleton itself, right? And there is a increased anabolic effect for testosterone versus estrogen. But I think that the assumption is made that that increase is a lot more than it actually is, right? It's mythologized. When we're talking about gender, in a lot of cases, as far as it exists in our minds, as far as we conceive of gender, right, we are talking about a fairy tale of a strong knight, a strong and brave knight that goes out there and slashes through all the vines and rescues Sleeping Beauty. And we're taught of a damsel in distress that is trapped within a castle and cannot get out unless the brave knight comes forth and rescues her, right? This is a lot of the concept of gender, of sex, of biology. A lot of this stuff is it's basically a fairy tale. We don't connect with reality. We don't connect with the actual, sex differences that exist. We mythologize them into being more than they actually are. And I suspect that this has something to do with the performance, right? To the extent that the bell curves are, oh my gosh, did I not? We are streaming. Hey, what's up, Adrian? Good to see you. Do not kiss the sleeping princess. Yeah, you don't want to wake the sleeping princess. That would be, but anyway, yeah, this is, I think that part of the difference in the bell curve that we do see, because we still do see a difference in a bell curve. And indeed, if you study the effect of estrogen and testosterone on the human body, on skeletal muscle in a lab, you will see an anabolic difference. But the exaggeration of that difference actually causes maybe for these bell curves to be a little bit more separated than they naturally would, because there's an expectation, right? In fact, look at how much you're rewarded for being a successful man at sports compared to a woman. Look at how many opportunities there are for men in sports versus the opportunities for women. And I mean, that's changing slowly but surely. But there's also less of a drive for women to go into this stuff. And definitely, if you're trans, there's a lot holding you back from competing at sports. Miska says, I once entered a bar on Bourbon Street and they said women really can do jobs I previously thought were limited to just one sex. Yeah, women bad at sports. I mean, yeah, it's a kind of a self-reinforce. It's a kind of a self, what do you call it? Like a self-fulfilling prophecy in a lot of ways. I mean, we are dealing in the realm of mythology and prophecy and fairy tales and all this other stuff, when what's invoked is biology, science, right? That's what the right-wingers love about this, right? Normally, a discussion that they're having with the left-wingers, like say like climate change or something, right? They've got to say that the scientists are conflicted. The scientists are corrupt, right? It's all a big conspiracy, right? There's not really climate change, but they're saying that it is because they have this agenda that they want to complete, you know, right? And you can fill that they in with whatever, you know, anti-Semitic kind of bullshit that you want to, because most of the time that's what it ends up being. But yeah, I'm trying to keep this kind of oversimplified on purpose, because if I let loose with my excessive and obsessive knowledge of biochemistry and my slightly less impressive knowledge of human development, then I will quite possibly blow your mind. Quite possibly. And I'm not trying to do that. I'm not trying to mystify anyone. I'm not trying to flex. I legitimately want people to leave this discussion with a greater understanding which they approached it. And I want people, even people like Cenk Uygur, who say that he's dead set against trans women participating in sports, to start to question his notion of why. Because I think this actually does open up a lot of this does open up a lot of possibilities for people maybe understanding these issues in a different way than they're used to. So yeah, we're gonna get going here. We've got oh yeah, I gotta put up both my polls. Oh my god, chat, I'm so slow at this. Bonus content, boom. So if this is your first time joining us today, hi, how you doing? I'm nocommentchick. You can call me NCC, you can call me Irene. You can call me Butterfly Lady, whatever you want to call me.
Was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Communist invading radicals. Yeah, I've been called that as well. But yeah, what we do here is we stream about a topic for a set amount of time, and today the topic is the Olympics and the controversy, the boxing controversy in the Olympics, and how that was mischaracterized by so many people, how so much hate was spread about trans people, when in actuality, the bout in question, Imane Khelif versus, oh my gosh, why am I blanking on names here already? Angela Carini, this has just been an opportunity and a vector for transphobia, when actually trans people don't have anything to do with this. Nobody involved in this situation is trans. And it is just a factor of there being a witch hunt against trans people in sports. And that is largely a witch hunt without any witches. So they want to find witches. They want to find trans people that are slipping in, sneaking in, winning all the medals, winning all the glory. And no cis women are able to effectively compete in this sports, because there's some trans woman at the top just absolutely destroying everybody. And that actually doesn't exist. That is another myth. That is another myth. The myth of the infinitely powerful XY gene that somehow persists even under the effects of massive amounts of hormone therapy, of surgery to remove the organs that would be producing testosterone, and in some cases actually like lower levels of testosterone than your average cis woman, and yet still somehow this XY chromosome persists and is able to give secret power. It's like a stand. The XY chromosome is like a stand in JoJo. It gives you, it's unseen, but there's like a punching ghost standing behind you. And that's why it was so unfair for, oh wait, I forgot. No, it doesn't actually apply here. It doesn't actually apply to Imane Khelif, even though for the entirety of the first day of this controversy, you wouldn't know. If you were to go on Twitter, if you were to go on any platform and see what people are talking about, they are talking about trans people, right? Of which Imane Khelif is not. So anyway, like I said, we do a little bonus content around here. We do a little polling around here, okay? I hope you don't mind. I just want to get your opinion. I've got 4 possible topics that we can cover after we're done with the main topic of the stream, right? After I've exhausted all of that content, we could go for a little bit more if you are game for that, right? How does that work again? Let me show you. It is through Zoom. You vote in the poll, all right? I average the polls, and then I take any donos that happen to be given during the time of the stream, and I add those as a percentage. So in other words, you super chat $2 and you increase the topic of your choice by 2%. So, but that only works if you do one thing, right? And this is what I'm going to have to ask you. When you donate, make sure to let me know what the topic is that you want to see, because then I can put your money where your mouth is, and you'll actually increase the total score of the topic of your choice by donating. You could also increase that score by voting, so make sure to vote. You can vote in the shorts chat. You can vote in the full stream chat. In fact, I should probably cross-pollinate right now because I always forget to do that. Full screen stream. Is that what we're calling it? Whoops. That's not what I'm trying to copy. Lexical, thank you for the gifted membership to CJ. CJ, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Oh yeah, chat. As far as the premium streamium goes, I have been trying to get this off for the longest time. I'm still planning on doing it tomorrow, but I've got kind of some loud outdoor noises that are going to be going on tomorrow. There is some yard work being done by one of my neighbors that is really, really loud. It's why I didn't stream tomorrow or yesterday, and so I'm gonna try to work. I'm gonna try to work it out. I still think that we can do this, but okay. So yeah, what I'm trying to say there is, wait, did I do that? Did I post that? Where did I post that? There it is. I'm gonna pin the message. All right, there's the full screen stream. And then so I'm posting the URLs to the short stream in the full screen stream. I'm posting the URL to the full screen stream in the short stream, with the hopes that if you want an extra vote, you'll go over there and vote on the other stream as well. All I ask is that you leave a like when you cross over to the other stream to get that extra vote, because it helps me out a lot. It truly does. All right, so there we go. We got both of these added and both of these pinned. Right now, Squid Tips versus Vosh is winning. Lexical, what did you choose? Feel free to let me know when you donate what the topic that you want to see covered is, and I will put your money where your mouth is. Stephanie says chromosomes are themselves phenotypes if the genes that do not work. Yeah, so Stephanie is alluding to the fact that this is a long and complicated series of events. See what I mean? Super loud. Super loud. There's like a leaf blower or something. I don't even know what's going on over there, but like anytime it comes by, it's just like really loud. So yeah, I'm gonna try to stream around that. Yes, it should be done in an hour or less maybe. It's totally but yeah, there's a lot going on, and that's the watchword for endocrinology. Okay, Jesus Christ, that thing is loud. So yeah, I'm trying to deal with this as well. And so when right-wingers tell you that gender is binary, that you can't transition, you can't change your gender, you can't change your sex, whatever, you know, the YWNBAW or whatever they tell you, right? They're appealing to biology on a 5th grade level. They don't know biology. They sure as fuck don't know endocrinology, and they don't understand human development. They're talking about a biological sex, but they do not know the meaning of the word that is coming out of their mouth when they say that, right? They think they do. They think it's all nailed down. They think it's super simple, but the truth of the matter is they got taught a super simple version of that, right? I guess, like, maybe let me talk about genetics for a second, all right? So there's a phrase called dogma when it comes to genetics, when it comes to, I guess, pedagogy, when it comes to teaching about genetics. We talk about a dogma, and what that means is that you are presented at first with a big and oversimplified picture of how genes work, right? It's a series of letters, right? And they translate into amino acids, right? But you're taught it on a very simple level at first. Once you grasp you can begin to understand the nuance only after you take in the dogma. So you're actually taught the wrong version of genetics. The version of genetics that you learn at first, when you're first like wrapping your mind around it, is wrong. It is wrong because teaching you the truth is something that your mind could not grasp. It's got to grasp everything one piece at a time. And so for that reason, it's possible for somebody to understand biology on a very superficial level and think that they know it all. But in fact, especially when we're talking about genetics, they don't. And it gets very detailed. And most people don't need that level of detail, right? Even a lot of people who learn this stuff as part of their education, even people who go into the medical field, do not usually need a great level of detail when it comes to genetics. It's just not necessary. You're taught like sort of the level of detail that is meaningful. But when you're talking about this question, this is a question of sports science, right? You do need a greater level of details to actually understand it, to actually wrap your mind around it. And so for that reason, there are some very confident people out there, right-wingers, with some very wrong understandings of science. And to anyone who knows, it is fucking cringe. It is fucking cringe for them to speak so confidently about something that they don't even understand the tip of the iceberg on, let alone the depth. Yeah, DNA to RNA to protein, central dogma or paradigm of molecular biology. It has been a while for me, Just Julie, but I just wanted to use that to get across the possibility of somebody understanding a science, physiology, anatomy, biology, embryology at a very superficial level, and still not being able to grasp the important part for the particular question that they're interrogating, right? And this is why it pains me, chat. It pains me to no end to see science politicized, because it is a scientific question. The question that we're asking, is it fair for trans women to compete in sports, to compete in women's sports? It is a, scientific question. It is a fairly deep question, and it is a question that is not going to be solved by debate with people who barely understand the basics. It's a question for people that study sports science all their fucking lives. And guess what, chat? They've had those conversations. They've made those determinations. They've haggled over this argument for years and years and years, and they have come to a conclusion. And in the case of most sporting bodies, that conclusion is that that it's not unfair for trans people to participate in sports. given, certain limitations, a certain length of, hormone therapy and certain levels of, hormones in their bloodstream in certain cases. And the determination has been made that it's actually the real unfairness would be denying athletes the ability to participate. And these conversations went on years ago when no one thought about trans people. Do you remember what it was like before What is a Woman? Do you remember what it was like before right-wingers started doing like the helicopter memes? Do you remember when when trans people existed without, bigots being super aware of their existence? I mean, sure, there was like, really cringy and horrible movies and stuff like that. But, trans people were, for the most part, out of sight, out of mind. And because of that, the science was not politicized in the way that it is now. You did not have Cenk Uygur waving around his fucking e-peen telling, the left that this is a losing issue and we need to shut the fuck up and just agree to ban all trans people from sports because of the optics or whatever. Right? This is a new thing. This is a new thing to have this stuff politicized. And in the same way that having climate science politicized is bad, having sports science politicized is also bad. And there's a lot of discussion amongst people that just are not equipped to have that discussion, that are not, that don't even have the basic understanding of what the fuck they mean when they say a trans woman. Yeah, they're transvestigating like everybody, Stephanie. It's gross, and I think it will be their downfall. I think it really will be their downfall. Obsessive Audio says it's middle schoolers walking into a post-grad lecture with their opinions. Yeah, basically. All right, so like I said, we're gonna get to TYT and the Francesca versus Cenk Uygur debate again. Like I mean, like I've done debate analysis for a long time. I've covered political debates, analyzing rhetoric, trying to kind of play backseat driver in order to unskew the results of debates. I've also participated in debates, but I generally don't do that anymore, and that's because of something that I found out existing in the sphere of Twitch debates, is that a debate is not a great way to find the truth. You can win a debate and be wrong on the substance, and be really, really fucking wrong. Be really, really wrong. And I've done that before. I've bested somebody in a debate that I later figured out was right. And so I kind of retired from the hippy dippy panel and the Prime Chi panel and all that stuff. I kind of don't do that stuff anymore. But I do like to analyze debates because I feel like that's like the only way to like look at the subject matter clearly and try to unskew all the rhetoric and try to actually look for some truth in there. But I don't like the politicization of issues of science. I think that's one thing that's particularly deleterious to all of humanity. Anyway, chat, we got to get going. So you know how the dono goal works. You know how the voting works. Keep on voting. It's like Squid Tips versus Vosh in first place, tied with Mormon influencers. Tech Bros want to matrix the poor in second place. That is on the full scale stream. Tech Bros want to matrix the poor in first place over on Shorts, with Mormon influencers in second, and Squid Tips versus Vosh and Tabernacle on Mr. Beast in Squid Tips in third. Oh my gosh, it keeps on changing, chat. It keeps on changing. It keeps on updating. I'll try to kind of keep you updated from time to time with where the poll's at, and maybe even add a little estimation as far as like, right, for instance, right now, why so many Mormon influencers has got 8% extra. That's because people donated. and they said that they wanted to see that content. So when you donate, let me know, whether that's through super chat, super sticker, if you're getting yourself a membership on YouTube, if you're getting memberships, gifting memberships to other people on YouTube, if you are signing up for Patreon, the link is down in the description, or donating on Throne, the link is right below me or above me, and sorry, chat. Like I said, a lot of noise going on outside. Oh, double tap the screen on the mobile vertical to get the likes up. Yeah, thank you, CDP. That's a great idea. That is a perfect idea. Well, where was I? Okay, yeah. So yeah, basically ask yourself, is it a dono? If yes, then you get some say on what we end up covering. And that works like this. You just when you donate, you tell me which of these topics that's on the poll you want to see covered. You can also tell me Vox Populi if what you want to do is just like throw it back to the chat, throw it back to the voters, and you want to make the votes count for more and the donos count for less. You can say Vox Populi, and you can also add to the Fallout Geiger counter. I do play Fallout. I'm setting up something where basically when this gets to like a certain level, we'll do another Fallout stream. So that's how it works. If you the one thing that rolls over, right, is Fallout, right? So when we get to a certain level, we'll do that. Anyway, Twitch, I don't think I forgot about you. At the top of the hour, you got a 3-minute ad break. That ad break is unskippable. Unlike YouTube, where you can skip an ad break, on Twitch, you can't skip an ad break. All you can do is get out of it with a sub. You can do that for $6 or for free using a Twitch Prime sub. You can also maybe be gifted a sub, although that sort of thing, more likely if you are active in the chat. Also, when you're gifting subs, make sure to let me know. Even though you're gifting subs to other people, you're the one who gets to decide where that money goes, and you can essentially apply it to the poll. So that's how it goes. That's where we're going. Let us get this started. Let us get this started. Yeah, we need to get back and do some more Fallout. That would be awesome. Oh my god, where to start with? We got so much shit. Tim Pool has weighed in on this. Got a Fox News segment. Let's press the buttons. To help my editor, which is me, and then let's get going.
Into posing as women. Only a few punches were thrown in yesterday's opening Olympic match between Algerian boxer Imane Khelif and Italian boxer Angela Carini before Carini dropped out, which is a rare occurrence in boxing. Now, the entire match lasted 46 seconds. Many are raising their eyebrows at the Algerian boxer Imane Khelif. Khelif was disqualified during the 2023 World Championships and sanctioned by the International Boxing Association for failing to meet gender standards because of high levels of testosterone. The president of the IBA said at the time, quote, "Based on DNA tests, we identified a number of athletes who tried to trick their colleagues into posing as women. According to the results of the test, it was proved that they have XY chromosomes. Such athletes were thus excluded from competition." But the International Olympic Committee cleared Khelif to compete anyway in the game, saying, quote, everyone competing in the women's category is complying with the...
Do you hear how sloppy the Hill is? This is an actual journalistic outlet here, right? Do you hear how sloppy Robbie's being? It was the IOC, like this, you know, dutiful organization correctly identified this boxer as being ineligible due to unspecified maleness, whatever the fuck that means, right? But the IOC was just like, hey, let's just let anyone and everyone box. Hey, we're super woke over here. There's just no research. There's no care taken, right? It's purely transphobia for clicks at the Hill.
Competition eligibility rules.
And it's not even about trans people. That's the fucking irony.
They are women on their passports, and it's stated that this is the case, that they are female. Now, after the match, the Italian athlete said, quote, I felt a severe pain in my nose, and with the maturity of the boxer, I said, enough. Carini then said, quote, I am not here to pass judgment or pass judgment if an athlete is this way, and in that sense, it's not up to me to decide. The Italian premier, Giorgia Meloni, criticized the match, saying that she opposes allowing female athletes...
Oh, shit. Well, I'm glad you got the fascist, you know, president of Italy to comment on. That's a really important, you know, voice that we're hearing here. What did, do we want to find out what Bolsonaro had to say about it while we're at it? Do we need to get Orban on the record? Let's ask Putin. What does Putin think, right? Let's fucking consult, like...
against athletes with, quote, genetically male characteristics. Khelif fights again on Saturday. There's also one more athlete, Lin Yu-ting.
So yeah, Khelif, she has won her second match, actually.
Of Taiwan, who similarly failed the gender eligibility requirement and was stripped of a bronze medal last year. She will compete in her first match tomorrow.
Now, many conservatives online were furious with the results of the match. Outkick founder Clay Travis tweeted, quote,
So let's pause here for a second and let me explain to you a little bit about The Hill. You may be familiar with The Hill from their Rising segment, right? This is Rising. This was hosted by Robbie Suave, who you're seeing here on the right, and Brianna Joy Gray, who you're not seeing here. This is because she was fired for having an opinion on Palestine. Brianna Joy Gray was fired, right? What they're trying to do is have a host on the right and a host on the left, and take each issue, you know, have them maybe present their opinion on that's the radar, as they call it. Like, they each have a radar, and then once they've presented what they think about it, then they sort of go to town. They go to war with each other, and they have a little debatey debate. And that's the idea behind the Rising. This is the Hill's Dingus Gambit, as it were. Let's get that Dingus Gambit in there. It's a Dingus Gambit in order to try to get both sides in the comments, maybe arguing, maybe engaged, right? Piss off the right-wingers with Brianna, piss off the left-wingers with Robbie, and be able to have a bigger audience than you would if you were, you know, if you were the kind of news organization that had a particular take, be it like left, right, or centrist or whatever, right? Instead, we're gonna, you know, kind of serve rage bait to both sides and try to get both sides engaged in the comments. Now, if you can see now, well, I mean, actually, this is the best they've done in a while. 464K views. Not quite as much as what they used to get when Brianna was on the case, but yeah, Jessica Burbank, who worked on The Rising, but was kind of in the background, was kind of like one of their, you know, B team people, has now been pulled up from the minor leagues and is going toe to toe with Robbie Suave at this point. So, you know, this is a show that has massively fallen off because of their inability to actually tolerate somebody on the left, somebody that actually is going to make a case that Palestinians are people, right? That was too much for the too much heat for The Hill, and now they're trying to reformulate, recalibrate, and recreate what they had with Brianna versus Robbie, and before that, I think it was Crystal Ball versus Sagar in Jetty. This show, The Rising, has been going on for a few years now with different hosts, but they've massively fallen off by firing Brianna. So understand that Jessica is at, I guess, a little bit of a disadvantage to Robbie, who's done this done this primary role on the show, this sort of the debate between right and left for years and years and years. And Jessica Burbank has been asked to step in to replace Brianna Joy Gray. So that's where we're coming from, and that's who these people are.
Democrat leader says this is perfectly fine. The man is a woman. It's way past time for choosing on this issue. Now, Olympic medalist Sharon Davies tweeted, quote, "The IOC are negligent in their duty to care to female boxers, knowingly putting males with a huge advantage in the ring with females."
And these were hardly the only people to speak of. My social media feed right now is nothing but outraged, many of them conservatives, others as well. J.K. Rowling, who obviously the Harry Potter author, has been very...
Yeah, that's right. She's not a conservative. She's a reactionary. Thanks for noticing that, Robbie.
Outspoken on issue of trans people in women's spaces, said, could any picture, she has a picture of the two boxers, could any picture sum up our new men's rights movement better? The smirk of a male who knows he's protected by a misogynist sporting establishment, enjoying the distress of a woman he's just punched in the head and whose life ambition he's just shattered. Hashtag Paris 2024. A lot of commentary from people on the right noting that this is a man, describing this as a man beating up a woman and for sport, which is very despicable, detestable. I will say, so this person, this athlete, does not identify as trans, just identifies as a woman.
Right.
In Algeria, it is illegal to transition, I understand. Now, this person failed prior tests to determine what I think they're best described as an intersex person, probably, for having high levels of testosterone, certain genetically male characteristics that many people would probably argue that they should not be competing against women who don't possess the same biological characteristics, would seem to be most fair.
Right. Now, the IOC does provide a framework to international federations, but it's non-binding. So they didn't do any testosterone tests. We know that much. They said they did biochemical tests. And we know that neither of these athletes identify as transgender. I think it's a very interesting scenario where you have had a lot of conservatives argue that athletes need to compete with their gender assigned at birth. There are situations where people are born intersex and they are not transgender, and they are assigned a sex at birth that is the closest to how their body developed. And I think that exposes some cracks in this argument that you have to compete with the gender assigned at birth. And it does give some credit to the people who are saying the best way to determine fairness in terms of sports and the advantages you have that are gender-based are tests of testosterone, are tests of hormones and testosterone present in the body. It seems to be much more clear-cut, given that.
Well, right, but this person...
So yeah, here's the deal. I mean, this has opened up basically a witch hunt, right? So, the topic of trans people, particularly trans women competing in sports, has been contentious from the moment that it was politicized. It wasn't something that people thought about. The Olympics allowed trans athletes to compete, has going on 20 some years now. And it wasn't controversial, but it also wasn't politicized. It wasn't thought of. It wasn't a subject. Nobody realized it. And why didn't anybody realize it? Well, mainly because it hasn't had any effect on the Olympics. Trans people have been allowed to compete for over 20 years now, and there have not been gold medals won by trans athletes. So, the rule change is 20 years, is going on 20 years old, and 20 years without any effect, because I told you, trans athletes, especially high level competing trans athletes, are actually pretty rare. But now that the culture wars have caught on to the existence of trans people and have basically politicized their existence, a la Matt Walsh, now it's a lot more of a hot topic, and it's one that when it gets introduced, right, it gets like this. Do you think that like men should be able to compete in women's sports? And the person says, no, that's not fair. You have the difference between the divisions for a reason, because men, tend to, have a biological advantage or anything. And then they'll be great. So why are we letting trans people do it, right? A trans woman, you're talking about somebody who is, assigned male at birth, somebody with like XY chromosomes, and they don't really think about it much deeper than that. So the average person enters into this conversation thinking that it is, somebody who's undergone social transition, but nothing else, because they don't know about the what else. They don't know about, anti-androgens, and they don't know about hormone replacement therapy. And even if they do, they're not sure about the effect of those, right? And they still are maybe buying into this mythology of the magical XY chromosome, which is somehow, even in a condition of very low testosterone and high estrogen, going to somehow provide a mystical, magical advantage. It's like you got to stand, basically. It's the punching ghost standing over your shoulder, right? And so this debate has become mystified. I don't know if Jessica is going to mention this, but Francesca definitely mentions this in the debate with Cenk, that most people are on the other side of the debate. Most people, would given their choice, would ban trans women certainly from sports, totally, right? And not even think of the question of like, hey, is it fair for like a group of people to be discriminated against like this? Is it fair for a group of people to not have a sporting division they can actually compete in, right? Sometimes if you point this out to them, they'll say things like, well, they should just compete with the men. All right, great. Thanks for identifying yourself as someone who thinks that trans women have like, male levels of testosterone. In any case where, a trans person is receiving, anti-androgens and HRT, that's not going to be the case. But they're going to proceed like it's the case nonetheless. And so that's sort of where this debate is stuck, right? If you leave this up to a popular vote, trans people have no chance. Now, some sporting bodies like the IOC, I think, unless somebody wants to update me on this, right, have stood strong behind what the science says, what the sports science says. Like I said, this question has been interrogated years and years ago, and it was determined that under certain conditions, including a certain amount of time of undergoing hormone replacement therapy and anti-androgen therapy, and as Stephanie said earlier, certain testosterone levels, they have said that, yeah, it is, this is where trans women belong, competing with women, and there is not an appreciable biological advantage that would counter, indicate that. But then some sporting bodies have buckled to pressure because there's a lot of pressure. There's a lot of pressure. This is not something that the optics of this, very much, cuts against trans people. What I find interesting here, given what I told you about Jessica Burbank and, kind of how she is, stepping out into the spotlight for the first time on the rising against somebody that's been in his role in terms of Robbie. Robbie's been in his role as the right-wing pundit for years and years and years, is that she is not only pushing back on this attempt to police the gender of cis women, right? She is she's connecting this to the topic of trans women in sports and saying that this merits another look at this issue. The fact is that something like DSD, the idea, which is an umbrella term that encompasses a number of different conditions, but the assumption being made that that this athlete has XY chromosomes. If people stop and think about it, it starts to make them question what they mean when they say biological sex, because they thought they meant chromosomes, and they thought it was simple, right? And they thought that gender was this woke thing that was just kind of tacked on based on, like, right, the notion of biological sex, which is simple and binary and definite, and it's actually not. And you know, DSD conditions are a great window into how it is not simple. So she's actually being pretty bold here. You got to give her credit.
Previously failed those tests.
Right, that's true. And I think
That's actually, oh God. See, like, you got to do your research. No, we don't know. We don't know what tests were given. We don't know on what basis this discredited boxing federation or you know, like, that they made their decision, right? We don't know, and we don't have reason to you know, assume the best of them. In fact, we have every reason to assume that these decisions were being made. They don't want to share whatever information they're basing these preliminary disqualifications on.
much better if we had consistent testing for all athletes of testosterone if we're going to have a scenario where people are competing. We have transgender athletes. That has been determined. 2 years of HRT in many cases is what equalizes the playing field. And testing the testosterone levels is important as well to ensure that it's working and it's consistent, because there are always outliers. And for some, you know,
I mean, this is true on one hand, but like, I mean, what the thing that really bugs me about this is that, and she might get to this later, right? What really bugs me about this notion is that if you look at athletics, right, somebody's competence in athletic event is based in a large part due to, you know, differences between them and other people. Look at Michael Phelps, for instance, somebody who produces about half the lactic acid of your average person. If you don't know, lactic acid is what makes the muscles fatigue. And if you've got somebody who just, for whatever reason, is producing a much lower level of that, they're going to have an advantage at that. Would you take Michael Phelps and be like, hey, buddy, take him aside, be like, listen, this isn't an event for genetic freaks, okay? This is an event for normal human beings, and you got something weird going on with your, you know, lactic acid. You got double jointed ankles that are helping you out here. You got an enormous wingspan. How about you just sit this one out, buddy, and let the regular people, let the normal people, like, you wouldn't accept that. That's fucked up. Some of you probably cringed at what I just said, and you're like, wait, does she really mean that? Does she, like, calling people a genetic freak or something like that? But like, I mean, this, I'm illustrating like the analog to this kind of argument in terms of, you know, somebody that is like a top tier athlete, right? A lot of top tier athletes have some pretty big advantages, and we don't tell them that you're too tall to play basketball. We put them in center, okay? That's what we do. We don't tell them that you are too big to play football, all right? We make them an offensive tackle. That's how this shit works. That's how this shit works. But when it comes to this, you know, like when it comes to you know, athletes, the idea that, you know, we're gonna go in and be like, oh, excuse me, ma'am, you're producing a little too much testosterone. I think you need to get the fuck out of the women's division. You know what I mean? And in this case, like, you know, we're talking about an athlete who is getting misgendered, who is, and I'm going to make the argument, is being, that Khelif is being forcefully transitioned by gender criticals, by TERFs, and by conservatives. Forcefully stripped of her pronouns. Based on an assumed, you know, condition that may or may not apply. But even if it did, what the fuck is that? Are you going to go around testing like all women, and like where you find an XY, be like, excuse me, you need to fucking, you need to, we're going to call you he, him. We're going to treat you like a guy now. You got to wear like a scarlet XY on your lapel just so everybody can know. Like, right? We don't, nobody's going to stand for that. But that's what they're talking about. And that's what they're doing to Khelif. And that's what they're trying to do to other athletes. And this is the result of a witch hunt without any witches. They can't find like top level Olympian trans athletes who are winning all the events and making it impossible for anyone to compete with them. And so we got to find the next best thing, I guess. I think it's pretty sad.
Sometimes you're still faster. They've done tests of track and field sprinting after 2 years. And so for some sports, it could be 3 years. But really, understanding that biology is more complicated than we just have a gender.
I can almost tell the exact stuff that she's read based on what I can almost tell the exact papers she's looked at.
Assigned at birth and we are that gender.
I mean, in 99% of cases, it's not more complicated, but there are certainly outlier cases where it is more complicated.
So here's Robbie. Here's what he's going to hang his hat on. All right, there's like normal people, and then there's the like outliers. There's the weirdos, right? Who he just wants to, like, his answer, right, is if you fall outside of these parameters of what is a woman, and now we're not just talking about like assigned sex at birth, right? We're talking about any number of things. If you fall outside of those parameters, then you just don't get to compete. You're not normal. You're whatever. Sorry about the noise, chat.
And it seems like we have two outlier cases here that are good examples for why these standards need to be fleshed out, and that it's not so clear cut. And when we start assessing gender in this way, this probably wouldn't have been as much of a conversation or a question if we didn't have the huge debate around transgender athletes, because they're women on their passports, they have the same gender they were assigned at birth. Why were they even being tested or questioned? I don't know that this would have happened 10, 20 years ago.
Because it's in elite.
So what we have is transphobia making things worse now for cis women as well. Questioning the gender of cis women, and if they find something that they don't like, potentially stripping cis women
but now there are freaking communist invading radicals
of their gender identity and force transitioning them. This is like the weirdest shit of all.
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
And I mean, what's going on in the United States politically is that a lot of people are waking up to the fact that MAGA are not like us. All right, they are fucking weirdos. They are weird little dudes. All right, they are weird little dudes with some weird little ideas. And we don't want anything to do with that. And this is another example of how right-wingers, bigots, and transphobes are weird little dudes as well. Right? And as much as they might want to point the finger at trans people and say weird, I'm sorry, but there's a lot of fingers pointing back at you, all right? When you try to force transition cis women because you're wedded to this idea that the chromosome is the thing that's important, that's biological sex, and there is no gender, right? When you're enforcing a gender identity on cis women that they do not hold themselves, right? Don't be surprised if they vote you the fuck out of every power that you have clawed your way into. Don't be surprised if this is the end of MAGA.
Physical competition spaces. Look, you can be a woman for your passport. I'm not trying to take that away from anyone. I'm not trying to invalidate anyone's self-identification. Identify however you want. I support and affirm you. I don't care at all, even in the slightest little bit.
That's nice.
I want the same protection.
That's nice. That's nice. So what Robbie is saying is, something that maybe a lot of trans people have heard before, right? That it's like a libertarian argument, right? And I'll give him credit for this, right? It's not like a Matt Walsh argument here. It's not an eliminationist argument. This is a libertarian argument. But what it does is it kind of says, all right, here's the deal. You think you're a woman, and I think that's fucking weird. All right, obviously you weren't born that way. Obviously that's not real, but it doesn't really hurt me to humor your delusion and treat you with a modicum of respect. And if you want this pronoun, sure. If you want that, like, I don't know, he's probably not somebody that like is okay with like they them pronouns, but right, within a certain degree, he is willing to what he would call like humor trans people. But then he's like, but when it comes to something real like sports, you just can't do it. You just can't do it because there's biology and there's reality, and like you can, right? So trans people are kind of used to this this sort of acceptance with like an asterisk on it. This sort of like limited acceptance, right? That Robbie is expressing, where what you're really saying as a cis person when you're saying this kind of shit to trans people is that you are compartmentalizing your mind and separating our gender identity from a reality that you want to be able to kind of like, mark us as different and keep in your mind that we are different. And when things are important, you treat us different. But when it's something like, that you think is superficial, right, you're willing to indulge people in their in their subjective experience, which is laudable and is better than it would be if it's a straight up MAGA view, if it's a Matt Walsh kind of view. But it's still not like, just understand, cis people, that if this is what you believe and this is how you act and this is how you think, right, you may think you have trans friends, but when they hear this kind of shit coming out of your mouth, they're going to reconsider how much of friends they really are with you, right? Because that's what you lose. Look, on some level, like, the libertarian argument is what prevails in society, right? Nobody's forcing you to use any pronouns. Nobody's forcing you to think of trans people like this or that. There's no Bill C-16 that's going to come along and throw you in the gender gulag if you are insufficiently woke in terms of your assessment of trans people. But understand that trans people do exist and are actually more prevalent than you might realize. Also understand that there are a number of people who do accept trans people and that love trans people and that have trans people in their family and people that they care about. And when you're deciding that you are going to compartmentalize your mind this way and kind of, be polite in public, but sort of hold, trans people as like inherently not the gender that they identify with, you're not going to have an easy time with people who are trans or people who love trans people. Because despite the fact that you're a fucking libertarian and you want everybody to just kind of be able to do their own thing, right? You're doubling down on this kind of bigotry. And like, look, TERFs might not be able to tell who's trans and who's not. They say that we can always tell. But guess what? Trans people can always tell who really accepts them and who doesn't. But yeah, this is
treatment. We're talking about a specific aspect of human socialization of competitive sports, where the differences between men and women are significant. In most ways, like our legal system does not in most ways recognize differences between men and women, as they should not. But there are some ways in which men and women are different, and in terms of competitive physical ability, that is one of them.
Yeah.
And so you have to separate men and women in sports, even from a young age, if you want it to be competitive at some point. And now we're getting to...
Wait, if you want them to, you got to separate... Because this is what Cenk says. This is another difference between the argument that we're going to hear from Ravi here and the argument that we're going to hear from Cenk Uygur later. Cenk has no problem with trans people participating in sports of their, of their gender identity at a young age, but basically, kind of cuts that off at puberty because of the idea of, testosterone and the difference between that and estrogen, which like I said, is kind of exaggerated and mystified to a certain extent. But he carries it so far that it's kind of like, you're done. You're done. You start to experience puberty, and now you either have to compete in a league where you are legitimately at a severe disadvantage, right? In terms of things like the anabolic effect of testosterone versus estrogen. You're gonna have to either compete with men if you're a trans woman, or you're not gonna compete in sports at all. And they seem to think that this is okay. Another thing that they'll propose, another thing that they'll throw out there, is the idea of like, well, what if we had just a league of their own for trans people? Trans people there could be like a third category, right, for trans people to compete in. And like I said, there's not enough athletes to actually where there is a where we can point to top level trans competitors at like almost any sport, right? What makes you think that there would be enough athletes to fill a league? And also, isn't a separate league for a certain class of people? Does that not ring any bells historically for anyone? Does that not point to a much less enlightened time when there were separate leagues? I mean, I don't know. Is that really where is that? I don't know if that's as enlightened as you think it is, right? Anyway,
you're right. A tricky situation where this person did not transition, so they're not under the transgender category. However, they do have a natural biological advantage in terms of higher testosterone levels that should probably mean that they're not competing against biological women. And maybe that's just like in your case, you don't do that, or you're in a separate, you're with other people.
There we go.
Similarly,
I called it.
Advanced testosterone levels or something like
advanced testosterone level.
It's a difficult situation, but it just seems very clear to me that this person.
But here's something else, right? Men produce different levels of testosterone. Is it really fair for those at a lower level of testosterone production to compete with those at a higher level, right? I mean, like, how granular do you want to get? Boxing's a great example, right? Because boxing doesn't just have a separation between men and women, right? Boxing has a separation based on weight class, right? So there are a lot of different weight classes that you can be, and you have to be under a certain weight to be, all but the heaviest, right? They have a limit, like a top limit. You if you're heavier than this, you can't compete at this level. That's why boxers are always seen trying to drop weight, sucking on an ice cube, starving themselves, sweating out massive amounts of fluids in order to qualify for their events, right? So boxing does get kind of granular like that, but honestly, how granular do you want to get? Do you want to have like basketball leagues for if you have to be 6 foot or under? Or does this at some point, ironically enough, right, start to resemble the libertarian bedtime story that some of you may be familiar with, known as Harrison Bergerac, right? This is something that libertarians and conservatives will talk about in terms of complaining about society and complaining about liberal society, right? It's a novel in which people who are good at things or smart or athletically gifted, they're all forced to live with something that impinges that. So if you're really smart, you've got this little thing in your head that interrupts your thoughts from time to time to kind of try to bring you down to everybody else's level. If you're really athletic, you got to wear weights around, to kind of bring you down to like everybody else's level. I mean, it's a ham-fisted criticism of liberal society that seeks to that places equality as a value from libertarians, objectivists, and conservatives who don't think that equality is a laudable value.
Should not have been in this match.
Yeah, we want fights to be fair, and except in the case of Maduro and Elon Musk, but we want generally
Phelps' back is too wide, ban him.
Fights to be fair physically. We want athletes. It's not a real competition if one person's much stronger than the other person, and I think that
Yeah.
I'm curious to know what biochemical tests they completed to determine this.
I mean, for boxing,
saying
they
that
even
it
do,
wasn't testosterone.
you know, they even do, right, you're in a weight class, and additionally, in boxing. It's not just like, even for, let's just set aside the women's issue, let's just say men's boxing, men boxing each other. It's not like any man goes up against any other man. There's like very strict criteria for you're in this weight category against, the, you know, some boxers want to lose weight, want to slim down so they can fit into a, you know, they can be the heaviest person in exactly this narrower weight.
But do you understand that's another issue? Like, well, let's look at men's boxing versus women's boxing, or men's MMA versus women's MMA. Let me find this. Okay, I'm gonna have to do a little digging here. Weight categories, men, women, UFC, because I think I remember something about. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so hopefully this is visible. We have men's UFC weight classes, right? Heavyweight, you gotta. Oh, I didn't even realize they had a minimum weight. Tops out at 265, light heavyweight 205, middleweight 185, welterweight 170, lightweight, featherweight, bantamweight, flyweight, right? So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 categories for men. Let's look at women. Oh, look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4. You have half the weight classes for women than for men. Now, does that mean that there are not female boxers that are over 145 pounds in weight? No. It just means that there aren't enough competitors to warrant more categories, right? So whereas there's a lot of male competitors in UFC, there's less female competitors, and hence there are less weight classes. So do you see what I'm getting at, chat? The less people that you have in a category, the less you're able to do this granular thing where you try to set up fights so that they're fair. You want to be like, look, basically, if you look here, everybody's within 10 pounds of each other. Everybody's close to the same weight as everybody else in these categories, right? I mean, there's no limitation on in terms of height. So, you know, some of these people might have a lot more reach. You know, that might be considered more or less fair, but imagine, chat, like, so this is women's, right? Imagine if we had a third division and that's trans. How many weight classes are they going to be able to do in that division? Right? Because I'll tell you that there are a fraction of the number of trans UFC fighters, a small fraction of the number there are for women. So if you really did have a trans category, it would probably have at most 2 weight classes. I don't even know if you could do this, right? Because like I said, you know, high-level trans athletes are a pretty rare commodity. And this is the reason that we've got this phenomenon of a witch hunt in search of witches, right? Trans people have been able to compete, have been allowed to compete in Olympic competition for more than 20 years. And yet, how many gold medals did the supposedly unstoppable juggernaut that is a trans woman with XY chromosomes, how many medals have been locked up by these unstoppable trans athletes? The answer is 0. The answer is 0, and there just aren't that many trans athletes. So, yeah, the whole idea of a separate league is, you know, as fucked up as it is, it's not even pragmatic.
Class to fight. So it's like my point being, it's very carefully litigated who you are allowed to compete against in boxing as a sport. And so I would think that would preempt inclusion of this person, and I understand why everyone was so upset about it.
Right, yeah. And Adams, who is the IOC...
That's a very brave take, Robbie. I understand why everyone was so upset about it. Do you understand that, like, the level of harassment? Do you understand, like, the level of hate that was generated towards this boxer? Generated towards Imane Khelif? Like, he's like, I understand why everybody feels that way. Like, seriously, Robbie? Your understanding of people conducting a fucking witch hunt. Your understanding of people trying to ruin an athlete's life.
Spokesman spoke to this and said, testosterone is, in reference to the testosterone test, it's not perfect. Many women can have high testosterone, even an amount that would be called male levels. Similarly, males can have low testosterone, similar to women's levels, but they can still be women with high testosterone and compete as women. So the idea that you test and you do one for testosterone and you're not considered a woman anymore, he's really questioning that people are calling these women transgender when he says this was not a transgender issue. There's been some misreporting on that in the press. And so I think this is...
Do you see how this can turn into a witch hunt? That like, you know, even somebody that's got an established, you know, history of being, you know, raised as a woman can still be, you know, subjected to this like scrutiny. I mean, like, look at Candace Owens and her obsession about the First Lady of France, right? And she's not the only one with this weird theory. Look at the right-wingers and their weird obsession with Michelle Obama, right? We've got a phenomenon of transvestigation that does not stop with trans people. We've got a, you know, cultivated sort of conspiracy community that refuses to believe official sources. So even when you do have like a birth certificate, documentation, childhood pictures, like you do with Khelif, you're still going to have people like saying she's a witch, or in this case, she's a man. And even with all the proof to the contrary, there are still people saying that shit, including J.K. Rowling, right? J.K. Rowling, you know, enemy of trans people, somebody who does not believe in what she would call transgenderism, wants to forcefully transition Khelif, wants to append male pronouns to Khelif and basically call her a man based on her supposed chromosomes, with no fucking proof at all. This shit is dangerous. And I don't think it's in anyone's interest, you know, to conduct this kind of a witch hunt. I think this is something that we can repudiate, that we can stand in solidarity against trans women and cis women together, standing up for having our gender fucking policed. It's not okay. It's not fucking okay. And we don't have to put up with it. Because at the end of the day, it's these fuckers that are weird. All right? Not us. Not any of us. You don't have to conform to J.K. Rowling's twisted standard of femininity to be considered a woman. If you're a woman, that's enough for me. And I mean cis woman, trans woman, whatever. All right?
It's gonna really rock conservatives' minds, hopefully J.K. Rowling's, about what it means
yeah, a little, that's not gonna, it's not, no, she hasn't
biologically to be a woman, because sometimes a woman has high testosterone. How do we grapple with that? So very interesting. I hope.
And sometimes a woman has an XY. And I can go even further with that if you you're willing to go with me. Let's see. I wanna show you Rowling's tweets after this.
Hope there's some reflection there, but I'm not sure that it will be. I think something like this is going to be taken as just more fuel to the political fire on the transgender issue.
That does it for us today on Rising. Thank you so much for...
I don't think there's a lot of reflection from Robbie as far as his consideration. I'm kind of curious if here, let's take a look at this first. Wait, this is in...
هذه فريد فامي. أنا بنتي طفلة ومتربية طفلة وفور وهي متربية على.
Okay, I am knowledgeable of French, but I do not normally translate. But this is her father, and he's saying, my daughter is a woman. We have all the evidence, including her birth certificate. Yo, this is seeming like birtherism all over again, right? My daughter was stronger than the Italian boxer. She works very hard. All right, let me just... I'll have to pause it whenever...
هذه فريد فامي.
My child is a girl. The father of boxer Imane Khelif defends her.
أنا بنتي
My daughter is a girl.
طفلة ومتربية طفلة
She was raised as a girl.
وفور وهي متربية على.
She's a strong girl.
الخدمة تخدم تعطيني.
I raised her for her to work.
بزاف وتخدم وعندها الحرارة تاع الخدمة.
She has the strength. She's become strong from her work
العمل تاعها.
and entertainment.
راهي طاليانية.
Her opponent, her Italian opponent,
هي ما طاقتش مش كيف.
who confronted her, was incapable of beating my daughter.
هي ما طاقتش. هذا الفرق.
Because my daughter is more strong than her.
هذيك حارة عليها وهذيك باردة. هذه فريد فامي.
Okay, so here's the certificate. Or it's a passport.
1992 خليفة إيمان. هاي وين البنت؟ أنثى. هاي وين البنت أنثى أقرأ ها.
It's written here. You can see, you can read.
هذا ما يكذبش هذا راها في الو.
This document does not lie.
في 99 سجلوا فيه. هذو أعداء الله هذا.
It's registered in 1999.
هذو اللي راهم يكذبوا وديرين.
The people who lie and a ferocious campaign of lies against her are the enemies of God. This document is registered in was signed in 1999 at her birth. Imane is an example of a Algerian woman. She is one of the hero. She's one of the heroes of Algeria. Sorry, Algiers. She honors us with a gold medal.
وترفع الراية الوطنية في باريس. هذا الهدف تاعنا احنا الوحيد اللي رانا مسطرينه من بكري.
It's our sole goal
تاعنا احنا الوحيد اللي رانا
that we can fix before her.
مسطرينه من بكري.
So yeah, that's heartbreaking. That's heartbreaking. She'll fly the flag in Paris. That's our only goal. The sole objectif. I could know French better if I practiced more, but yeah, I can read it. Anyway, let me read you, speaking of reading, I want to read you an article. This is from junkie.com. It's an article called Transphobes Aren't Protecting Women. The controversial Olympic boxing match between Algeria's Imane Khelif and Italy's Angela Carini is a prime example of how hateful transphobic rhetoric is. How hateful transphobic rhetoric is not and never will be in the interest of women or feminism, despite what many seem to believe. Make sure that this is showing up. Okay, yeah, it works. After 46 seconds in the ring, Carini ended her Olympic run by forfeiting the match against Khelif. I felt a severe pain in my nose. With the maturity of a boxer, I said enough. Because I didn't want to, I couldn't finish the match. This is Carini speaking. Props to Simon Pierre Dubé. Thank you for the $2 Canadian. Pas mal, mais faut pratiquer. I should practice is what Simon says. But it's not bad. B+, hey, I'll take it. Il faut pratiquer, c'est vrai. C'est indisputable, peut-être. But anyway, thank you for the super chat. Let me know what you want me to add that to, and I will. We're at 13% of the dono gold today, chat. I think we might get it. I think we might actually get it. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the super chats. So props to Carini for knowing her limits, because God knows I would be calling it quits after 2 seconds in the boxing ring. How these athletes have the grit, yeah, getting hit in the face is something you got to get used to. Have the grit to face up to an entire other person, a whole ass other person who has made it very clear that they want to punch you right in the face. I will never know. But because of how hard she felt she was hit, Karina suggested the match was not fair. While she didn't specify the reason, the fairness of the this is Riley. What's her name? Riley. Oh my God. How have I forgotten her name already? Whatever her name is. Syndrome. The fairness of the fight has been called into question because Khelif and another boxer were disqualified from the 2023 International Boxing Association. That's the IBA. That's the discredited organization, right? The joke organization, the clown organization, the Clown Boxing Association is what they should be called. World Championship after failing an unspecified gender eligibility test. Unspecified because they didn't tell us what the fuck it was. Riley Gaines, thank you. I can never remember. I'm always wanting to say Riley Grace Rochong, but that's a different person. And anyway, the IBA president, Umar Kremlev, I've only got room for one Riley in my brain, apparently. Umar Kremlev told the press that it was because it was proven they had XY chromosomes. But according to the minutes of the IBA's board of directors meeting, all that was noted was the failed test conducted by an independent laboratory. The IBA also appears to have a history of credibility and integrity issues. That may raise questions about their procedures. As you can imagine, transphobes around the world leapt at the chance to accuse Khelif of being a man. There's this is the tweet that I was looking for, by the way. who was apparently enjoying the distress of a woman she's just punched in the head. So here's J.K. Rowling's tweet. As far as I know, it's still up. Logan Paul did take his tweet down, but he didn't really apologize. Could any picture better sum up our new men's rights movement? The smirk of a male who knows he's protected by a misogynist sporting establishment, enjoying the distress of a woman he's punched in the head, and whose life's ambitions he's just shattered. Now, in case you think that Rowling is confused about Khelif, in case you think that she's just wait, I gotta find the latest tweet from J.K. Rowling. Okay, here we go. This is the follow-up tweet that she made. The idea that those objecting to a male punching a female in the name of sporting how's she write? Okay, the idea that those objecting to a male punching a female in the name of sport are objecting because they believe Khelif is trans is a joke. Oh, so she never thought that. So it's exactly what I said. You are force transitioning Khelif. You are stripping Khelif of she, her pronouns, forcing he, him on her, and essentially attempting to force social transition, force society to treat this person.
Alanis Ray super chatted $7.21. Rose love the content.
Aw.
Here's hoping money from a trans girl is still accepted in the USA.
I think so.
Doing just fine with Le Francais, dear. Love from Canada. Kiss.
Oh my God, you're so sweet. That is so sweet of you. That is so sweet of you. And I will add that to the dono goal. You might have to remind me after this chat. Whoever's, we'll take a little break. We'll look at where we're at as far as the dono goal goes, and I'll make sure that I get all of your donations applied to the subject of your choice. Remember, donating enables you to add the percentage that you donated, right? So if it's $2 US, that's 2%. If it's $3, it's 3% US to the subject of your choice, the subjects that you see in the poll, and it may be determinative as far as what we end up watching after we get done with this topic. So yeah, there we go. She's acting like she was never even under the impression that Khelif was trans, but she's still essentially, you're taking a cis woman now, J.K. Rowling, and policing her and saying, oh, you think you're a woman. Isn't that cute? You're not. You've got XY chromosomes based on nothing, right? Remember, they don't have this information. Like, they think that it's there based on the actions and the statements of the IBA, but the IBA has not shown us shit. But J.K. Rowling is like, no, this is a male. This is clearly a male. And I'm going to refer to her with the wrong pronouns, and I'm essentially going to force transition her to the gender of my choosing, what I identify her as. This is some messed up shit, right? These TERFs have taken it too far. And like I said, this is their Waterloo right here. Anyway, back to the article. Misgendering aside, like, yes, it's boxing. Aren't you meant to be happy when you win a match by, I don't know, successfully punching the other person in the head? Again, saying this sport makes any sense to me personally, not saying that this sport makes any sense to me personally, but I'd imagine actual boxers are well aware of how it works. In my opinion, Khelif definitely looks stronger than Carini, so I don't doubt her punches would hurt like hell. But I also don't think her physique is unattainable for a woman. Not even. There's a ton of strong women out there for sure. And again, like, this puts athletes, and in the past I would have said trans athletes, right? But now
there are freaking communist invading radicals.
I'm gonna have to add cis women to that list. This puts trans and cis women in a place where it is imperative that we don't look too strong, that we don't look too fast, that we don't look too competent at what we're doing, because we are being policed by the likes of J.K. Rowling at threat of forced social transition to a gender you do not identify as, to a gender that Khelif has never identified as, based on her view of what is a woman. Like, to be stripped of your fucking gender assigned at birth is actually kind of wild, but that's what TERFs are doing now. That's what TERFs are doing. That's what gender critical freak shows like J.K. Rowling are doing. I've said it before and I'll say it again. These fuckers are weird. J.K. Rowling, you're a weird little dude. You know that? You are a weird little dude. Anyway, appreciate that this is and I'm not trying to, I'm not doing the thing where we transvestigate J.K. Rowling, and I would encourage you not to do that either. In my book, dude is adaptable. Dude is co-ed, but yeah, there are people currently transvestigating the transvestigators. So I guess there's that. Anyway, I disavow. I appreciate that this is a complex situation and that many people that has many people feeling upset. Violence against women, especially the appalling statistics we faced in Australia. Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, this is great, right? Because I'm going to show you a really bad take from Australia later on. So this is a good take from Australia to balance that out, to let you know that not all Australians are, bigoted freak shows. It's deeply harrowing. Further to that, women have been generally trying to survive in a culture where men have been wielding power in countless ways for centuries. It's a constant struggle. This boxing match just isn't just part of the struggle. Sorry, just isn't part of that struggle, though. Being an elite athlete is, in some ways, a genetic lottery. This is what I was saying earlier. And for some people just win. Even if these unspecified gender tests somehow deem Khelif isn't a woman, what does that mean exactly? I'm being sus of that, right, too. Like, the idea of, like, considering women with an XY to not be women, it's all so fucked up. But I don't think that's what this author means. Anyway, does it mean that having genetic traits that are usually seen in men, like bigger muscle mass, broad shoulders, or elevated testosterone, makes these women not women? I'm sure if transphobes realize how damaging this rhetoric is, ends up being to women. Not sure if transphobes realize that is what she said. Sorry, not trans women, but not just trans women, but women as a whole. It reduces what it means to be a woman. Most of the time, identifiable female traits. Sorry, most of the time. Identifiable female traits. C, yeah, they can always tell, remember? C, at some point, along with transphobia, the transphobia spectrum, the strict policing of what it means to be a woman becomes straight up misogyny. Yes, not just misogyny, but it's actually got in the case of Khelif, I gotta call it, there's a tinge of racism in there too. Maybe more than a tinge. Maybe a dollop, a decent dollop of racism added into the misogyny, because a woman couldn't possibly be that strong. If she is, she must be a man. Where I think transphobes get confused is that they may be applying the same strictness and the same set of rules to trans people. They say that trans women reduce womanhood to certain traits, and that they don't get to simply decide to be a woman. The thing is, I had to decide to be a woman too, in a way. I was born into this world which demanded I be a certain way, that I need and mold myself into the expectations of womanhood. And still, some people wouldn't hesitate to claim I wasn't a real woman if my hair wasn't long enough, if my tits weren't big enough, or if I didn't know how to make chicken soup just right. You didn't know how to cut the corners off of the peanut butter sandwich, right? You're not a real woman, right? I guess, right? Sorry, that's what my mom did. Don't get me wrong, I love being a woman, but that love has been born from a reclamation of what a patriarchal culture has tried to take from me. It's a retaliation against a lifetime of assumptions and expectations that I be good at certain things and terrible at others purely because I was a girl. It's a celebration of girlhood, with an underlying bitterness over the fact that I didn't choose this. Transphobia is getting to the point where it's hurting the very people they claim to be fighting for. I do sympathize with those who think it's simply unfair based on the previous rulings from the IBA and the 2023 World Championships, even though the unspecified tests are not exactly informative. What frustrates me is that female athletes are being dragged into this by transphobes wanting to escalate this into a huge, scary moral panic for the sake of culture war points. I don't need cis women chucking a fit because their outdated misogynistic definitions of woman are changing. I don't need cis men to tell me that they're protecting us from trans women, when it's actually cis men I fear the most. And I definitely don't need to be saved from extremely strong female athletes winning all the gold medals, because that's what they're supposed to do. Unlike them, I did not win that particular genetic lottery. Oh well. And this is Leah Kim, who's written this, journalist at Junkie, which it sounds like I'm saying a French word, doesn't it? I'm not actually. It's Gunkee is the name of the online publication. Here, let me link it in chat. I don't know much about this. I assume that they're a good, reputable source. Omega Star, thank you for the gifted sub to Sappy Wonder. Sappy Wonder, you've just been weaseled. Oh, that's really sweet of you. You've been weaseled. That's right, Jules. You're on it before I even got there. But yeah, that's wow. Feed the frogs. I will feed the frogs indeed. The frogs are eating good. We got to figure out how this works. So chat, I'm in the works, and I get that some people are frustrated with how long it takes to explain the, okay, so I've heard, I just want to say this, all right? Let's get here, right here. There we are. Okay, so, wait, I don't think I added that, so 24%. Okay, so I get that, some people have complained that within the VOD, within the stream, there's like too much time spent to like explaining the poll, explaining the dono goal, etc., etc., etc. I'm not trying to do a PBS telethon, all right? Although, you know, I am brought to you by viewers like you and viewers like you or who allow me to be a full-time content creator, which I very much appreciate. Every time I pay my rent, I think of you, because you know it's through every time I pay the internet bill or the electric bill or anything, I honestly think of you, because like a lot of people who create content never get to go full time, and even though I'm just hanging in there by the skin of my teeth, I appreciate the fuck out of that, right? But again, I don't want this to take over the stream, and I get that the dono goal that I have contrived, although I'm trying to make it fun and trying to offer something as a reward for hitting that dono goal, and actually offer something to the people giving those donos in terms of being able to determine what content we end up adding to the stream, right? This is like the you part of the stream. I get that it's like, you know what I mean? You're here for content and explaining a overly complicated dono goal system is not exactly the content that you signed up for. So I get that, and I'm trying to streamline it, and I actually talked to Zara this morning about possibly making it like more automatic, right? And simpler, right? Because it is a lot to explain by the time that I have to explain the Vox Populi and all the other stuff. But anyway, we're 24% of the way toward the dono goal. That is almost 1/4 of the way there. We are, 3/4 away from hitting that goal, and I do need to make sure, let's see, that I've got everybody's Oh yeah, and thank you, Grey Knight. I'll try to get to that in just a second. I think I'm missing one. Alanis Ray, yeah, thank you for the $10 Canadian. And let me know which of these topics interest you. So when you donate, whether it's a super chat, whether you're getting yourself a membership, whether you're gifting memberships to other people, you get the ability to affect the outcome of the poll, just like Simone Pierre, just, sorry, I know how to pronounce names, right? Simone Pierre just donated to Team Vaush. So that's going to go up by, oh my gosh, let me make it 2. I have to alternate on Canadian dollars between rounding it down and rounding it up. But yeah, I will. That's 4% for Team Voosh. Yeah, I think the only super chat. Oh my god. And thank you for signing up for a membership, Alanis. Yeah, let me know in the chat. You might have already said it, but which of these topics you want to see come up, and I can add both your super chat and your. Oh my gosh, chat. Oh, this is the other thing. Yeah, I do need to make this into. So Zara was saying that I should make a I should make a spreadsheet and have it like automatically add up. I didn't add your second dono for the Tech Bros. Okay, there we go. 4% to Tech Bros. I don't know if I fancy Canadians with their dollars. Well, I gotta add at least no calculator chick. Yeah, and when I apparently super edgy. Yeah, that's in there. I haven't updated that for a while either. The my Twitch bio. Never was a cornflake girl. Wait, did I say something about breakfast cereal in there? I bet I did. Part of this complete breakfast. Wait, what? Okay. Oh my gosh, chat. There could be easily done binding with Python. That's a good idea. If I knew how to program, I would do that. I don't know what I've added. Now I'm confused. But yeah, I appreciate the super chats and the memberships and everything. And just remember, any kind of donation, whether it's super chat, super sticker, getting yourself a membership, giving a membership to somebody else. If you are signing up for Patreon, that counts as a donation. If you are donating to my throne, which is down there, if you're watching on the full scale stream, or up there if you're watching on the shorts. Also, Twitch, don't think I've forgotten about you. At the top of every hour, which is coming up in like 7 minutes, there is an ad break. That ad break is 3 minutes. It's unskippable. Unlike YouTube, YouTube can skip their ads. Twitch, you cannot. If that ad break is becoming annoying for you, there's some things you can do about it. You can pay for $6 for a sub to get yourself out of it. You can use a Twitch Prime to get yourself a sub for free, or possibly be gifted one. Sometimes people, a megastar, the latest example, are very generous in chat, but if you want to be one of the lucky ones who gets a gift sub, just be active in chat. No ads here. That's right. That's what the power of a sub on Twitch, it actually gets. Yeah, I should specify, memberships on YouTube do not get you out of the ads on YouTube, but the ads are probably slightly easier to deal with anyway. But yeah, like I said, the one thing that I don't like about this, the dono goal and stuff, is that like it takes too much of my time to explain it, and it's not like automatic. And now I'm like unsure if I've got everybody's dono counted. Do I? I feel like there might be one that I'm missing. Chad Alpha says this whole episode exposes that transphobia hurts cis women as well. Yeah, that's a huge issue, and that is the author of this article. Leah Kim is expressing solidarity. It's you know, it's kind of a beautiful thing to see women come together to put the hurt on transphobes, because we've had enough of their shit. Trans women have definitely had enough of their shit. And I think cis women are starting to wake up that they don't want their gender to be policed like this either. Narwhal by Nature, thank you for the gift sub to Bree Breezy. Bree Breezy, I believe that you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. The CSAD to USD exchange rate has not been fun these days. Is it bad for Canada? Is it putting the hurt on Canada? Oh my god. Make Irene bounce. Oh my gosh, make Irene get better point redeems. See, I could, like, if I bounce, it's gonna be like this, right? So I don't have my trampoline. I mean, I do, it's like right over there, but wait, what if I did something different for the make Irene bounce? Yeah, we'll probably do should we do TYT next and then Tempool after that? Something like that. Okay. Make Irene bounce, okay? This is the new what that's gonna be until I figure out a way to get my trampoline into the scene. Here we go. Bounce. No, I just knocked down my coffee pot. Oh my gosh. Making Irene bounce is now dangerous. But that's part of the fun, isn't it? Right? You're gonna bounce. 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 I feel like 5 bounces is good, right? Here we go. 5 bounces for a mega star. And sorry I couldn't give you the trampoline thing. No, it's not your bad. It's my bad for not updating my my channel points. You love the giant ball? Oh, thank you. Okay, so chat, if I am not counting everybody's dono, like, let me know, because like I kind of lost track of stuff. Everybody's so generous. I appreciate it. But it's like I don't know if we're like, just don't spill it all. I mean, luckily it's in one of these things, right? Luckily I've got a pretty tight, pretty secure, what do you call this? A carafe? Or like a French press. That's what it's called. See, I may not speak French perfectly, but I do have a French press. Your coffee is safe here? Oh, I didn't spill your coffee. That's right, Void Coffee. We should probably do the
Void coffee.
Was it Elon that ruined it, or was it Vox Populi, always a problematic phrase? What is Elon's Vox Populi? Vox Populi. Vox Populocious. Do I eat a lot of cheese? I did when I was in France. I had a really interesting experience, right? I actually traveled in France when I was in high school, and I had this situation where, like, my teacher, you know, she was like older and she had traveled in France, but it was like a long time ago. I think it was like the 70s or something was the last time she was in France. And so, like, when we're ready to go on the trip, she's all right. Like we had this meeting of like, okay, here's how it's going to work. You get to your host family and, you do this and that. Right. And at the end of it, she's like, I've got one more question. Is anybody in here vegetarian? And I'm like, all right. Well, I mean, like that might be manageable. Anybody in here vegan though? And I'm like, she's like, all right, so I just want you to understand one thing. The French, they don't understand veganism, right? It's not a thing there. They don't even have a word for it. All right, she was wrong about this because I learned the word for it. There is a word for vegan in France, and people are vegan. But she's like, I just want you to understand that your dietary restriction is going to be understood by your host family as the most grave of offenses. Like, you might as well shit on their carpet as refuse to eat their dairy products. Right? And she actually bullied me into, eating dairy products while I was there. She leaned on me and made me feel like I would be giving the grossest and most bestial of offenses by refusing to eat the cheese that I was served. Because the French, they love their cheese. Is it just veggie? Like it's in vegetarian. Right? This is a full vegetarian. Vegetarian. Or something. I'm probably mispronouncing it now, right? But yeah, they do have a word for vegetarian, and they do have a word for vegan, and there are vegans in France, and they even have restaurants in Paris, which I visited. So my teacher just was not up to date on the changes in French culture. The French understand writing, though. Well, yeah, they do, and for that reason, their government understands not taking away their benefits so easily. Vegetarian or vegetarian. Wait, that's for like, okay, so that's if you don't eat meat, but you do eat dairy products, right? Vegetarian. But is it with an L for vegan, right? What if you're lactose intolerant? I don't know. Did they just not have that over there? Did they just not recognize a lactose intolerance? But yeah, it would be a trip. It would be a trip if you were to go to France like I am now, where I don't eat gluten either. And it's not because I'm like super picky about my diet. It's because it actually fucks me up. Vegetarian. What are we talking about? Well,
but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Right now we're talking about being vegan in France in a food culture that's very heavily dairy, and whether it's offensive to your host. Should you stay with someone in France to abstain from eating the dairy product that they offer you? Maybe it's the Roundup? I don't know. But yeah, we should get okay, massive chat loss. We need to get going. Okay, so yeah, I swear to God, I left somebody out of this dono goal thing. I add that up, that's 12, that's 16, that's 22. Let's just say it's at 32. I think that's correct. Cheese is a part of my culture, so I could not forsake it. A vegetarian is eating dairy products and some products vegetarian. So I went from being vegetarian, strict plant-based, to being vegetarian, vegetarian. Oh my gosh, now my pronunciation has gone all askew. Like in Paris, I got cashew cheese since it's kosher. for use with meat dishes. That's cool. In short, Boxer getting lots of support in my suggested videos. Lefty Bubble. Okay, so let me explain this to you. Bad Lefty is pointing out that you're perceiving the tide to have changed, and that's what I said. Okay, so when this first happened, right, this is what I was getting at, right? When this first happened, there was just massive transphobia. J.K. Rowling's tweet, Logan Paul's tweet got like 1 million likes on it, right? Logan Paul got 1 million likes on this just like harsh transphobic tweet, right? And then as the news started to catch up, right, and people started to realize that like this isn't about a trans person at all, there's been more and more support, and now there is a hashtag, I stand with Imane Khelif, right? It's a hashtag now. And if I am to look on Twitter right now, here, let's take a look at this. Let's take a look and see what's trending. Rowling is trending. Oh my gosh. Well, it was on there earlier. Yeah, look at this. This is the... There's a lot more support for her now.
منذ سنوات وأنا ألاكم في الاتحاد الدولي الذي ظلمني ولكن أنا عندي الله الله أكبر شكرا إيمان منذ سنوات وأنا ألاكم.
And that's what her dad said, was basically like anybody, these people that are against her in social media, they are enemies of God. I have been boxing for years in the International Boxing Association, which has committed an injustice towards me. But I have God by my side. Praise God. Yeah, she won her bout today as well. A woman she was and she will be forever due to the misinformation that spread from unknown sources accusing Imane Khelif. You know, it's not exactly unknown sources, right? We know the culprits. And they're the same fuckers that are, you know, you will never be a woman and what is a woman? They're the same assholes. It's, you know, MAGA chuds, bigots, TERFs, misogynists. It's the same fuckers. It's the same fuckers as always, right? Oh no, this is actually a fucking transphobic one. Wow. Well, that's not solidarity. But it is true that, like, you are not, you know, being trans is not accepted in Algeria. You would not get a female on your passport if you were trans and from Algeria. The GoFundMe. Oh god, look at this. This is a image that I've been seeing. Right? That's how she's being portrayed? Now she's got like Satan horns. And like massive, I don't know, it's just it's so fucked up. Feeling the need to post pictures to confirm that, you know, she's got, I don't know what this is. Oh God, there's a GoFundMe for Angela Carini. So yeah, I mean, like, this is the Riley Gaines move that she's doing here, where she just like harnesses like all this outpouring of transphobia, and you know, claims to be a victim of big trans. Is this her opponent for today? Luca Hamori had a lot of shit to say on Instagram, but face to face it's crickets. Yeah. Anyway, we need to get to the yeah, her opponent did apologize. That's true. Yeah, she shit talked her on Instagram apparently. I'm sorry, Anivia, I believe you're misspelling loser. Yeah. You're having trouble with spelling. It's spelled Loser, and that's what's called when you get 5th place in a competition, right? Behind a trans competitor who places 4th place, right? That's not domination of women's sports, right? That is a fucking loser who is coping and seething, and just like you will be under from behind the ban that you're no doubt getting. Fuck around and find out, chat. The mods are not putting up with shit today, and I've told them not to put up with shit. Right? It's bad enough. I'm sure they're getting a lot of. There's like, this has been the vector for a lot of hate. Anyway, we got to get going. I got to get moving. I think that we're at here, just so to orient us. I think we're at 32%. That was the best that I could get as far as the estimation. I might be overestimating. I might be underestimating. But I think we're at 32% as far. That's the best that I can do. As far as the dono goal, I'll try to be quicker about catching those when they come in. Right? Just the Canadian dollars threw me because I don't know how to. I don't know how to convert it in my head. I think $10 is like $7 US. So that's what I added. Hopefully I am correct. Pretty tame in Twitch. Well, Twitch is going to be different. Twitch is okay. It's YouTube Shorts that I'm worried about. You want the coping and seething song? Yeah, we should really have this on the soundboard by now, Shaxbia. You're right. I mean, it's a beautiful track.
You are coping and seething.
Yeah, if I do it too much, I'll turn into tipster. So I gotta watch out. But yeah, let's see. So what I was trying to get at. Oh my gosh, things are happening. Lexical, thank you for the gift membership to Into the Abyss. Into the Abyss. I gotta say, it seems like you've just been weaseled. And that's a good thing. But yeah, thank you, Lexical, for the gift membership. If there's anybody who's, I haven't added you to your donos to the subject of your choice, just know that that's out there. If you want to tell me, either Tech Bros want to Matrix the Poor, Squid Tips versus Vosh, why so many Mormon influencers, Cavernacle versus Mr. Beast, or Vox Populi, if you want to just like kind of throw it back to the voters and make their votes count for more. I feel like somebody did Vox Populi and I didn't get it down. Chat, I'm doing such a bad job. I am doing such a bad job. Yeah, it's not a good time to Pepe post. We do need to get so what does that bring it to? Wait, did I added that, right? 35%. So yeah, we're at 35%, which is right around 1/3 of the way there, which means we got 2/3 of the way to go. It looks like Tech Bros Want to Matrix the Poor is winning in Shorts chat. with Cavernacle on Mr. Beast in second place, Why So Many Mormon Influencers in third place, and Squid Tips versus Vosh in last place. It's a completely different story over on the Full Scale stream with Squid Tips versus Vosh in first place, Mormon Influencers in second place, Tech Bros Wanna Matrix the Poor in third place, and Cavernacle on Mr. Beast in fourth place. So yeah, I'll keep track of that, and I'll keep on adding your donos to the topic of your choice. Looks like it's pretty even so far. Why so many Mormon influencers got a little bit more? We got nothing in Vox Populi yet. So if you're a real believer in the sanctity of the vote, you can say Vox Populi when you donate, and I will add your donation to basically make the vote count for more. That's how that works. And of course, if you're a gaming frog, you can vote to Fallout New Vegas. And this is basically like the Geiger counter. And I'm going to set it at a certain amount, and it'll basically be like for every amount, we rack up like one Fallout stream, but that'll be separate from the bonus content. So does that make sense? No, it's too complicated. It's still too complicated, chat. And I'm making it way too complicated. I have got to get to the next segment, which is our main segment, which is the, again, thank you to Zara, and thank you to Gila from the Discord for making me aware that this even existed. I didn't know, right? Cenk had a little debate with Francesca and with John I can't speak right. Iadarola. How do you pronounce it? Iadarola or Iadarola? Just Julie, thank you for the 2 community subs. Unobtainium X, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. And Breadbro99, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. That's a good thing. That's a really good thing. So what does this add this to? It's up to 47%. Yo, chat, we're almost halfway there. I believe that we could do this. I totally want to dono to adjust. So I'll put 12% towards Vox Populi, and that means that at the moment the poll has it. Whatever's winning in the poll is winning for real life. Anytime Vox Populi is higher than any other amount on the board, that means that it's essentially it throws it back to the audience. It throws it back to the people voting. So. Keep voting in Shorts chat. Keep voting in Full Scale chat. If you want to cross over, I've got the link pinned to the other stream. If you want to cross over there and vote, and you can have 2 votes by crossing over to the other stream. All that I ask is if you do that, make sure to leave a like, because that helps me out greatly. And thank you everybody for being so generous. I truly do appreciate you. And we will be getting back to the content shortly. Let's I gotta press a button, don't I? I gotta press a couple buttons here. Here's how it works. I press this button there, and I press this button here. And last but not least, most importantly, I press this button here. All right, so yeah, many thanks to Zara and to Gila for making me aware of this topic, and to Zara especially for editing this down to a doable segment for me. And let's do it this way. How about this? We'll do one of these. Right? We got to get back to our jellyfish, right? We got to get back to our jellyfish. So there we go. The jellyfish are all ready to go. And so am I. All right, so we got left to right. Francesca Fiorentini. Cenk Uygur. Oh my god, I say it like a boxing announcer. In this corner. Right. John Iadarola. Is it Iadarola or is it Iadarola? I feel like people always say Iadarola. But I always want to like, you know, I always want to respect the I. But anyway, here we go. We're going to see what this debate is all about. And it's going to get contentious, chat, because Cenk does not agree with the other two hosts here. All right, so let's take a look at what Iadarola. Oh my gosh, there's so many ways to pronounce his name, aren't there? Let's get ready to rumble. Yes, indeed. Let's rumble. That is coping and seething. Yes, you're coping. Anyway, chat, no, we're not tipster, okay? Look, if I was tipster, I would probably give it a... And then I'd say...
Cheers, my dude. Love ya. No homo.
But we're not team tipster over here, all right? So we're gonna get going.
John. Okay, let's jump into what's going on with the Olympics these days, starting with this.
Khelif, they say, has identified as a woman his whole life. They say there's no indication Khelif is trans. So the Olympics thinks it's fair for a genetic male to punch a woman so hard in the face she quits and cries, as long as it says female on her passport.
Jesse Waters. Okay, so again, chat, sorry for the blur. Actually, I think did TYT do this blur? Looks like a TYT blur. The reason that blur is there is because the Olympics will come for you. The Olympics will come for you on Twitch. They'll come for you on YouTube. They'll come for you wherever you are. You cannot hide from the Olympics. They will get you.
And they're going to let this guy keep beating up women in Paris?
Again, are we forced transitioning Imane here?
And they're just going to hand him a gold medal for it?
So that was obviously gross. I mean, it was Jesse Waters. You knew that it was going to be pretty gross. It also represents another retreat on the right where before they would claim that they want to focus on biological women who have the right genitals. Well, now that's not good enough. So he's taken a step back from biological woman to genetic woman, which doesn't even mean anything. But that,
I mean, I wouldn't call it a retreat. I would call it an advance, right? They're now policing cis women. And saying, you think you're a woman? Really? Let's see that karyotype test, right? Prove you're a woman. Let's look at your sex chromosomes. And if they are not what we expect to find from a woman, we will strip that away and we will force transition you. We will take those pronouns, we'll yoink those pronouns right away from you, right? And start calling you he. Like, right? This is the first time on a massive scale I have seen like a cis woman sort of treated in the same way as trans women are all the time. And it's basically a policing of gender, right? If you are not, and they don't even know, you know, what went on with the IBA, right? As we said before, it's a sus organization. It's an organization that is not allowed to officiate for the Olympics anymore. It is not a trustworthy organization, and they're not transparent. They did not specify or let alone show what tests that they did to determine that somehow she doesn't meet the gender specifications.
That's where we're at in terms of their understanding of what exactly a woman is. But what you saw right there is a story that's been literally everywhere. I believe last night, every single Fox program had a segment on this, a story that had already been debunked for hours and hours by the time they went live. But they're focusing there on the victory of Algerian boxer Imane Khelif over Italian boxer Angela Carini, who quit 46 seconds into their bout. And as a result of that, some people immediately began tweeting that Khelif was trans and that this was a man engaging in women's sports. And I am sure there are many right-wingers that simply believe that they trusted the wrong people and went insane and started calling for Khelif's head. Of course, Khelif is not trans. The reason that, as Jesse Waters says, there's no evidence she ever identified as anything else is because she has always identified exactly as what she is and what she was born as. But despite that, we're supposed to do this thing now where we try to provide information to sway these people and bring them back with evidence and logic when neither evidence nor logic got them to the dark place they're in. But sure, let's spend a couple of minutes doing that. So, Khelif is an amateur boxer. won a silver medal at the 2022 International Boxing Association Championship, had previously gotten a silver back in the previous Olympics. IBA President Umar Kremlev claimed last year that a previous disqualification from a competition last year were because, quote, it was proven they have XY chromosomes. They, a reference to she, so the misgendering continues. Now, males typically have XY chromosomes, while females typically have XX chromosomes. However, there is the differences of sex development group of conditions. This is a rare condition, but it involves genes, hormones, and reproductive organs. Some people with DSDs are raised as female, but have XY sex chromosomes and blood testosterone levels in the male range. So you can have elevated testosterone. So that hormone can be different than might be expected. Now, we don't know if Khelif really has DSD. The entire world is collectively making a whole bunch of assumptions and speculation about what this individual.
She doesn't. I'm going to explain why she doesn't.
Exactly. Well, I'm saying a lot of people are weighing in that are suddenly.
All right, so this is a good time to bring in the AP article Grey Knight sent me. Grey Knight, thank you for sending this to me. Okay, so banned governing body that's fueling the outcry on Olympic boxers has Russian ties and a troubled history. Now, look, I don't want to go Rachel Maddow on you here, and like, you know, with the whole, you know, like everything that's Russian is sus. Some stuff that's Russian is just Russian, but let's see where they go with this, right? Nearly 17 months ago in New Delhi, Algerian boxer Imane Khelif was disqualified from the International Boxing Association's, that's the organization in question, World Championships 3 days after she won an early round bout with Azalea Ameneva, a previously unbeaten Russian prospect. The disqualification meant that Ameneva, so they're just establishing maybe is a motive for the disqualification, even if there is nothing that they have to go on, because what they've shown is nothing, right? Whether or not they did some sort of test and, you know, found a out of range testosterone level, or did a karyotype test and found a, you know, XY sex chromosome, we don't know. People are speculating about, but we do know that there is reason to doubt this International Boxing Association, and indeed that's why the IOC cut ties with them, right? The disqualification meant that Amenev's official record was perfect again. Okay, there we go. It's like Super Hot Fire. Wait, didn't Super Hot Fire? Yeah, sorry, I'm talking about rap battle parodies. Super Hot Fire. Some of you may remember what I'm talking. This is kind of dating myself here, right? But officially, Super Hot Fire has never lost a rap battle. But he did. He lost to Soldier Boy. Soldier Boy won, but I think I can't remember when it was, but he somehow erased the loss during another rap battle. Anyway, Chad, it's goofy is what it is, right? Making somebody, oh yeah, I guess her record is perfect again. Yeah, that one doesn't count, right? Because we found something weird with gender. We're not going to say, we're not going to show it. We're not going to be transparent, but just trust us, you know, fucking. The IBA said Khelif and fellow boxer Lin Yuting.
Alanis Ray super chatted $7.21. Rose, here's to the color ~purple.
Aw.
Sorry, red, black, and pink win every time. Kiss.
Red, black, and. Thank you. And this time I will actually get down. There we go. We're dono goals up to 54%. Here's to the color purple, says Alanis. Sorry, red, black, and pink win every time. And remember, when you donate, if you let me know which of the topics in the poll you want to see, I can add your donation to that, to the score of that. So right now, Tech Bros want to Matrix the Poor and Cavernacle on Mr. Beast are tied in the shorts poll. Squid Tips versus Vosh is winning in the other poll. Donos can affect this too. If you let me know after you donate which one of these is to your liking. But yeah, thank you for the super chat. IBA said Khelif and fellow boxer Lin Yutang of Taiwan had failed to meet the required necessary eligible criteria and were found to have competitive advantages over other female competitors. The governing body claimed that the fighters had failed unspecified eligibility tests, the same test that ignited a massive controversy about gender regulations and perceptions in sports this week as Khelif and Lin compete in the Paris Olympics. Thank you, Soul Life, for the gifted membership to Several Wolves. Several Wolves.
You've just been weaseled.
You just got weaseled.
That's a good thing.
No, that's okay, Alanis. The Canadian money is good here as well. And it's also able to sway the polls if you have one of these topics that you want to vote for with your dollars or Canadian dollars. Either way, they're dollars. The IBA's decision last year and its curious timing, particularly related to Amaniva's loss to Khelif, would have raised warning signs around the sports world if more people cared about amateur boxing, or even if more knew about the IBA under President Umar Kremlev of Russia. The entire boxing world has already learned to expect almost anything from the Russian-dominated governing body. This is taking me back, Chak, to I remember people talking about figure skating, and there's always this idea that the Russian judge would be super tough on an American competitor. I don't know if it's true. It's like a holdover from the Cold War, I guess. Governing body that was given unprecedented punishment of being permanently banned from the Olympics last year. So the governing body, right, the IBA, was permanently banned from the Olympics last year. That is what we're talking about. Sasha G, thank you for the gifted membership to Starman X. Starman X.
You've just been weaseled.
You just got weaseled.
That's a good thing.
And that's a good thing. So now we're up to 60%. We are 60% of the way towards the dono goal. That is pretty awesome. So the non-boxing world largely doesn't know, however, about the IBA's decades of troubled governance and long-standing accusations of a thorough lack of normal transparency. That's what we're noticing, right? There's no transparency. They made this allegation. They talked about, advantage over other female competitors. They sort of it's almost like a dog whistle, right? They haven't said anything, but they led people to believe that, yeah, there was a karyotype test that came up XY, or that there was a testosterone test that was out of range. But they haven't shown any evidence to prove that. So we don't even know if either of these things are true. That being said, I don't like the idea of women, being stripped of their eligibility or their, credentials, their awards, based on a based on something like a chromosome test, right? And whether they're trans or cis, it's bullshit, right? People took the IBA's proclamation about Khelif and Lin at face value while dragging the eligibility dispute into wider clashes about gender identity. The International Olympic Committee has decades of the... So this is the IOC. Decades of mostly bad history with the beleaguered governing body, previously known as the AIBA, and has exasperatedly begged non-boxing people to pay attention to the exasperatedly begged non-boxing people to pay attention to the sole source of the allegation. So pay attention to the discredited nature of the sole source. Voting for New Vegas. I gotcha. Wow, it's up to 67. These two athletes were victims of a sudden and arbitrary decision by the IBA. IOC spokesman Mark Adams said this week, such an approach is contrary to good governance. On Saturday, IOC President Thomas Bach said it was totally unacceptable. The two boxers have faced what he called hate speech in a politically motivated uproar. Yeah, politicization of sports science, politicization of of the Olympics, the IOC, and this isn't the first time it's happened, right? I covered the scandal, the so-called scandal about the Last Supper, which wasn't even a portrayal of the Last Supper. It was, if you have any culture, you'll know The Feast of Dionysius by a Dutch painter, not a portrayal of the Last Supper painting. The IOC had stuck with the previous incarnation's boxing governing body through decades of judging scandals, bizarre leadership decisions, and innumerable financial misdeeds while it presided over the Olympic boxing tournaments. Not until 2019, nearly 2 years after the organization elected a president with what U.S. officials call deep ties to Russian organized crime and heroin trafficking. This is Umar. Wait, what did they say his name was? You mentioned his name up here. Umar Krimlev is the IBA president. Innumerable financial misdeeds while it presided over the Olympic boxing tournament. So, judging scandals, bizarre leadership decisions. Oh my gosh, chat, we could even open this up and see what this is all about. All right. Judging scandals, several unfit judges, referees knocked out of Olympic boxing. This is 2016. Bizarre leadership decisions. Russian's Krimlev defies Olympic concerns to win boxing vote. Umar Krimlev of Russia was elected. Okay, so him being elected president was sus. And then and that was 2020, and then financial misdeeds. The International Boxing Association has been told it cannot participate in the 2020 Olympics after years of financial chaos and allegations of corrupt judging. 2006, Taiwanese architect and IOC member since 1988 beat then 83-year-old AIBA President Anwar Chowdhury by 4 votes in a hard-fought contest. Where are the financial ones? The financial stuffs. The financial stuffs. I can't talk. Anyway, these are the reasons that they cut ties with the IOC cut ties with the IBA. Not until 2019, nearly 2.5 years after the organization elected a president with a U.S. officials called deep ties to Russian organized crime and heroin trafficking, did the IOC finally banish the perpetually troubled group. So they've been having issues with them for a while. The most powerful organization in amateur boxing for decades is now governing a reduced roster of national federations while keeping up its fight with the IOC. Nearly 36 nations, including nearly all of the prominent Western boxing teams, have taken extraordinary step, leaving the IBA to form World Boxing, a new governing body, in a final attempt to keep boxing in the 2028 Olympics. So they're having trouble keeping boxing in the Olympics. AIBA's final Olympic downfall was triggered about 6 years ago when it elected President Gafur Rakhmonov, not Rachmaninoff, that's a different person, an Uzbek businessman described by the U.S. Treasury Department as an organized crime boss. Rakhimov, who denies those allegations, finally resigned in July 2019, a month after the IOC suspended ties. The group changed its name and elected Krimlev, a Russian boxing functionary and an acquaintance of Vladimir Putin, that only made things worse between the IBA and sections of the international boxing community not beholden to the body's financial support, unlike many smaller boxing nations. Krimlev introduced the Russian state-controlled Gazprom as its biggest sponsor and moved the much of the IBA's operation to Russia. This is reminding me of Kick, right? Instead with Gazprom instead of stake. IBF's operation to Russia after he took over in late 2020. He fought off a challenge of his leadership 2 years by essentially scrapping the election in a highly dubious faction. Wow. So he just got rid of the election. That's very Putin-esque. Wait, Putin-esque? Isn't that a sauce? Anyway, chat, I think that's a sauce. None of this sat well with the IOC, particularly after the Olympic organization advised its governing bodies to prevent Russian athletes from competing with their flags and anthems after Putin's forces invaded Ukraine in 2022. The IBA disregarded guidance at its World Championships the following year. The IOC permanently stripped the IBA's Olympic credentials and ran past two Olympic boxing tournaments with a task force. Former governing body presidents, President Wu Qingkua, the last to take part in the Olympics, made a moderate progress in improving the AIBA's, that's their former name, reputation until his leadership group decided it would attempt to control boxing in all its forms, including the professional game. The ill-conceived plan to use the chance for Olympic medals as a cudgel to sign fighters to pro contracts went nowhere, and Wu eventually was drummed out of the AIBA himself amid severe financial woes. But Kremlev has seized the opportunity this summer to call into question the IOC's governance over the this is complicated. This is politics that's going on behind the scene here. Over the Paris boxing tournament, while stoking the wider outcry around Khelif and Lin, the Kremlev also has made additional allegations about the. So it's another sussy bakas get to hide behind transphobia and where they should be like drummed out of the sport, where they should lose their credibility, right? They're able to retain their credibility with the J.K. Rowlings and the Logan Pauls of the world by being like, we're just like you. We're also transphobes. We hate trans people. You know, if you don't believe in that gender nonsense, then you should support us, right? So this is what they're trying to do. This is the last refuge of a scoundrel. Is really what this is. About the gender of both fighters without providing proof, people across the world have accepted his word. That's unbelievably frustrating for veteran boxing executives like Boris van der Vorst, the Dutch businessman and leading world boxing. Van der Vorst ran for the presidency of the IBA only for his candidacy to inexplicably be declared invalid. Just like Khelif's, participation was declared invalid with no proof, right? People have misidentified Khelif and Lin as men or transgender. It's not very respectful for these boxers who are competing here to Chinese Taipei and Algeria to speak about them in these terms. That's why Chinese Taipei, so I don't know why we're saying that. We're talking about Taiwan. Taipei is the capital, and Algeria. That's what I'm trying to stress. Van der Vorst told the Associated Press. So much is unclear about the IBA's decision to ban Khelif and Lin last year, particularly since both had competed in IBA events for years without a problem. So this had never been a problem. This had never come up. Ostensibly, there was some form of testing, that went on, and now all of a sudden they're like unspecified issues, I guess. It's even possible the decision was actually made according to the results of the legitimate tests conducted over 2 years, says as the IBA says, but the IBA has refused to officially say what, when, and where these tests were administered, who evaluated them, and what the results meant. So in other words, since they're not being transparent, it makes it sound like they don't want their tests to be scrutinized, right? They don't want to show us what those tests were. They don't want to show us who did them, when, and where. They're just like, trust me, bro. Source, trust me, bro. The National Boxing Federation of Algeria and Taiwan are still members of the IBA, which is making last appeal to the Swiss Federal Tribunal against its Olympic banishment. The IOC has said, this is like Trumpism has entered into boxing. Chat, does this not remind you of the 2020 elections? Does this not remind you, like, the fact that they're still, like, appealing to, like, anyone and everyone that they can? This is like Rudy Giuliani going to court, you know, dripping, like, hair dye down his face, like, farting in court, like, trying to defend the idea that somehow Trump won the election, even though everybody knows that he lost, right? This is what it feels like. It feels like more of the... It's coping. Coping and seething. If your athlete doesn't win a competition, just disqualify the other athlete, imply that they have some, you know, abnormality that makes them unqualified to you know, participate and move on, right? Until then, Kremlev isn't attempting to make nice with the IOC. His announcement plans last month to pay more than $3.1 million to the Olympic medalists and coaches, even though IBA has no connection to many of the nations that will win in Paris. This week, he released a series of English subtitled videos on social media packed with insults, saying the Olympics burns from pure devilry. See, do you see what I mean? Calling Bach evil? I'm sure we're not talking about Johann Sebastian Bach. I'm sure we're talking about an IOC official. And urging him to resign urgently. That could have been better written, but whatever. Kremlev has ended some of them, saying that he's sending Bach diapers so he doesn't soil himself, and then punching a camera? Damn. Okay, so that's Kremlev. Now we got a little bit more understanding as far as what is going on here. Nope. Where are we? No. What? Hassan? What? Oh my God, did I like leave this running somehow? No. Here we go.
They become experts in all this, but in a statement this week, the IBA said that women did not undergo a testosterone examination, but a separate and recognized test, they say. The statement added that the test and results are confidential. And the IOC, which is overseeing the boxing competition that we're talking about here, does not test for gender, and there never has been any evidence that either Khelif or fellow boxer Lin Yuting had XY chromosomes or elevated levels of testosterone. They have competed for years, including at the Tokyo Olympics and several world championships. Khelif, by the way, has lost 9 times in international bouts to other women. That said, we have a lot that we're going to get into, including some of the initial tweets that went viral and made this a massive thing. But what do you think?
Okay, so first let's discuss how all this came about in the first place. That'll show you exactly why this nonsense story came up and is completely untrue. And then we'll get into why the Republicans are obsessed with this and how it's going to be their undoing. So that'll be fun. Jesse Waters said, they say this about her, they say that. Who's they? So I was curious, who's saying it? Because if it turns out she failed a test, you know, and this to the great frustration of a lot of people on the left, I do think past high school that it's okay for organizations, whether it's professional organizations or the Olympics, to do testing and to say, hey, we're going to even exclude trans athletes. Okay, so a lot of the people on the left will disagree with me on that. Some of you, obviously some folks on this panel disagree with that. So I'll come back to the politics of that in a second. So did anybody do that in this case? No. So the people, who was the they? It's IBA that John told you about, and their president, Umar Kremlev. Now, why would the IBA care? Why would Kremlev care? Well, it turns out this boxer beat a Russian female boxer right before the last competition, where the Russians really wanted to win, okay? So all of a sudden, the Russian leader of the IBA says, oh, well, golly, gee, I think she might have failed the test. And the other competitive person that might beat the Russian athlete as well. Do you want to know who not only the largest, but the only sponsor of the IBA was in that event where they claimed that she failed this ambiguous test that they've never actually shared publicly? Gazprom, a giant Russian oil company. okay? Do you want to know where this news story was leaked to? It was TASS, a Russian news agency. And when I saw that, I was like, wait a minute, I thought we weren't paying attention to the Russian news outlets anymore. I thought they were propaganda, etc. And now all of a sudden, everybody's like, well, the Russian news said it, it must be true, okay? So no, this has nothing to do with transgender controversies here in America. No, some crooked Russian dude running the IBA, which has now been it was decertified before this controversy, because they're a bunch of crooks, it looks like, okay? And so this guy, he says dumbass things like, oh, the head of the IOC, the Olympic Committee, is, what did he call him? Some sort of eunuch or pedophile.
I did not get this part, right? And like the link between those two ideas is weird, right? Like, it's
just nut job, okay? Utter nut job. That's where this story came from. To the best of our ability to tell, there was no test. They've never said what the test.
So look, like who their sponsor is doesn't concern me. Okay, I feel like the Gazprom thing is like the least of the concerns. You know, the fact that they're Russian in and of itself, like, you know, I don't think we want to get into this idea of just like, you know, everyone and everything that's Russian is automatically sus. However, apart from all that, there are a lot of red flags about this organization. There's a lot of reasons to distrust them. In fact, you know, they're involved in organized crime. All right. And to me, that is like head and shoulders above any consideration of like who their sponsor is or whatever, right? There's a lot wrong with this organization that you don't need to, you know, appeal to like that being said, they are trying to politicize this, right? Just like Vladimir Putin tries to politicize the West as being the, you know, source of, like he tries to, you know, when he's oppressive towards LGBT people in Russia, it's under the auspices that that queer peoples don't exist in Russia, and that this is some kind of a psyop by the West, by Western liberalism, you know, to poison Russian society, in much the same kind of argument that Trump makes about immigrants, right? So yeah, there is definitely an attempt by the IBA to try to politicize this and to get the people who are anti-trans on their side, right? And to take advantage of this media spectacle that at first was prosecuted along the lines of like, oh, we found your trans boxer. Right, we found that trans box. You remember that witch that we were hunting? Here she is, right? Based on the, you know, coping and seething of the losing contestant saying, "Oh, she punched me too hard. Oh my gosh!" And then they like flip it around. She must be trans, and we know the IOC is incredibly woke, and they were trying to, you know, they're trying to parody the Last Supper. You know, if you believe conservatives, right? You know, they're this super woke organization. So he just jumps right on it and says, yeah, they're woke. And these, you know, these women are evil or are actually men or whatever the hell he's trying to imply, without actually showing the results of the test that they supposedly ran.
It's a very reputable test we can't share with you. Well, the Russian news agency is reporting it, right? So this is garbage, total dumpster fire of a story. So now the politics of it. Kamala Harris just took the lead by about 5 points in a Trump favoring poll. She's caught him in almost all the swing states. She's passed him in Pennsylvania. She made up a 12-point lead in Nevada. Trump is sliding away. He's flailing like crazy. And you Republicans think it's a good idea to focus on the potential testicles of an Algerian boxer? Have at it, Hoss. I can't go for it. You look like idiots. You're making a giant case out of this, like, oh, this is the most important thing in the world. Does she have potential testicles or not? Go ahead. Here's some more rope. Hang yourself. Go for it. Okay, politically speaking, this is so dumb of the right wing to focus on this. So please keep going.
Yeah. I mean, my opinion on this, I think it's important to know the IOC basically called the IBA out on that. They issued a statement that said effectively and exactly that, Cenk, that like this was a unilateral decision made by one guy, and no one's seen those tests. But I will say, and I will push back, because I do feel like some of the anti-trans athlete speak is a slippery slope into broader anti-trans behavior and also policing of athletes writ large. Beyond Khelif, earlier this week, a rugby player for the American team, Ilona Maher, was called a man because she's 6'6" and a massive unit. And she successfully helped that team win bronze, the very first time an American team has won a medal in rugby. And she was called a man. Why? Because she's big, because she's a rugby player. And so when we start to say that trans people can't...
She's a witch. She's a witch, right? We are on this witch hunt. We haven't found any witches so far. So anybody that even seems like they might be a witch, anybody that's got any allegations, right, that they might be a witch, if you make somebody mad and your crops don't grow, you can fucking call them a witch, right? If they get in the way of your favorite athlete, of your country's athlete winning, a competition, then, maybe this is a trans person. Maybe this is, right. And with Candace Owens and the like just unhinged transvestigation into like anyone and everyone with the right wings, like seriously trying to say that they I know that it sounds like a meme, and for some of the right wingers it is a meme. For some of the right wingers it's just a way for them to be racist about Michelle Obama, but some of them do actually seem to have drank the Kool-Aid on the concept that Michelle Obama is trans, and therefore that lets them fulfill their wish casting of Obama being gay. And I don't know. Like there's some like non-zero portion of the right wing that is actually believing this shit.
Play in Olympic sports, right? They can't play in the sport of their chosen gender. Then everyone becomes a cop, and everyone starts to look at everyone's makeup and their muscles and their cheekbones and what looks different and what they think and their
Q angle, right? Look, I know my transvestigators, right? They're always talking about the Q angle of the hip.
Subjective mind a woman or a man should and does look like. And so I just want to say that sometimes when we traffic in these ideas that trans people should not be able to participate in sports at these levels, it does lead to things like Jesse Waters openly saying that on primetime television. And I want to just center that when we stand with trans people, yes, even trans athletes, that all goes away and we stand with them no matter what. But you start to dabble.
So, look, I love that Francesca is here to make this strong argument against Cenk's nonsense. Right. And I mean, look, there's questions. Okay, so the background of TYT, for those of you who are not aware, is that they were known as the home of the progressives. For a long time, they were the leftmost, big news channel on YouTube. And, I mean, they weren't perfect, but vaguely, they presented a progressive viewpoint, right? And including on trans issues, and including with Anna Kasparian. There is there's footage of Anna Kasparian pushing back on somebody that was questioning terms like birthing person, inclusive language being used to speak. So like, right, when you talk about pregnancy and like who can get pregnant, if you use the term woman, you're not being accurate, right? Who can get pregnant? Women? Well, not all women. And also not just women, right? Trans guys can get pregnant, non-binary people can get pregnant. So in order to speak to the, people who have the capacity to become pregnant, to give birth, the term birthing person was created. And Anna went on a debate with somebody, basically, you know, saying, yeah, that's right. That's right. It is, you know, good to use inclusive language. Basically, a year later, she went on this tirade, just coming out of nowhere in a tweet saying, don't call me a birthing person. I'm so sick of this, you know, woke language. I'm so sick of this bullshit of like, you know, if you're talking about pregnancy, you're talking about women. Women are who gets pregnant. Even though, you know, you've got women who cannot become pregnant, and you've got people who can become pregnant that aren't women. So Anna's like saying, no, you know what? We got to dumb it down, and we got to use the less inclusive terminology. We got to use the less accurate terminology, right? And acts as if people are trying to throw this, you know, term on her, and that this is a way that that progressives are somehow, I don't know, like misogynist, right? The birthing person term indicates that progressives look at women as being solely beings capable of giving birth, which is actually, yeah, like a misogynistic way. This is how Matt Walsh looks, unironically, you know, looks at women as birthing persons, but like in a negative sense, in a limiting sort of sense, in a this is what you're good for sort of sense. And she tries to throw that evil on progressives, even though it's got nothing to do with that. The usage is completely different, right? And, you know, she doubles down and burns a whole bunch of bridges. There's a ton of people, including like the entirety of the mod team, right? The TYT mods quit, hashtag TYT mods quit, right? Because like a whole bunch of their mods quit at the same time because they didn't want to be associated with that shit. Some of their employees, right? And this isn't easy, right? When it comes to, you know, people like Benny, who did end up finally quitting. Benny had stayed with them for a long time. There was pressure on Benny from the trans community. There were people that were like, you know, kind of, you know, questioning why Benny had stayed with TYT for so long. And, you know, I think I kind of understand that in this business, right? When you have a gig, when you have a job, you got something better than what I have, which is a very precarious situation where my employer is YouTube and you know, Alphabet Incorporated and Amazon, right? And this is a very much at will sort of you know, employment that I'm experiencing. In other words, I could get banned, I could get it taken away from me really easily. I don't get any sort of you know, medical benefits or any of the other things that normally come with a job, right? This is a very tough business to exist in, right? So for somebody like Benny, who maybe has some sort of benefits from TYT, to stay with them for a little bit longer is understandable. But she, you know, had her limits and eventually quit. John Iadarola and Francesca, I guess, are still, you know, tied to TYT in some way. And
because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
If I was to guess why, I would say that for them, you know, who've stayed on a lot longer, it's probably because they feel like they're somehow doing some good by being a voice of reason at TYT. I'm not sure I agree with that, but I do understand them, and I do think that they're good people. And you know, like my opinion is this, right? If you've got an organization like The Rising, if you got an organization like TYT that wants to have like their, you know, sort of the, you know, their token progressive to beat up on, to debate with, right? You probably shouldn't help them by being that person. But maybe it looks different to Francesca. Maybe it looks different to John. I'm not going to question their motivation. But yeah, TYT has become utterly craven, has started grifting hard, and is now embracing a you know, a right-wing audience, especially on trans issues. So, I mean, that's the background, and that's the kind of you know, what Francesca and what John are dealing with. I don't envy them for being in that position. And I just hope they end up doing what they think is best.
And you open up, everyone becomes genital police, and I just have to push back on that. And you've done it, Cenk.
I totally disagree.
Done it.
I totally disagree. So, first of all, when you have an extreme position, you have an extreme position that says no, we don't ever ask anyone. And I think the Olympics position is actually absurd. They don't do any genetic testing. They don't do any testing. So you could, since they don't do any testing at all, you can just walk in, call yourself a female.
Oh my God.
Trans people are actually...
Do it, Cenk.
Yeah, do it. Like, this is the later Lady Ballers things. You know the film Lady Ballers? This is a Daily Wire movie that's trying to make fun of, I don't know, trans women in sports by creating a story about a bunch of guys that they're not good at basketball, but they identify as women in order to compete in the women's league, and they just like completely crush. So that was a project that actually changed, it transformed, right, while they were making it, right? The original idea behind Lady Ballers was that they were actually going to do it more like a documentary, and they were going to send people out to compete in women's sports, that people that were cis men, and were just going to be like, oh no, but I identify as female, so you got to let me. And they tried to do it, and it didn't work. They didn't get anywhere. They weren't able to do it. Just like Cenk would not be able to do it, and that's why Francesca is like, I mean, she could put money on this, right? Like, yeah, do it, Cenk. And if you are able to participate in, if you are able to participate in women's sports without undergoing 2 years of anti-androgens and HRT, combined with a blood test to make sure that your testosterone is under a certain level, if you're able to get in, then I will pay you $500. I don't have $500, but guess what, Cenk? I know that I'm not going to lose that bet. I know that there's no fucking shot of losing that bet, because that's not how shit works. And as much as Cenk wants to shit on Jesse Waters, which you should, Jesse Waters is full of shit. Jesse Waters is a garbage person. As much as he wants to draw a distinction between himself and Jesse Waters, Cenk, you are not that different than Jesse Waters, in that you are carrying forth a lie that you should know to be false. You are making this sound like anybody and everybody can just go in and participate in women's sports by saying, I self-identify as a woman. That is not how it works. And he should know this. And either he doesn't know it and it's embarrassing, which means he shouldn't be talking about this subject, or he does know and he's a fucking liar and he's a grifter, just like Jesse Waters. Which one is it, Cenk? Because both are bad. Both are pretty bad.
Okay, yeah, all right, well, you could say it, but then what's going to happen?
Rugby,
Somebody's going to do it, and they're going to get away with it, and then everybody's going to be furious, okay? It's, all right, I can't stand it. And it doesn't help trans people at all.
You can't stand it because you're fucking wrong. And you can't engage with what she's saying. And you're going to try to slide by on your larger social media profile. You're going to try to walk away and pretend you didn't get smacked down in the dirt during this debate and had your face rubbed in the bullshit that you are carrying on the home of the progressives, TYT. What a fucking joke you are. Cenk, you once said, after reading a bullshit article in USA Today where they're brazenly lying, you once blew up at them and said, USA Today, you fucking suck. Well, guess what, Cenk? TYT, you fucking suck. You got no distinction from the handmaidens of the war on terror like USA Today that you once criticized. You got no distinction from Fox fucking News. You are the same. You are a joke. You are a travesty. You are an insult to everything you ever pretended to be, TYT. And you are a sinking ship. And those that know need to...
Ray super chatted $7.21. Rose, yeah, never liked that man.
Yeah, no, that's understandable. And look, I don't want to get into it. I've talked about this before, right? But TYT was always bad. On some level, right? I mean, like they were, touting a different political opinion as recently as like 2 years ago. But there has always actually been a problem with transphobia at TYT, and it wasn't centered back in the day around Anna Kasparian, who's like sort of known as like Queen the young TERF herself, right? Anna Kasparian, right? She's kind of the one that goes a little harder being anti-trans than even Cenk does these days, right? It was actually centered around Cenk. Cenk, when transgender stories started to be covered by TYT, he was always like very much dogging trans people. Very, very dismissive, very insulting, and to the point where he would use transgender as an insult, right? If their famous, incident was where there's they did a story about a cheerleader. She was really buff. And he'd say stuff like, I don't know, she's kind of looking a little transgender. I wonder what she's going on down underneath the skirt, right? No fucking proof of anything. He's literally talking about a cis woman here. Like, he's doing what Jesse Waters. He was doing what Jesse Waters was doing. And look, I'm not trying to hold everybody to the viewpoint that they had in 2012, 2014, whenever, okay? I get that people can grow, people can change. And for a while, it did look like maybe TYT was growing and changing. Their coverage of trans people kind of changed. But he never apologized and he never acknowledged. And that's why you have to hold your, news sources' feet to the goddamn fire, right? A lot of people just assumed that, well, yeah, everybody's moved on. Irene, society's moved on. Like, we've all decided, yeah, we were all laughing at, Ace Ventura jokes about trans people back in the day. We were all laughing at the Naked Gun 2.5 or whatever. What is it? Naked Gun 2.5 Men? I can't remember. Whatever that other, we all thought the transphobic shit was hilarious, but now things have changed and we realize that trans people are real people and we want to, we want to be decent to trans people, right? People would kind of give you that, well, yeah, of course, it's the home of the progressives. He's not transphobic. He must not mean that shit anymore. You gotta ask him to apologize then. I know it sounds like I'm trying to be a fucking, Queen SJW over here and demand accountability, but Jesus Christ, there's a reason that shit matters. And this is it right here. He never had anything approaching accountability for the vile transphobia he perpetuated back in the day. And now it's easy for him to just flip the switch when it's convenient and turn the transphobic noise machine right back on. And that's what we've got. That's what we've got. So yeah, anybody that works with TYT, I mean, it's your decision to make. Take a deep, long look about this and ask yourself if you want to be a part of this, if you want to help this guy make money, because I don't think it's a good idea. But again, I'm looking at this from the outside, not from the inside, like John and Francesca are doing.
Ray super chatted $7.21. Rose, I watched Cenk debate Sam Harris won.
Oh my God.
Failed miserably.
Oh no, he debated Sam Harris. Oh my God, I don't remember that one, but that sounds like it would have gone horribly. Thank you for the super chats, Alanis Ray. And let's see if I can do the math correctly. I think that puts us up to, what is it, 70. We're that's 77%. Chat, we are 77% of the way towards the dono goal. Anyway, we'll take another look after this. I think we're well within striking distance of hitting that goal and unlocking that extra content. So now is the time. We're getting sort of towards the end of the TYT and Olympics content. But yeah, we're only 23% away from that goal.
To have these extreme positions. Oh, yeah. Don't test anyone. Just take their word for it. I think it's terrible politics.
That's not what anybody's fucking asking. Look at the goddamn policy, Cenk. Trans people have been able to compete in the Olympics for going on 20-something years. And it's not just like anybody that comes in and says, I self-identify as a woman. Let me into the powerlifting competition or whatever. It's not like that, right? There's a minimum amount of time that you have to have been going through anti-androgen and hormone therapy combined with a blood levels test of testosterone. That's their standard. And guess what, Cenk? The world has not fallen apart. Cats are not marrying dogs, and trans people do not own any Olympic events. And this is a sad thing to say because you know what? Trans people should be able to succeed, right? If one trans person is the best at one sport, like that shouldn't be a big deal. Statistically speaking, like there should actually be more trans people medaling than there are, but there have been none. It has had no effect. It has caused no problems, right? It may have allowed, you know, some trans people to, you know, compete in the sports of their gender, but you know, it hasn't allowed this supposed dominance that the magical XY gene was supposed to facilitate, right? This hasn't happened. The Armageddon has not come to fruition. And Cenk, it's been 20 fucking years. You'd think that something bad would happen. You'd think that if this door was really left open for motherfucking Bender to pretend to be a fembot and come in and win the Robo Olympics, that Bender would have taken those medals. But Bender has not. Bender has not. Because that's a show. And your brain is operating on motherfucking sitcom logic. Can you pull your head out of your ass for a second? And just look at reality. Hey, Cenk, it's reality. Hey, how's it going? Nice to see you, Cenk. We're just saying hi. Just saying, hey, reality over here. Right? I know you got your head up your ass and you're looking... You're exposed to this massive gas leak in there and your brain's not quite working right. But Cenk, out here in reality, trans participation in sports has not caused any problem. Can you settle the fuck down and stop giving ammunition to the right wing if you truly are any kind of progressive and not just a goddamn grifter? Anyway, chat.
Not an extreme position. It comes from a position of human rights, and it does help.
It's
all
not a
people.
human right to compete in the other gender's
What you see
sport.
there is.
Cenk, you don't understand. The question is not whether somebody can compete in the other gender's sport. The question is whether somebody can compete in any sport, right? You yourself don't. You know, your idea is that you don't want somebody with a testosterone dominant system competing in, I don't know, kickboxing or boxing or whatever with somebody with an estrogen dominant system or with people with it, right? So that's what you don't want. What you're unironically doing is taking trans athletes like Fallon Fox and telling them you have got to go compete with people who do have a real appreciable biological advantage over you. You've got to go compete with people now who are on, you know, who are dominant in the hormone that is more anabolically active than the other hormone, right? You are putting these trans athletes in danger. Or you're just saying, well, I guess you don't get to participate in sport. Oh, you're really good at whatever sport you compete in? Too bad. Too bad. You don't get to play. We'll tide you over with promises of a league of your own, which we know will never materialize, which we know isn't a real thing, which we know there are not enough athletes to create such a league, right? There are not enough trans people involved in sports to create such a league. And we will pretend like that's fucking fair. Bullshit. Bullshit, Cenk.
When what you just saw are women, are biological women being attacked for being trans because of the anti-trans athletic narrative that has already festered and has now come for these women. And so what are the women to do? Say, I'm not a man. In fact, screw, like, I'm not a trans man. Are you kidding me? No, we all stand in solidarity together. That's how we actually fight the right when it comes to their bull crap culture wars that lead nowhere. And it doesn't serve. Look, I understand, Cenk. You're in the majority. You're in the majority. I'm in the minority. Most people.
But isn't this interesting too? That Cenk is like trying to play white knight for women, and here's Francesca being like, "It's not needed. I've got solidarity with trans women. I want them to be able to compete in sports." And Cenk's over here. Well, we gotta save the women from all these people that'll go over and pretend to be trans and so therefore the solution is that no trans people get to participate in any sports. God damn.
Disagree. The trans
yeah, Nunca, you're right. The discourse gets so twisted though when the conversation is with transphobes that don't know the difference, that probably do think when they hear trans man, they're thinking trans women because they're so fucking transphobic that in their mind they cannot decouple the notion of, their mythologized notion of biological sex from gender, right? It is a tortured conversation. It is a tortured discourse. And we have invited people that are not qualified. The irony, right, about this like obsession of the qualification of, your gender, qualification of pass this test, that test, and the other to prove that you're able to compete in sports is that we've got people that are unqualified to be participating in this conversation who do not know what we are meaning when we say a trans man. And you've now like politicized this to the point where they feel entitled to give their shitty opinion, to add their shitty opinion to the pile of dung that Cenk has produced here today for us.
Athletes should participate in Olympic sports. Most people don't agree with me, but hell, man, I'm willing to stand on a hill that is unpopular and fight for people.
Alanis Ray super chatted $7.21. Rose patriarchal baggage is a B********.
Yes, patriarchal baggage is a bitch. I agree with you, Alanis. And thank you again for the super chat. That puts us up to 84%. Yeah, we're 84% of the way towards the sub goal. So it's looking good for bonus content for today. Thank you everybody who's contributed.
Their human rights.
I gotta press the right button. Here we go. This one.
Yeah, look, we could spend an hour debating this, and I have in the past. But
no, Cenk, you can't, because the longer we spend on this debate, the more it's going to become apparent that you're full of shit, that you're not morally consistent, and that you're speaking from a place of ignorance and bigotry. So no, you cannot continue this debate for an hour. That's why you are weaseling. This guy's a weasel. Can we call weasel on this bullshit? Can we call he's a fucking weasel. He's trying to weasel his way out of the debate that he's losing. You definitely don't want to be losing a debate to a woman, right? Then maybe men can't like claim that they're better debaters too. I don't know. How deep does the misogyny go with this guy? Because honestly, this fucking transphobia shit is tied to misogyny, and it's tied to racism too. And this particular situation with Imane just drives that home, right? It's kind of like the perfect storm for transphobes to use this issue that's got nothing to do with trans people
but now there are freaking communist invading radicals
as a vector of transmission for transphobia. That's what we're dealing with.
Really though?
Yeah.
Not really debate, more of an agreement.
Okay, whatever. I'm happy to debate anybody about it. I don't agree.
Okay.
You're not. You're running from the debate. There's the debate right in front of your face. And this is the definition of bad faith, right? So, debate bros throw this term bad faith around. Don't want to debate with anybody that's bad faith. Or are you coming in bad faith? Or are you being in bad faith, right? What it really is about is if you announce that there is nothing that could be shown to you, there's nothing that could be proven to you that would change your mind about the subject, right? So if the subject is like, I don't know, evolution, and you're like, no, God made man in his own image, and their dinosaurs are a trick by the devil to fool us into believing evolution, and it's my fucking deeply held belief that there is no evolution because it says so in the Bible, and you're just not going to be moved off of that rock, then yeah, that's bad faith. It's funny that I'm invoking a biblically based viewpoint as bad faith, but that's the definition. He's just let's let him go. Let's let him cook.
Get me to agree by saying it's the left-wing position. It's the pro-trans position. I don't think it's a pro-trans position at all.
You should just offer a platform.
Okay.
You don't have to agree.
All right. So
there's like literally nothing that anybody could say to you that would get you to change your mind. And you can't debate it because you know that you're going to be shown as the bad faith bozo that you are. But seriously, Cenk, every single day that we're smoking on that TYT pack is a good day for me, okay? Every single day that you wane in influence is a good day for me. Every single day that you are shown to be the disingenuous grifter, misogynist twat that you are is a good day. So thank you. Thank you, Cenk.
Is in the middle of doing something radical, step out of the way and let them do it instead of stepping in the way and saying, hey, I'm more radical. Okay, I think it's terrible politics. It's terrible for trans people. I think it's terrible for the LGBTQ community, and I think it's terrible for the people who are looking to defeat Trump. So
the radical position of human rights. That's awesome.
Get out of the way and let the Republicans do the dumb things.
I think you're laying out a
the radical notion that all people should be able to participate in sports.
That is conceivable. Someone can conceive of it happening, but I think the reason you keep having Republicans...
Yeah, you conceive of it when you twist your notion of reality with your notion of sitcoms and you know, The Simpsons and South Park and fucking cartoons, right? This is cartoon logic that you're using, Cenk. This is like, you cannot invoke troll physics as a proof against somebody who's actually making an argument about physics, and that's the equivalent of what you're doing here, right? You are invoking motherfucking sitcom logic.
Over and over. By the way, there's already another case of this in boxing. You identified, Francesca, a case in rugby. There are so few trans athletes that the right constantly invents trans athletes to attack. That is how hypothetical their problem is, that they can't even talk about it actually happening. They just keep pointing at people who aren't trans and saying they're trans. In sports, it even not... Michelle Obama gets to be trans.
Let me translate for John, okay? What he's saying is that if you want to protect cis women from this kind of witch hunt, you got to stand up for trans women, right?
Someone to be trans. The wife of Emmanuel Macron has to be trans because they need someone to be trans. They invent trans people because trans people do not constantly transgress and ruin their lives, so they can't actually point to them. They have to invent fictional trans people to talk about.
That's exactly my point, and I totally agree with John on that, even if we might disagree on the other things. So my point is, at most, this affects 7 people in the country. So I'm not...
It's a little bit more than 7, okay? And the reason, if let's even take you seriously for a second, if there was only 7 trans athletes, right, that would be able to compete at this level in Olympic sports, right? If that was the truth, why is that the truth, right? And the answer is that there's no support for trans athletes at any level. If you're competing in high school sports, you're gonna get shit from possibly your coach, possibly your teammates. If not your teammates, then, you know, opposing, you know, opponents and the parents of opponents and it's impossible. I mean, it's not impossible because people actually do it and they're very brave. And seriously, to those people out there blazing trails, despite the fact that they are doing this shit to you, despite the fact that even the people that are supposed to be on your side, like Cenk Uygur, are not fucking on your side. Seriously, that's like some real shit. That's some real shit. I know I couldn't do it. I know I couldn't take that kind of scrutiny, right? There's a reason that there's so few trans athletes, and it's because of bigots like this.
Saying that you should abandon those 7 people. We have an honest difference of opinion on how to help those 7 people, okay?
How to help?
Republicans are making a giant deal out of how much they...
This guy's gonna help trans athletes?
Hate those 7 people, okay? Let them punch themselves in the face over and over and over again. So I'm that's why politically, guys, do not get mired in this muck, right? Make fun of them.
Do not get mired in this muck of solidarity? Really, that's great. That's awesome. That's awesome. So here's what we do, chat, is that anytime any marginalized group becomes bad optics, we throw them under the bus, right under the fucking bus. And we say, we're not going to get mired in that mishmash of mush. We're not going to do that. No, that's not us. Like, we just laugh at the Republicans. Oh, you thought that we would defend trans people? Ha 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 ha. Hilarious, hilarious. No, get them the fuck out of sports. Get them the fuck out of sports, right? What an ass clown. And then, dude, here's what's the fucking mind fuck of it all, right? Because he does still pretend to be a progressive on some level. He does still pretend to be politically left, right? So we don't do shit for marginalized people when the weight of the world is coming down on them, when their cause is not popular. You are just like Obama, motherfucker. You are just like Obama, not saying shit about gay marriage until like there's like 70% of the population that's in favor of it, right? Being an absolute coward. All the people that you criticized, you are just like them. You are exactly like them. You are no different than them, Cenk. And the fact that you claim to be is what makes you a goddamn joke, and a sad joke at that.
For inventing trans people to hate. You're totally right about that, John. They hate so much that they have to invent problems that don't even exist, and then make fun of them for that. I think that's a much better political strategy. And by the way, I found a quote of the idiot who runs the IBA. He called ahead of the
Cenk, I want you to look. Can we get Fallon Fox on TYT? You said you'd take that debate at any time. All right, Cenk? If you're watching this, on the off chance that you see this, I don't think that you name search nearly as much as Anna Kasparian, all right? But if she searches this out and she finds this, all right? You said you'd take any debate from anyone at any time about this issue. Now, I don't think that I got the clout for you to take me seriously. I don't think you're serious. I don't think you mean anyone, right? So you mean somebody with some kind of social media profile. You mean somebody with some measure of fame, all right? Well, I got a debate for you, all right? I got a debater to face you, and her name is Fallon Fox. And I don't think that you can say the shit that you just said there. I don't think that you can say that to her face, all right? To somebody who's actually experienced the absolute dog pile that happens when a trans person tries to compete in sports. I want to see, we'll get Fallon, okay? I can contact her. You tell me the time, you tell me the place, I will get you Fallon Fox. And if you want to have an hour-long debate with her, I'm sure she will be more than happy to have that conversation with you. But understand that your grift is going to be laid bare by her. And she's gonna leave no crumbs, Cenk. She's gonna leave no fucking crumbs, all right? Let's make this happen.
A chief sodomite.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, and so look, when the Republicans are like, oh, I love that guy who called the other guy a chief sodomite. Great, wonderful. Here, come, tell everybody, because you look so stupid and hateful.
Don't call them weird, though. I want to make a couple of quick points about this specific case, though. So on her and her record, so like when you find out that she has lost 9 times, that could influence your evaluation of whether it's fair for her to compete. When you find out that in her 37 victories, she has only 5 knockouts.
So, I mean, look, John's right. You know, this is true. This is true, all right? But it's sad. It's sad that trans women and now cis women have to humble flex our beatability, our fragility, right? That, like, the idea that if she had been fairly dominant, that if she had an unbeaten record, that would prove that she should not be competing, that it's only okay for trans people to compete in sports when they lose? I mean, that's fucking sad. I mean, if that's where we're at, that's where we're at. But goddamn, that's sad.
The attempted narrative that she is She-Hulk and no person can stand against them. But the issue with that is we can't expect them to know that, because none of the people, and we can show you J.K. Rowling and Elon Musk and Riley Gaines and Donald Trump and Valentina Gomez and Jesse Waters and literally all of them complaining about this, none of them give one single quantum of a damn about women's boxing. I want to be super clear about that. None of them watched a boxing match. They didn't watch this one. None of them, even after this, will watch a single one. They don't care.
Yeah, this is a good point. These are not people, like I said before, with season tickets to a WNBA team, right? These are not people that give a fuck about women's sports at all. They are hiding behind the notion of protecting women in order to couch their bigotry in something that doesn't seem utterly hateful.
Women's boxing more than they care about literally any women's sport, to be very, very clear. And on the evaluation of what is a woman, a question they love to ask, they kept saying it's not a social construct. It's not a frame of mind. It's not what you believe yourself to be. It's not an identity. It's in your pants. It's your genitals. Oops, that's not good enough. It's not that because she has too much testosterone. That's it. It's the hormones. If you change your hormones, then it doesn't matter if you were born with a vagina. You're not anymore because you're...
Yo, Omega Star, thank you for the gift sub to Boring Beth. Boring Beth.
You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing.
It's a good thing.
Hormones changed, now you're a man. But they don't believe that hormone replacement therapy changes your gender. They've never given ground on that. And suddenly,
a donor goal up to 90%.
Is if your hormones are out of whack, it doesn't matter what's in your pants. The entire thing is ridiculous. And the final point I want to make, and I apologize, I've been thinking about this for like 48 hours straight. If they wanted to talk about protecting women, there's a rapist at the Olympics right now. There's a volleyball player who raped a 12-year-old.
Wait. Oh my God. Wait, is this the Dutch athlete? Is that who we're... I'm sorry. Does anybody know? Volleyball player who arred a 12-year-old is what he's saying?
Thing to say about that because they don't care because they're not paying attention. But also to be clear, if they wanted to talk about how important female athletes are and their amazing accomplishments and all that, and if they could ever bring themselves to do that without it being about a trans athlete, Katie Ledecky became the most decorated American woman in Olympic history. Simone Biles is now the most decorated female gymnast in world history. The literal GOAT. They did amazing historic things, and not a single one of these people cares at all about it. Not interested whatsoever because women are irrelevant. All of this.
Sorry, not trying to throw shade on Dutch people, right? It's just this person they're talking about happens to be a Dutch athlete. I'm not trying to blame the Netherlands for you know this. I mean, I guess the Olympic body of the Netherlands has something to explain, but it's obviously not. I'm not trying to. Look, the Dutch get enough shit already, okay, without me adding to that. Scrimbly Binga says, I want to get weaseled. I mean, unfortunately, people who gift memberships on YouTube, they can't pick and choose. Like, I don't think so, right? Am I right, YouTube? When you gift memberships, right, you can't be like, I want to gift one to this person. It's just like random. But stick around, and it may happen, Scrimbly.
The defense mechanism from a movement of misogynists that know how regressive they look when it comes to women and are constantly desperately looking for a shallow cloak that allows them to pretend that they give a damn about women for even a single second. That's all this is.
Amen.
Yeah.
And also, just a correction, it's cisgender, not biological. So let's just be able to say cisgender women. We should normalize cisgender. That's easy enough for us to do.
I will only say...
Cenk, do you have thoughts? He does look like he's like sick or something. Does it seem like it? Seems like he's getting over something.
I say that, I'm saying it's the way they use that term. I don't use that term, but they say that's what they want, and then it's not good enough in the end.
Yeah.
And I do know it's a minority, and all I have to say, all I am saying is that if and when there is a trans athlete, can we stand with them? And can we see and tie our own liberation together and our own defense against this bigotry together? And me as a feminist, me as a cisgender woman, I believe that my own liberation, my fight against that misogyny that John's talking about, if someone were to call me a man, say, I'm not a man, but also I stand with trans people, I stand with trans athletes. And I hope that we will see that eventually one day, even for those 7 people, I do think it matters.
Yeah, all right, last thing I'll say on it is, similar to what John was saying, Imane Khelif has lost 9 matches, but they're convinced, oh my God, this is a giant, she's dominating the sport. So when I was gonna make a similar point about Linedecker, she won the 1500 meter race by 17 seconds.
That's insane.
It's unheard of There was no one else in the frame. It looked like there was no one else in the pool. The top, do you know how many of the top 20 times in the top swimming race Katie Leitner has come in #1? In other words, she owns the record of the top 20, all 20. She has all 20 of the fastest times, okay? She's unbelievable. So they don't care who's actually dominant in the sport. They don't actually care about.
Well, see, no, like, here's the deal. Here's what you're missing, Cenk, all right? They haven't made a big deal about that. But all it takes is a dominant athlete who has some some traditionally like male characteristics, whether that's like, a large a wingspan or a fairly flat chest, right? Like all the things that are like indicators of athleticism in female athletes are actually not traditionally feminine considered traits, right? So all it takes is a combination of that dominance and some way in which you're not living up to whatever Matt Walsh thinks a woman is, in order to start that witch hunt. So please understand, this is not just a fight for trans people. This is not just a fight for trans women. This is a fight for all women to be able to self-determine, because that's what Matt Walsh is doing with what is a woman. It's not a statement as much as it is a flag planted down saying that he gets to determine whether you're feminine enough. And that flag will be planted in a location that moves down the field. This is a moving goalpost, right? And as much as you are weak and do not stand in solidarity with trans athletes, he will be able to move that shit down the field and question more women about their femininity, about their womanhood, and disqualify more women, just like J.K. Rowling's did with Khelif, saying, using misgendering Khelif and calling her a man, right? Literally trying to force some kind of weird, transition on a cis woman. So, but you expect more of that. With weakness like Cenk is displaying, and that's the thing that he doesn't get. Cenk, you're fucking weak. You're a coward. All right? That's what this is really about. This is about you being a coward and refusing to stand up to issues where you think that you don't have the majority of the people on your side. This is you doing everything that you said was wrong with the Democrats and with Obama. And I know this because I listened to the TYT growing up, right? And I don't think you were ever that great to begin with, all right? But you have definitely fallen off. You have definitely fallen off.
Have a man who can compete and blah, blah, blah. Katie Leitner's killing him, no matter who's in the race, right? They don't care, that it's unfair that she has a genetic advantage because she's better than them, right? That's the whole point of the Olympics. Mm-hmm. All they care about is how do we get people to focus all their hatred on people that are in the LGBTQ community. So Khelif is not dominant in the sport.
Actually, I'm going to call bullshit on that. I don't think that's all they care about. I think they also want to police femininity, police what is a woman when it comes to cis women. And that much is clear from this event. That much is clear. They're not stopping with disqualifying like trans women's womanhood, right? They won't be happy until they get to decide who's in and out of that group.
It doesn't matter. They're just using it as an excuse to attack that community because their whole point is hatred. That's why this is so dumb politically. They keep assuming that the average American is as hateful as they are, and they're incorrect.
In actuality, Cenk says, the average American is as hateful as I am. That's what he's claiming. There you go, Cenk. There you go. Fucking coward's way out.
Let's step out of the way.
And I'm serious. Let's make that debate happen. I'm gonna see if I can get a hold of Fallon and let's make this debate happen. He said anyone, anytime, any place. Let's make that happen. Let's make that happen. All right.
And let them clown themselves.
Yeah. Boring Beth says they want the Handmaid's Tale in real life. That's true. Yeah.
Okay. We're good.
We are not good. They do. Don't say we're good like everybody agrees with you. They don't. Anyway, pixie cuts will be banned. That would suck. I love pixie cuts. Oh wait, there you are, Natalie. So Natalie says they've transvestigated Katie though. I've seen it on Twitter. They have done that. Wait. Nobody here thought you were talking about all Dutch people? I'm not known as a Dutch hater, am I? That's good. That's good. Look, I'm a friend of the Dutch. I'm a friend of the Dutch, okay? Aber ik spreek geen Nederlander. I can't speak your language. It confuses me, even though I know a little bit of German. But thank you well anyway, okay? Anyway, yeah, I think I saw what you're talking about, Natalie. Yeah, there was some nasty meme going around. But yeah, I mean, look, this is what weakness gets you, right? This is what giving in to right-wingers on optics or whatever the fuck you think you're doing. This is what that gets you. Well, luckily when I search her name on Twitter, like there's a lot of positive that comes up before any weird transvestigation shit. Anyway, chat, let me switch us back to here.
Oh shoot, we're out of time. All right,
that's right. We're out of time. We're sort of out of time too, although maybe not. Right? We're actually really close to the dono goal. We're at 90% out of 100%. That means we are only 10% away. Now, some of you out there, people have been really generous in terms of donating. I'm not sure if I've again, this is why I explain. This is why I try to explain how the bonus, how the dono goal works. Because you're literally anytime you donate, whether it's a super chat, super sticker, whether it is a getting yourself a membership or gifting a membership to somebody else, whether it's over on Twitch in getting a sub to get out of the top of the hour ad break, which you can do for free or for $6, or possibly even be gifted a sub. Although that sort of thing is more likely to happen if you're active in chat, because on Twitch they can choose people that gift subs can choose who they gift to. Any of these things count towards the dono goal, and they also give you the ability to have a little bit of clout. Let's just say a little bit of influence over what we. Oh my God, Narwhal by Nature with the 5 gift memberships. That definitely. Wait, I gotta do the weasel thing, don't I? We're gonna do the weasel thing, chat. I hope you don't mind. All right, ACAB includes Tone Police.
You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing.
EMC.
You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing.
Lauren Evans.
You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing.
Asher Da Bunny Man.
You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing.
And Webtoon Lord.
You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing.
These are new members. And well-timed, right? This is a, what did I say the other day? Fortuitous event of people getting memberships at this moment. Wait, Benabel, I don't think I...
You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing.
Mormon thing. Okay, we got that. The Mormon thing. Mormon influencers. I gotcha. That's up to 23% then. Vox Populi at 12? That might be the thing. That might be just the thing. Oh my God. There's two. Oh, that's what happened. Yeah, Lexical, thank you for the gift sub to Benabel. And Technoepoch, thank you for the gifted membership to Autumn Leaves.
You've just been weaseled, and that's a good
That's right, Autumn. You just got weaseled. So yeah, there's a whole bunch of weasels joining the crew. And yeah, chat, so yeah, the premium streaming, let me talk about that for a second. So I want to do, this is like best of intentions, right? What every month do like a stream that is premium, that is for members, people that are members on YouTube, people that are subs on Twitch, and people that are Patreons, any level of Patreon, right? We have several different tiers over there. Oh my God, that reminds me, shit. I'm supposed to shout out to the Patreons. I gotta pull this up to do it. So yeah, chat, every time I pay my rent, which I just did, I am super thankful to have an audience that is this supportive, that I can do this full time, you know, doing it by the skin of my teeth at the moment, but we're growing, chat, and I have confidence. I have confidence going forward. I feel like the summer is the toughest time for any content creator to get through. You know, you have definitely gotten me through this summer. August is looking good, and you know, we can hope for good things after that. Also, if you haven't noticed, the streaming setup has gotten a lot better too. I'm talking to you on a professional level microphone. The sound is excellent. I think the background looks really good. The lighting has improved, and that is all thanks to my Throne gang. So thank you to everybody who donates on Throne. Thank you especially to people who donated, you know, specifically rent money for me this month, because this month was the toughest of all months. It seems like things are getting better now, so we can just hope that that continues on. But yeah, I'm super thankful to everybody on Throne Gang and everybody on Patreon gang. Speaking of which, I gotta give a shout out to my Fancy Weasel. So everybody who's a patron of mine at the Fancy Weasel level or above, you get a shout out, a fancy shout out every single time I stream, or at least that's my intention.
Ray super chatted $7.21. Rose for pleasure, honey.
That's really sweet of you. That is really sweet of you, Alanis Ray. I appreciate that. Yeah, thank you to everybody who's super chatted or become a member, or especially gifting memberships. That's really awesome of you to pay the weasel forward. Thank you for everybody who gifted subs on Twitch. Basically, thank you for everyone. And for those of you out there that maybe feeling a little bit bad right now because you cannot contribute in any financial way, understand that I also appreciate your thumbs, all right? Thumbs are powerful. One thumb by itself doesn't do much, but if we put all our thumbs together, we are able to thumb wrestle the algorithm into submission and push out my content to a bigger audience. So if you've liked the stream, thank you too, right? Thank you, Thumb Gang. And also, let me think. Okay, so Patreons, Fancy Weasels, right? Shouts out to Omega Star, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to Just Julie, shouts out to Moe Nope, shouts out to Shaxbie, shouts out to Funky Monkey, and shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Paying the weasel forward, right? Oh, Starman X, that's really sweet of you. Thank you. I appreciate you too. Does 721 mean something that I'm missing? Oh no, it's like a Canadian thing. Bad Lefty, it's totally a Canadian thing. But yeah, let me see here. Where are we at? But yeah, I just wanted to thank every time it's like the Academy Awards or something, I'm like trying to thank everyone, and there's so many people that I owe a debt of gratitude to. So thank you everybody for all your support. Even just watching the stream helps a lot. Hopefully we can get you into Thumb Gang, but like I'm appreciative to every bit of support, and don't think I don't appreciate you just being here. Thumb Gang represent, that's right. Okay, so is there anybody who's dono that I need to get, like, okay, so like, hope at the risk of over explaining the, here we go, the dono goal, right? We're definitely at 100% here. We're above 100%, I think, for today. So we've definitely unlocked a extra bit of content. I'm not sure that I've gotten, oh my God, fresh out of the asylum. It's Soul Life's birthday. Happy birthday, Soul Life. Happy birthday. I hope you do get to take Monday off. Yeah, some time off is very good. You know, I hadn't taken any off myself in a while until the last 2 days, so it definitely helped me get my head clearer and stuff like that. I hope you have a chance to do that. No, it's not like a special secret meaning or anything like that, Bad Lefty, but I know what you're talking about. But anyway, so if there's anybody who's donated and I haven't gotten your donation like attached to like a topic, because this is how this works, right? We got 4 topics. You can see them in the poll. And whichever one wins overall, right? I'm taking a poll in Shorts chat, taking a poll in the full screen chat. The full screen, yeah. And I average those together, and then I add the donos. So if you donate and you tell me what you want to see, then I can put your dono where I can put your money where your mouth is, basically. Wait, does that make sense? I don't know if that makes sense. I think that just sounds gratuitously weird for no reason at all. But I can put your money where your opinion is. Does that make more sense? I don't know, chat. I can add your money to the total amount that we get from averaging the averaging the chats. That's what I'm trying to say. And so it can actually change the outcome of the dono goal. So right now it kind of looks like we're going towards why so many Mormon influencers. Again, chat, I appreciate, oh yeah, you know who else I didn't say thanks to? Mods, right? Mods have had a lot to deal with today, especially on a topic like this. On a day like today, I know that you've been dealing with extra bullshit from some not so great people, so thank you, mods. And again, don't feel like you need to, kick their butts on the way out the door. It's actually probably better if we don't. All right? Just so we're clear on that, right? There's no need to give them an extra, like, they just want that engagement. They want to fight, so don't give them that. But yeah, we definitely had to use some ban hammers today, so thank you to all the mods who have kept the chat safe and cozy. Yeah, that's on a day like today, I definitely have to thank you all the more, because I know it cannot be easy when I'm covering a topic like this, because this just brings all the creeps out. It brings all the creeps out, but again, you don't have to say anything to them at all. We just ban them, and what is the name? It's like called like Gray Rock or Greystone or something like that, right? This is something that I learned when I was getting massive amounts of harassment from she who shall not be named, and the only way that you got people like that to fuck off permanently is just to not be interesting to them, right? They just get banned and they get hidden, and they can't do anything. So that's what we're doing here today. So anyway, unless anybody that, like, I know there are people that that donated, that super chatted, that I haven't counted up your super chats towards a topic because I haven't heard it. If that's you, let me know. And again, I'm just going to remove any comments towards trolls because there's just, and it's nothing against anybody who, you know, is, thank you for defending me, but just understand you don't have to, and you don't have to say shit to them. You don't have to say anything at all to them. That's not something I want you to have to worry about. So, and again, it probably just helps them move along to somewhere else if we don't engage with them at all. So that's what we're instituting today. Anyway, it's so easy. It's so easy. And I'm going to try to do that too, right? I know sometimes I give their butts a little kick on the way out the door, but I shouldn't do that either. So I just don't want to be interesting to these people. All right, we're going to be very boring for them, and they're going to move the fuck on. That's what we're going to do. But yeah, unless there's anybody that I've missed, and let me know in chat, okay? So if you've donated and you feel like your dono has not been counted, just let me know once again which topic you favor. Let's do the count. Tech Bros want to matrix the poor. Oh my gosh, chat. We got 256 votes in shorts. Tech Bros want to matrix the poor is on top, tied with Cavernacle on Mr. Beast. Why so many Mormon influencers in third place at 26, and Squid Tips versus Vosh at 14%. If I look at the other stream, we have 34% saying why so many Mormon influencers. 27% want Squid Tips versus Vosh. I have a feeling we'll get to that before too long. 25% for Tech Bros want to matrix the poor, and 15% for Cavernacle on Mr. Beast. So yeah, this is one time where it looks like the yeah, I'm going back. Yeah. Okay, I don't even have to do this math. I can see it clearly, right? The winner in the poll, the winner, you know, in the chat, right, is why so many Mormon influencers at 32%. If I average them both together, nothing beats that. And funny enough, the winner in the hearts of donors so far, at least, again, like I said, if I haven't got your dono classified as the under the topic that you want, let me know. I'll be happy to do that. I hope I haven't missed anybody's request, right? Because when you donate, you can let me know which of these topics you want to see, and I will add it to the. I will add your donation to the overall total. But it looks like it's pretty clear right here, unless there is anybody that wants to speak up and disagree. Either you know, disagree with a super chat, or disagree by saying that your super chat was not counted yet, and you've got a, you know, it looks like it's going to be Mormon influencers. We're going to get to know the Mormon influencers and where they came from and why they're there and what's going on. Is there like a, you know, is there some kind of like a Salt Lake City conspiracy going on? I don't know. I have the cat in my room sometimes. Yeah, sometimes. I don't think she slipped in this time. She sneaks in though. She sneaks in. So yeah, like I said, why so many Mormons wins the poll, and it also has the most donos. I should do the going once. Going twice. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Mormon influencers, it is. I'm ending both polls. And we're going to move to the fun half. The funner half. I don't know. I think it'll be the funner half. This should be fun. I've got every reason to believe that this is going to be a fun topic to cover.
Yahoo Sports. Angela Carini.
Oh my God, we haven't done the Tim Pool. I'm going to have to get the Tim Pool like tomorrow or something. I don't know, chat. I also want to cover the dust up between Demon Mama and Westside Tyler. You might not know about this. I kind of covered, you know, an attack video Tyler made on Demon Mama a few weeks ago. but it looks like he's he's at it again. And there actually is a legitimate, beef between not just like Tyler and Demon Mama, but actually it's Tyler and President Sunday and Demon Mama. And that's what's going on. That's kind of like the fallout from the Xander Hall thing. So here we go. The bizarre reason why your favorite influencers.
So hot. Like, let's get down to it. Why are they so hot?
Oh my gosh, Twitch might not like this.
What do you do when some bozo forgets to fill your water tank?
I'll just have to drink formula. We're filming on Mother's Day, and what better way to celebrate Mother's Day than with hot moms?
Hot moms!
The highest form of life form that there is, I think, in my opinion, because this is Crooked Timber. The hot moms that we're going to be talking about today are...
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mormon. But to my knowledge, these...
The channel is called Crooked Timber. When they said crooked, this is Crooked Timber, I thought that... Wait, is it this video that everybody wants to watch? Or is it the... I guess there's also this video. This one's from an ex-Mormon who has a theory on what's going on with this.
Hot Mormon moms are not also evil. So that'll be kind of a fun change of pace. The Mormon Church has said that they prefer to be referred to as Latter-day Saints. But Mormon is still a very common and accepted way to refer to them. The reason why they don't want to be called a Mormon anymore is because they ultimately want to distance themselves from a lot of the scandals that have befallen the Mormon Church. More and more people learn about the history of Mormonism. I think the more and more they want to sort of confuse and obfuscate their origins. That's just my opinion. So I'm
wait, my dog Zergoth says she's good. I follow her. Are you talking about Crooked Temper?
I'm still going to call them Mormons because, they're a cult, and I don't care what they want to be called.
Did you know that Mormon leader Joseph Smith had over 30 wives and 7 of those were under 18 when he married them? Sorry, it's actually the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Okay, well, of those 30 wives, 11 of them were married to other men when Joseph Smith married them. Please do not use Mormon to describe us. Okay, do you have...
Wait. I'm trying to understand this. Okay, so I know a little bit about the Mormon Church. Started in New York. Supposedly Joseph Smith found golden plates. He was guided by the voice of God or an angel or something like that. Was like, go out in the woods and find these golden plates. And it's like, oh no, they're written in Reformed Egyptian. How are we gonna translate this? And God gives him special objects to translate, like a decoder ring. Yeah. Joseph Smith gets a decoder ring, right? And he starts preaching and saying that, like, actually none of the Christian churches have it right, because this is during a big time of a revival, right? The revival is when people get like super religious and they, there's all these churches around getting people in, right? So Joseph Smith was one that came out with like, hey, everybody's got it wrong, because actually God talked to me. And there's these golden plates that I got to see. They were out in the woods. I put them back there. I can't show them to you, but trust me, I got the golden plates and I translated this thing called the Book of Mormon. And guess what? It turns out that Jesus, after he died, he made his way over here to North America. And it turns out that the Israelites also, many years prior to Jesus, made their way over and populated North America, and then some of them were good, and they got white skin, and then some of them were bad, and those are First Nations people, and we know that because they got dark skin, and that dark skin is a curse from God for killing the good Israelites that came over I don't know, Chad. It gets complicated. Anyway, let's not get into like Mormon, the scriptures, right? Let's just talk about the people, right? So these people, they got together, they joined up into the church in New York, and people were like, you are kind of strange. We do not like you. You are strange, all right? You need to get out of here because we don't like having you around. You're weird. This is not like normal Christianity. This is something else. Get the fuck out. And, you know, there was violence and bad vibes, and they got the fuck out. They went to the next town, violence and bad vibes. They got the fuck out. They went to the next town, violence and bad vibes, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, until some point where the vibes were so bad that they like threw Joseph Smith into jail, and then like a mob of people killed him in jail, right? And then they were like, the vibes are really bad. The vibes are really fucked. So we need to get all the way over to some place where like no other, where no other like Americans live. And that was Utah, right? And they went there. They did have like a plural marriage. Is that what they call it? Marriage to, of one man to multiple women, but they always stated that it was because so many of their dudes were getting killed that they had to do that in order for all the women to have a husband, right? They needed for one dude to have many wives, and that's their excuse anyway. I don't know what the historical fact behind that is. And then they settle in Utah, and they have a bunch of conflicts with I think with First Nations people there, and also with the government. And they eventually agree to abolish the plural marriage thing and to abide more or less by the U.S. law, and Utah gets incorporated as a state. The reason that it's called Utah and not like the name that they wanted to call it, which is like Deseret, I think, is that somebody like Utah refers to a group of First Nation people living there, and supposedly one of the people in Congress didn't like the Mormons, or somebody didn't like the Mormons, so they didn't get to call their state what they wanted to call it, but they called it Utah instead. And now the state's pretty much run like there's more Mormons than non-Mormons there. Most of the political offices are held by Mormons. The schools that are there are Mormon schools. There's Mormons don't just live in Utah. They also live in Arizona and Idaho and like just basically anywhere near Utah. Yeah, Nevada, like Colorado, right? There's a lot of Mormons in that area. There are also, there's a split between the church. There's like a Reformed Mormon church, or a Reformed Latter-day Saints, I guess they want to be called, church. And then there's like the OG Latter-day Saints church. And then there's also groups in southern Utah that never adopted the reforms that they did when they tried to make good with the American government, right? Like getting rid of plural marriage, right? There's some groups in southern Utah that stayed with that, and some wild shit has gone on there, in terms of things. So I think I've got it all. Is that a good description of Mormons? But like this one, I didn't know. This is a new one on me. All right, the idea that the marriages that they made, some of the marriages that they made were so there's polygamy, right, which is the plural marriage thing, being married to more than one person, right, like one man in this case and multiple wives, right. But then there's also something called bigamy, which is what it sounds like she's describing, which is when somebody has a marriage and then they get married again without getting divorced first. And so that I haven't heard this claim. The bigamy thing is new to me.
Any commentary on, the history of polygamy in Mormonism? La 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 la. The church spent at least $6 million on the I'm a Mormon campaign. Since then, our prophet, President Nelson, has received a revelation from God.
Oh yeah, here's another interesting thing. So they've got a prophet that's like the leader of their church. This is somebody that supposedly like has conversations with God, much like Joseph Smith had conversations with God. And the prophet is like so they've got a lot of weird rules, right? They had some straight up racist rules, like no black person was supposed to receive the priesthood, which is weird because for them, for when I say priest, right, you think of like somebody that's like the head of the church, the preacher, right? There's like one priest for, a whole bunch of people. But with Mormons, they make all of the guys are supposed to become priests, right? Like that, it's a rite of passage for them to to be called priests. So it doesn't mean what it means to other Christians. But they had a specific rule where even though this is a Mormon rite of passage, every Mormon has got every Mormon in good standing that's a guy becomes a priest, right? They didn't let black people become a priest until like 1970, whatever, in which the prophet talked to God and God was like, you know what? I think I'm going to ease up on that rule about black people and stuff. You know, it's actually makes a lot of sense. Yeah, let them be a priest too, right? So they changed that. So there's a lot of retconning that goes on under the auspices of the prophet had another conversation with God, and this time God told the prophet something totally different than what God had told the previous prophets or told him or told Joseph Smith, right? Or who's the other guy? There's another big guy, right, in Mormonism. Joseph Smith and, oh my God, the bushy beard guy. Who's the bushy beard guy? I can't remember his name. There's like another big Mormon dude. He was like right after Joseph Smith. I can't remember. They are the richest church. Oh my God, I forgot to say that. Yeah, Alanis, that is true. I didn't know they were the richest. I just knew that they have a ton of money because they make people pay like a big part of their salary towards the church. Wait, what's going on? Brigham Young. Thank you. It's Brigham Young. Yeah, I couldn't remember. Yeah, because it's the name of the college in somewhere in Utah. There's a college called Brigham Young University, and if you go there, I don't know what is it one of these colleges where you can't like dance? You can't like be in the vicinity of a member of the opposite sex after a certain hour. It's wild. It's a very, very conservative college.
That actually calling us that is highly offensive. But everybody knows the religion as Mormon, and it's way quicker to say. I don't understand how you'll respect other people by calling them by their real pronouns, but you won't respect us by calling us by the true name of our church. Oh, do you call people by their preferred pronouns? That's not the point!
A lot of people are surprised to learn just how many popular mom, vlogger, Instagram, YouTuber type influencers are Mormon.
Yes, they are. And so is every influencer you've loved for the past decade. Finally, a chance to share an elaborate diagram. I believe all Mormon influencers fall into one of these main three categories.
A lot of them are not super upfront about their faith, but you do a little digging.
Wait, did I see Carter's video on this? He went over this and the big monetary influence they have.
And you find that a lot of them, their wedding photos are in front of a Mormon temple. Or you find...
What does it take to be a saint? I don't know. Magical underwear, I think. That's part of, right? Is that part of being a saint? They're saints, right? Because they believe that sainthood, yeah, this is weird. Like the priesthood is like every dude is a priest, and every Mormon, I think in good standing, is a saint. That like saints were like important people in the Bible, and that they are basically the important people in the Bible of today. They are the future Bible heroes. That's what they're saying. But it's not just Bible, it's Book of Mormon, and they got a bunch of shit. Oh my God, chat. The funniest story about Mormonism is this, okay? Apparently, there were these like traveling salesmen at the time of Joseph Smith, right? And they would sometimes have some interesting stuff from like way far away lands, right? And one of the things that they had was this was like mummies. Like, right, these traveling salesmen would sell mummies, and they would sell ancient Egyptian, like people were like raiding ancient Egyptian stuff at the time, and then they were like bringing it and selling it. And so Joseph Smith bought a mummy, I think, or several mummies, and they got a scroll with the mummy, and the scroll was like a really simple, basic bitch Egyptian burial scroll, right? It was just your basic, like everybody got buried with this scroll, right? It was a simple, basic bitch thing, but not to Joseph Smith, because he had the power, remember, of reading, you know, magical reading or whatever, right? God was helping him translate, right? So he was able to translate this scroll and say that this is written by Abraham, the Abraham, right? The guy that most people agree did not exist and was just kind of a metaphor for like the tribes or something, right? But the Abraham supposedly wrote down this scroll, and it's this harrowing tale of adventure where like Abraham went to Egypt apparently, and a priest was like, yo, I'm gonna sacrifice this dude, it's gonna be cool. And then somehow he gets away and he writes the scroll to be like, almost got sacrificed by an Egyptian. Dog, that was sick. Yo, this is the thing about Mormonism, is if you like magical adventures, if there's not enough magical adventures in the Bible, and if maybe there's like too many women in the Bible, then Mormonism is a belief for you. Yeah, you gotta, if that's your deal, right? If you were like, there's too many women in the Bible, and also there's not enough magical adventures and shit, if you want to read about the magical adventures of Abraham in Egypt when he almost got sacrificed, right? Then maybe you can be a Mormon too. I don't know. I don't know. If you like the idea of some dude translating golden plates written in a reformed Egyptian with a secret decoder ring from the angel Moroni, then you could be a Mormon as well.
Find out that mom and dad met at BYU, and then those are just the little hints that let you know that these are indeed Latter-day Saints. There are a lot of aspects of Mormon culture and Mormon culture's expectations of women that translate easily and beautifully into the online influencer space. I guess I should also say that for this video, I am talking specifically about a very specific rich subset of Mormons, and I know that these people are not necessarily representative of most Mormons. The first thing that you'll see when you start to scratch the surface of what it is about Mormonism that makes so many of these women want to be online influencers, Mormons are obsessed with family record keeping. Mormons believe that they can perform sacred rituals that will bring...
Shakespeare asks, why would Abraham go to Egypt before Lot had his sons? To have magical adventures, of course.
Their dead ancestors into heaven, into Mormon heaven.
Oh God, I forgot about this is the baptism of the dead. That's why they're researching not just their own genealogy, but everybody's genealogy. Like one of the biggest genealogy libraries in the world is in Salt Lake City. And the reason that they offer this, and you don't have to be Mormon to use it, like almost anybody that looks into their genealogy for any amount of time will, will maybe have need of consulting their records, because they have quite extensive records. But there's a reason, and that is because they think that everybody who's not Mormon, their soul is waiting in a kind of limbo, right? And it wants to be baptized. The soul wants to be baptized, but they didn't get baptized during their life. So what are they to do? Well, the Mormons have an answer for that. They get a Mormon they find a name of a new person that they didn't know about before, and they get a Mormon to be like, okay, you are like Adam Jones or something like that, right? From like, I don't know, Boise, Idaho. And they are like, I am Adam Jones from Boise, Idaho, even though they're not, right? And because this is a person that lived long ago, right? And they'll be like, they'll baptize them in the, and it transfers onto the dead guy, right? It transfers onto the dead guy, and they find out about the dead guy from people researching their relatives at the Salt Lake Genealogy Library, which I think I went to this once, and I remember they got a statue of Jesus, right? And he is like buff and he looks like a surfer. And so I was just like, I always was like, yo, what is up with these Mormons and their Malibu Jesus? They got Malibu Jesus out there, right? Jesus, but he looks like he comes from Malibu. It's wild.
So in order to get their whole family into Mormon heaven, they have to know who these people are. So genealogy and family record keeping has always been really important to Mormons.
I haven't heard many crazier things that regular people try to do
than getting your dead ancestors into heaven.
It's like, like you missed the baptism, and they're gonna dig you up wherever you are and sprinkle some spell or potion on you and make you.
They don't dig them up.
Rip you out of whatever heaven you.
I mean, they will buy your mummy though, and if it has any interesting scrolls in it, you know, all the better, right? They'll expand. That's how they expand their Mormon doctrine, by buying mummies.
Ended up in, and then drag you into Mormon hell.
Right.
Or, sorry, heaven, whatever they think that is.
Right. Yeah.
Wait, is there a Mormon hell? I feel like there's like tiers of Mormon existence, but I don't know. Is there do they have a hell? I don't think they have a hell, do they?
Yeah. The responsibility for this family record keeping falls to women. LDS girls are encouraged from an early age to scrapbook and keep journals as a way to get in the habit of recording their family history. I found this article in Allure that interviews Amber Fillerup Clark, who's huge in the...
Wait, Fillerup? That's like, okay, I don't want to make fun of people's names, but like it kind of sounds like something you'd say at a gas station. They got into a lot of controversy because the Holocaust victims list began. They got the Holocaust victim list and began to baptize them. It became a thing when they baptized Anne Frank. Do they like? Here's what I wonder. Like, is it like a raffle? Like, who gets to decide? Like, who gets like right? Because you'd think that like if they're baptizing dead celebrities, like famous notable individuals, that like a lot of Mormons would like to be like, can I be the famous person? Like, you're gonna do George Washington? Can I be that? Can I get on Abraham Lincoln? Can I get in on like Betsy Ross or something? I don't know, right? You would think that would be like competitive, or maybe it's like whoever donates the most money. I don't know.
Mormon mom, specifically hair influencer.
Shakespeare says Mormon hell is BYU, Idaho. Wait, there's a BYU, Idaho?
World. The article says, like most Mormon girls, Fillerup Clark was encouraged to keep journals and scrapbooks growing up. And she thinks this early education in archiving one's own life is what leads so many Mormon women to take up lifestyle blogging. I also found some general conference talks that refer specifically to Mormons using social media. General conference.
Are there Mormon dragons? There should be.
Kind of an annual or semi-annual address of Mormon officials to Mormons everywhere.
They're like, yo, Mormons, listen up.
One that said, we encourage people, young and old, to use the internet and the social media to reach out and share their religious beliefs. As you utilize the internet, you may come across ongoing conversations about the church. When directed by the Spirit, do not hesitate to add your voice to these conversations. And that talk is so interesting to me that they're telling Mormons, hey, use social media to say positive things about the church.
They are. Oh my God, I was right. This is what I predicted.
The Book of Mormon came out. Originally, this part of the video was supposed to be a clip from the musical The Book.
Wait, yes, there is a hell? There is a Mormon hell?
But YouTube.
Oh wait, my dogs are goth explaining it. Yes, 3 levels of other side: celestial kingdom, terrestrial kingdom, and terrestrial. FLDS, isn't that the Reformed one? Oh no, it's fundamental. That's the Southern Utah one. Okay, I think, right?
Its copyright system got in the way, as usual. In it, the main character, Elder Price, is singing about a crisis of faith and some of the, a rainbow on my face, and some of the wackier beliefs that mainstream Mormons have.
Oh, telestial kingdom.
Such as ancient Jews built boats and sailed to America. The Garden of Eden is in Jackson County, Missouri. Mormons get their own planets when they die. I think that the Mormon Church has since reneged on that one.
Oh wait, they don't give the planets? They don't give the planets? I thought they got the planets, right? Yeah, you get to be, oh God, I don't want to spoil there's spoilers, right? Just like Scientology has spoilers, you know, about Xenu and stuff. Mormonism has spoilers that were supposed to be secret, that you only found out when you get like some kind of temple ceremony. But you know, obviously it got out and it's all over the internet. And Yeah, you basically are a god in training as a Mormon. And if you do things right, then yeah, you get your own planet to be god on.
And that God changed his mind about black people in 1978. I'll talk more about that later.
God used to be racist, yes, and then God had a, decided that racism was bad.
The song, the refrain, culminates with Elder Price singing, "I'm a Mormon, and a Mormon just believes." And it's a really funny and good summation of the kind of cognitive dissonance that a lot of Mormons must experience. You can find it on YouTube. Sorry that YouTube's copyright system won't let us have fun. The Mormon Church went on a social media blitz, including an ad campaign called "I'm a Mormon" that was meant to counter the uncomfortable fact.
Oh, wait, I think I might have seen some of those commercials, right? The "I'm a Mormon" commercials.
Mormonism that the musical The Book of Mormon addresses. So, kind of funny.
My name is...
Okay, look, one thing that I kind of liked, okay, so I'm not a big fan of the South Park guys, but they did this Book of Mormon, or they did the whatever, was it called the Book of Mormon? I can't remember, but they did a Mormon thing. But one of the things that I remember South Park pointing out was that Mormons, a lot of them are really nice people. It kind of sucks that they're born in the circumstances that gives this cult access to their income and dominion over their thoughts, but it's not, these are not, I don't know. It wasn't taking a shit on all Mormons, and that's good, because I've had friends that are Mormon, and they're nice people, no matter if they think that I'm not getting my own planet or whatever. I don't know. No matter if they're gonna try to baptize me when I die, I don't care, whatever.
My name is Rachel Hagan.
I'm half Guatemalan. I can shake my booty here and there.
Wait, I never saw this ad. I did not see this one.
I am an interior designer.
I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a proud father.
And I'm a Mormon.
And I'm a Mormon.
I found an article in the New York Times from 2011 that talks about the inspiration for the "I'm a Mormon" campaign. Top Mormon leaders had hired two big-name advertising agencies in 2009, Ogilvy and Mather and Holland Partners, to find out what Americans think of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Using focus groups and surveys, they found that Americans who had any opinion at all used adjectives that were downright negative: secretive, cultish, sexist, controlling, pushy, and anti-gay. This campaign also came in the wake of Mitt Romney's presidential campaign, which top Mormon leaders say had nothing to do with the fact that they wanted to deal with this Mormon perception problem. But I don't know, it seems pretty convenient. I found this other quote from another early 2010s General Conference talk. "We do not hide our faith. We do not bury it. To the contrary, we talk about our journey with others in normal and natural ways."
I can shake my booty here and there.
That's what friends do. They talk about things that are important to them. Share your experiences in person, on social media, in groups, everywhere. Mormon women are told from an early age that their highest possible calling is to be a wife and a mother. I have to adjust my bra. To be a wife and a mother, and to always have their boobs on straight.
What? Keep them on straight.
While women working outside the home is not expressly forbidden, it's also very encouraged that staying home with your kids is probably the best use of your time. So when mom blogs got big in the early 2010s, of course, a lot of Mormons jumped on the trend. And now we have Instagram and YouTube and TikTok.
So is that our answer? Is that why Mormons are so influential as influencers? They're influency?
Evolved from that initial blogging culture. And a lot of the really big Mormon influencers on Instagram got their start in the mommy blogging realm.
So their reason for polygamy, besides Joseph Smith being, oh my God, was to grow their church as fast as. So the idea is to appeal to more people, that people would join it if they were like, you can have multiple wives. Because I'd always heard them explain it that they were persecuted, and so a lot of the men did not make it to Utah, and they had to.
Why are they so hot? Like, let's get down to it. Why are they so hot? Because it wasn't always that way. Mark Twain visited Utah and went out of his way to tell everyone how homely he found the women of Utah. He said, "Our stay in Salt Lake City amounted to only 2 days, and therefore we had no time to make the customary inquisition into the workings of polygamy and get up the usual statistics and deductions preparatory to calling the attention of the nation at large once more to the matter." Because remember, at the time Mark Twain is visiting Utah, polygamy is still very much part of mainstream Mormonism.
Yeah, they just gotten driven out of Missouri.
Yeah. I had the will to do it. With the gushing self-sufficiency of youth, I was feverish to plunge in headlong and achieve a great reform here, until I saw the Mormon women. Then I was touched. My heart was wiser than my head. It warmed toward these poor, ungainly, and pathetically homely creatures. And as I turned to hide the generous moisture in my eyes, I said, no. The man that marries one of them has done an act of Christian charity which entitles him to the kindly applause of mankind, not their harsh censure. And
wait, Johnny Harris is Mormon?
The man that marries 60 of them has done a deed of open-handed generosity so sublime that the nation should stand uncovered in his presence and worship him.
I gotta say, Mark Twain, you are one catty bitch.
Silence.
Wow.
No one talks enough about what a bitch Mark Twain was.
He's a bitch, isn't he?
Samuel Lang.
Mark Twain is the goat.
Clemens. So how did they get so hot? I have a theory, and it has to do with money. I think money is at the root of beauty. You have to remember that the women that Mark Twain was seeing were hot off the trails. These were the pioneers, the settlers, the women that Ballerina Farm is cosplaying as in her millionaire pretend ranch. Dentistry, taking care of yourself, all the things that make you hot just had not yet made it to Utah. Now, today, Utah is one of the richest states in the U.S., which I had no idea. Like, as a member...
Wait, Sang, she says they are on the interwebs because they shouldn't work a 9 to 5? Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. So, and that's kind of what she was saying earlier with the mommy bloggers thing, is that, like, that's one way that you could do something like akin to, like, you know, something productive, something that that satisfies you on that level, but not be in violation of the, you know, you got to be a mother and a wife first and foremost.
Of the liberal East Coast elite. When I pictured Utah, I picture like a tumbleweed, a saloon, Warren Jeff's
beehive
compound, if I'm honest. Like, I thought.
Wait, Warren Jeff, was he? Wait, who is that? Was that the Southern Utah guy that was like, money is at the root of all beauty? I mean, I guess.
That was just like Salt Lake City. It was just women with the hair. The median income is over $70,000, which is, and I believe the nationwide median income is something like $45,000. So they're doing well out there in Utah. Utah has a lot of laws that are very friendly to new businesses and entrepreneurship. You know anything about Mormon culture, you know that there is an insidious connection between Mormons and MLM schemes. But it's worth noting that Utah has a...
Wait, they call it Mormons losing money? Wait, is this Mormons starting MLM schemes, or is this Mormons getting scammed?
A lot of legitimate businesses as well. So a lot of them are doing very well for themselves. And with this wealth has come a boom in plastic surgery.
Wait, he made everyone kill their dogs? Joseph Smith did? Or Warren Jeffs did.
It's
Oh wait, who is Warren Jeffs again? He's the Southern Utah guy that the FLDS. Okay, so that is the fundamentalist LDS church, not to be confused with the Reformed one.
actually nuts. Again, from the Allure article, though it's the capital of one of the most religious states in America, Salt Lake City has more plastic surgeons per capita than Los Angeles. It doesn't line up, does it? Laughs Julie de Azevedo Hanks, a Salt Lake City-based psychotherapist specializing in Mormon women's emotional health and relationships. That is very specific.
Yeah.
It's a culture with very strong ideas about humility, modesty, and double D boobs. The article also suggests that there is a level of competition among Mormon women because there are substantially more women in Utah than men.
We should, if I may, pivot to show.
Wait, what? There's more women in Utah than men? Explain that one. Is that because more of the men are like on missions?
Showing me the boobs so that. So
Oh,
that,
should we? Oh,
I'm trying to remember. I think that Mormon men have to go on missions pretty much, but Mormon women, it's like voluntary.
okay, cut to boobs. So let's drop what we're doing. We have to look at boobs. Can I just finish my one thought?
Okay.
This is going somewhere. You have to understand that
They ship the boys out? You mean like on missions?
Mormon heaven has 3 levels. And for you to get to the highest level, you have to be what? Married. That's right. No singles. No singles allowed. Only married couples can enter. And I've heard
God's like one of those like catty like married people that like they don't hang out with you if you're not married.
them, and I've seen
God's like if you're gonna hang, you need to be married.
some Mormon leaders pay lip service to the idea of like, oh, in the fullness of time, God does not withhold his gifts from anyone, blah, blah, blah. It matters what's in your heart. Okay, well, that's not what a lot of people believe. It's generally understood that you have to have a spouse to get to the tip top.
There's a Mormon dress code. Is that where the magical underwear comes in?
Celestial kingdom as it's known. Look at the celestial kingdom. Oh, it's so
It looks like a Lisa Frank.
white. Okay, let's look.
Yeah, with less pink. It's like if you replace the pink with white, it's Lisa Frank.
Yeah, I mean, whatever. I guess that's fine.
So I may have oversold it. This is also family content, so it's not just it's not just boobs.
Like bikini pics with your kid pics is weird. It's like, what are we doing?
So you're against the idea of hot moms?
No, I mean, I'm married to one, so that's pregnant hot mom. Or just
Look at my butt! Oh, look at my little tushy. So this is her pregnancy announcement.
with the butt?
With the butt out,
Oh,
which
come
I
on.
love. Now, when you see all these pictures of Mormon moms in bikinis, you may recall in the previous episode, I mentioned that temple attending Mormons are supposed to wear these voluminous.
Oh my God.
And those certainly have no place under a bikini. Mormons are not required to wear that underwear all the time. For instance,
Oh, okay.
when swimming. Members are still encouraged to be modest. At one point, the church came out and said, don't wear two-piece bikinis. The Mormon church will not specifically commit to a type of bathing suit that they think everyone should wear. So because there is a little wiggle room, a little room for interpretation, that's something that a lot of Mormons exploit. And other Mormons do call them out and say, like, I don't believe they're
It's like winter garb. It's like like long johns or whatever. They can wear tank tops.
Mormon because they're wearing bikinis, but that's just not how it is. People just don't interpret things the same way all the time.
Every time you comment and say, I'm a Mormon, and I know she's not Mormon because she's wearing a bikini, I barf. Barf, barf, barf. I tell Jesus what you said, and I barf some more. They can wear bikinis if they want to.
There's also a lot of talk in Mormonism about how your body is a temple, and because of that, a lot of Mormons are very dedicated to fitness. Take, for instance, this general conference address by Elaine Dalton, who...
Wait, so are there Mormon fitness influencers too? Also, Johnny Harris. Johnny Harris, I did not know. I did not know that Johnny Harris was a Mormon.
Was the young woman general
But it makes sense now. He does kind of have that look.
president of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints from 2008 until 2000.
5-piece bikinis?
You understand that you possess a sacred power that involves the holy responsibility of...
The only bikini I wear is the, let's see if I can find it here. President. Oh, come on. Look, chat, this is the only time you'll ever see me, like, hawking somebody else's merch. Alright, but I just gotta show you this. I gotta show this to you. Alright. This is President Sunday's merch, right? And as you could imagine, there's a sweater vest that you can get. There's several... Wait, what happened to the... Oh my god, did they take the bikini out? Chat, I swear to god, there was a bikini. Here, let's try this again.
bringing other spirits to earth to receive a body in which to house their eternal spirit.
What?
Oh my God. This power involves another sacred soul. You are a guardian of something more precious than rubies. Be faithful, be obedient, prepare now.
More precious than rubies.
Prepare now so that you may qualify to receive all the
blessings
that await you in the Lord's holy.
Yeah, look, this is the only bikini that I will wear. The President Sunday, the official President Sunday bikini. The Sunday kini. Look at that. You see that? Behold the power of the Sunday kini. If you've ever wanted to have President Sunday's face on all of your bikini parts, you can.
Temple. My only note for this was, oh my God, Elaine, oh my, oof, it's too much. So basically, you have to be fit to be as healthy as possible to fulfill all of your motherhood duties because you are a sacred vessel. So you can see how that would contribute to an obsession with fitness and keeping your body as possible. And add to that Mormons also don't smoke, don't drink coffee.
Wait, Aaron Ra? Are you talking about the guy that's like, isn't he like really old, but he looks like he's not that old? And he's like, I didn't know that guy was Mormon. Is he a Mormon influencer?
And all of that contributes, I assume, to their glowing, bronze, dewy complexions. A lot of ex-Mormons have said this too, like the pressure that you feel as a Mormon woman to live up to this crazy standard all the time. That fits with a comment I found in an ex-Mormon subreddit. It says, was in a Midwest YSA ward. I don't know what YSA is. And was told that as women, we need to keep our bodies slim and fit, as our main role as women is to be carriers of life. I also recall several young women lessons through the years about caring for physical appearance, which honestly could have been helpful for the awkward bunch of developing teens we were, but the lessons focused on wearing makeup, controlling facial and body hair, etc. Hearing men tell younger men the more righteous they are, the more beautiful their wife will be. Like I mentioned before, most of the Mormon influencers that I've shown or talked about don't really talk that much about being Mormon. They're not explicitly evangelical. A few are, but
wait, am I getting mixed up about who this is? There's like Aaron Ra. Yeah, wait, yeah, there's the atheist guy, right? But then there's like some other guy that's like a... Wasn't there some influencer guy named something like that?
most of them aren't. And if I had to guess, and this is me speculating, I think it's because as of late, in the past 5 to 10 years especially, there's been so much ex-Mormon, anti-Mormon content that's come out that's explicitly criticized the church's ugly history when it comes to things like racism. If you didn't know, the Mormon church didn't allow black members to become members of the priesthood until the 1970s, until the civil rights.
And like I said, it's not like you just can't be a priest, right? You know, like a priest, right? You know, you think of a priest as like the leader of a congregation or the person that's like in charge of church or whatever. But in Mormonism, a priest is like literally everyone in good standing in the church that's a guy is a priest.
Generated enough pressure for the Mormon leadership to finally relent.
Oh, okay. So you are talking about that Ron Ra guy, the atheist guy.
No, that went against what previous Mormon leaders had specifically said before.
Yeah, when you combine health with, you know, that kind of talk, you're talking about eugenics.
You're gonna get to eugenics event. All roads.
They all end up at eugenics.
The Book of Mormon specifically refers to Mormons aspiring to be a white and delightsome people. Look at these white, delightsome people. Look at it, they're white and they are delight.
Full of delighty whiteys.
They are white, delighty whiteys.
I wear my delighty whiteys.
My tidy whiteys for my delighty whiteys. Speaking of which, this brings up this uncomfortable, again, another LDS influencer that I mentioned last time. Nara Smith is part of the latest wave of Mormon influencers who drive people crazy with her super idealized, beautiful home life. Does she know, did her husband tell her about all this before she converted? I don't know. I want to know.
I don't think I can be a I don't think I could be a Mormon influencer. I don't think I'd be good at this.
I don't know. I want to hear. I'm really interested to know. I would never like harass anyone, but I am very interested to know, like, what do Black Mormons make of this? I'm sure you can say, like, well, Christianity has problems with racism as well, and of course it does. I would argue, though, that when Christians say that the Bible supports or justifies racism, they're wrong. And when Mormons say that there's actually nothing in Mormonism that supports or justifies racism, they're lying. So there's that. And I think that Mormon influencers know if they came right out and said, I'm a Mormon, I believe in the Book of Mormon, this is my religion, deal with it. I think that they'd get a lot of pushback and they'd get a lot of people saying the same things that I've just brought up over and over, like Joseph Smith was a pervert, your church is racist. I think that they'd rather engage in a much more subtle.
Okay, now I feel like there's a lot of the stuff that I don't know, like about the sussy stuff on Mormonism and the leadership, and like, I mean, I know that it's just, you know, ridiculous. I know the ridiculous part, right, of Mormonism. I guess I don't know the downright creepy part that well.
Type of influencing evangelical.
I'm too liberated to be in a cult.
Like, don't you want to be like us? Don't you want to have what we have, a big giant house in Utah? Don't you want to have white teeth? And
I mean, is it cheap to live in Utah or something?
They make their way of life seem really desirable without having to deal with the pesky details of what it is that they actually believe. So that's all I have.
Sharkfluencers?
Vlogger mommies and how they are and why they are.
So what is Crooked Timber? Just like a influencer channel? I live in the Mormon temple. Oh my God, chat, that was a lot. That was a lot. I don't think I could be any kind of influencer, right? I could never have my shit like that perfect. Like, I don't know what it takes to be an influencer, but I don't think I'm it. Like, I always thought that an influencer was just like somebody in social media that has like a lot of influence and they get paid by, or they get free stuff sent to them to be like, yo, look at this shit that I got. It's really cool. You should buy this shit. I thought that's what a influencer was. There's sharkfluencers. My favorite influencer video though has got to be Danny Gonzalez's video about becoming a water influencer. I mean, that's got to be my favorite kind of influencer, like a water. You're influencing people to drink flavored water. Okay, so do we understand why this is? I'm influencing you right now. Never heard of such a thing of what, as a water influencer? NCC is an influencer. Sorry to break the news. Am I a political influencer? Do you know about Ruby Frank? Wait a minute. That name sounds super familiar. Yeah, like, well, okay, so on TikTok, there's a special part of TikTok called Water Talk, and you would think that this is just people that are like all about hydration and drinking water, but no, these are people that don't want to drink water. They want to avoid drinking water, and the reason that a weasel influencer, okay, like a weasel, I'm like the weasel whisperer, but the reason that they so what they do to avoid drinking water is they find lots of flavorings. Like, you know, Mio? You know what I'm talking about? It's like this stuff that, oh my God, Chad, I sound like I'm influencing. I'm not trying to get you to get into this stuff because I was into it and it's not good. All right. I got into Mio. It's like a water enhancer, right? It's like a flavored thing that you put in your water and it puts caffeine in your water and some B vitamins, but like it also makes it like, it's also puts some like artificial color into your water. And I got into this because like I was super into like energy drinks, but I couldn't afford them. So instead I would get club soda and I would get Mio and I would put the Mio into my club soda to make like a kind of like my own like homemade soft drink. But it's bad. You shouldn't do it. I'm clean. I do not do Mio anymore. Why would people not want to drink water? Well, because they do drink water, but they drink it with like a lot of additives, right? Like, and the Water Talk is all about perfecting and min-maxing your water additives, right? So like the things that you add to water to make it taste really good. And then you also have to get like a Stanley Cup. You have to get like a Stanley Cup. And yeah, I basically just reinvented like diet soft drinks without realizing it. They want to drink juice. I mean, kind of. There's some juice in some of the stuff that they drink, but there's a lot. It's mostly like flavorings, right? They're mostly just about flavorings. Did you see the Mehdi Hassan interview with Benny Morris? When did that happen, Pan Fried Surf? I'm a big fan of Zateo. NC is sponsored by No H2O, the official flavor spritzer. Is that a thing? Oh, it came out a day ago. No, I haven't seen that yet. We'll have to take a look at that sometime. Oh my God, chat. I've got so much to show you now. Like I've got kind of a backlog of content. Yeah, like this.
Economics at university. Oh, so what are you doing with it now? I'm trying to ask. Yeah.
So this is Sammy Obaid, and he is a comedian. This was 2 months ago. I don't know how I missed this, right? But this guy is like one of the best comedians I've ever seen. He does comedy where he talks about, and this is going to sound weird to you, he talks about what's going on in Gaza. Which sounds like a comedy about fucking genocide, comedy about ethnic cleansing. It doesn't sound great to me, but it's conscious comedy. I don't know how to describe it, right? And yeah, if in case you're wondering, he gets hecklers. He gets hecklers that like, you know, come in and you know, have a problem with him, you know, saying free Palestine, and he's not mean. He's actually very nice in the way that he confronts these people, but he confronts them, and it's amazing. But yeah, here he is on Mehdi Hassan talking about college protests. Yeah, Intifada is basically a Taylor Swift song. One way to translate Intifada is like shaking off. So like shake it off. That's the joke. And his other area of expertise is in math, right? He was into math.
Gang members in my class. When I taught, I had to come up with street-type analogies to make my lesson plans relatable. So for instance, we were studying the different kinds of numbers. I was like, all right, here's how you learn the different kinds of numbers. Imagine you're at a party, all the numbers are there, right? This crazy number comes in, just starts flipping over tables. You're like, what's your problem? He's like, I'm irrational. It's gonna get much worse, okay? Now your irrational numbers, you're like, chill man, we're both some real ass numbers. I mean, both part of the same set. My number, put it right there, my number, right? All the squares start rooting for you. Root. You see this girl just floating by. He's like, damn, I wanna get her digits. Nah man, you can't, she's imaginary.
Yeah, does it add?
Oh wait, it doesn't show, God, the funny thing was the, oh wait, here we go. Is this it?
If you ever wanted to know where Bethlehem is, and I think she liked it. Because she immediately responded with, is Santa Claus real? I said 100% Santa Claus is real. We definitely recognize Santa Claus. I was out of Jerusalem. My mom was...
Nobody should be talking about Bethlehem with a young family member.
Yeah. My dad was born a few hours out of Jerusalem. My mom was born in Utah. So both places where Jesus got resurrected. Now, my great-grandma was born in Bethlehem. And I tell people this, they're like, oh, Bethlehem, Pennsylvania? I'm like, yeah, that's the one. She was Amish. She grew up in the Holy Land next to Scranton. She knew the three wise men from Dunder Mifflin. Come on! The birthplace of our Savior, Bethlehem, PA. No, everybody knows Bethlehem, birthplace of Jesus, the savior of most people in this country. Yet if you ask most people in this country to point it out on a map, they're pointing to Pennsylvania. That's a problem. But it's not our fault. It's a very difficult geopolitical question. I had to look it up just for this joke. Yeah. My niece asked me over Christmas. My niece is 5 years old. She said, where's Jesus from? I was like, Bethlehem. Nailed it. Right? She was like, where's Bethlehem? I was like, oh shit, here we go. I gotta give her the simplest answer you can, a 5-year-old, but I also gotta keep it real, you know? So I was like, okay, well, technically Bethlehem is in Palestine, but America, we don't recognize Palestine as a country, so technically it's in the Palestinian territories, specifically the West Bank, not the Gaza Strip. It was part of Israel, but they handed it over to the Palestinian National Authority in 1995 under the interim agreement of Sub.5, Section 2 of the UN resolution at the Oslo Accords. Thanks, Bill Clinton. This was pre-Monica, never mind. Of course, before that, it was British Mandate Palestine, and before that, the Ottoman Empire, and before that, a conquest during the Crusades, and before that, another conquest, and before that, another conquest, before that, another conquest. Wild times back then. People were crazy. Before that, the Roman Empire, because it was a law. Before that, Judea. Shout out to my Zionists. Before that, the Canaanites. Yes, we Canaanites is what they did not say. I made that up. Before that, random tribes from Africa. Black Lives Matter. And before that, it was the dinosaurs, if you believe in those. Did they teach you those? They did. Okay. And of course, before all of that, it was just lots and lots and lots of rocks. which, as we know, belong to the Palestinians. Now, one could argue that it still is in Israel, technically, because Israel technically occupies the West Bank. But of course, Israel would say that's not the case, because that's illegal under international law, under many, many counts. Don't tell the UN. JK, they already know. Oh my God, it's a mess. Everybody knows. Literally everybody knows, except most of the people in the country that could actually vote to stop it. God bless Pennsylvania. Merry Christmas. And that was the answer that I gave her in about 90 seconds flat, if you ever wanted to know where Bethlehem is. And I think she liked it. Because she immediately responded with, is Santa Claus real? I said 100% Santa Claus is real. We definitely recognize Santa Claus. She's like, what are you getting me for Christmas? I said, I gave you the gift of Palestine. What more do you want? Like, people usually pay to see my shows. I gave it to you free of charge. She was like, free Palestine? I was like, exactly.
Yeah, there's one more. Like, this is the one that I was like looking for. Hopefully, this is what I'm looking for.
Really easy to remember. May I? Awesome. And really easy. Would get credit for a huge theorem. But the theorem kind of lunatic that would get credit for a huge theorem.
Wait. Oh God, this is like.
The theorem itself is not going away anytime soon. Even if we got rid of math, the world would just fall apart, and there would be aftermath. 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 Do you need to know Pythagorean theorem? No. I mean, someone needs to know it if you want to live under a roof. Even if you want to live in a box, someone needs to know Pythagorean theorem. Haters will say it's a useless theorem, but personally, I like it when my planes land. Yes, it's about triangles, but not just any. Right triangles only. Which is kind of racist, actually. It's basically white supremacy.
Come on, man.
Ooh.
I'm not saying all right angles are racist, but there are a whole lot of them in a swastika.
Yeah.
Sorry, are kids gonna watch this? So a right triangle has two legs. And just like a human, most often one leg is shorter than the other. For some, it's more noticeable. So you got two legs. Let's call them A and B. The length of the ground between your feet, that's C. I can tell you what C is, but only if I know the length of both your legs and if you're standing with them 90 degrees apart, which is very uncomfortable and probably bad for your groin.
Ouch!
That's Pythagorean theorem. Pythagoras probably didn't come up with the theorem on his own. There was a rumor he learned it on a trip to Egypt, which, gee, I wonder what he saw.
Oh, chat. He was hanging out with Joseph Smith and Abraham. Right, and they had to escape the evil Egyptian that tried to sacrifice them.
You know,
he was on a magical adventure, in other words.
They have the pyramids. So yeah, the theorem was probably stolen from Africans, just like rock and roll or vibranium. Vibranium was definitely stolen from Africans. You saw Black Panther. Actually, the first written evidence of the theorem was found in India. And people say, well, Sammy, you just say that because you're Indian. And I'm just like, I'm not Indian. I once had a professor say, so you'd be surprised to know that the first proof of the theorem actually came from China. And I was just like, that doesn't surprise me at all. It's just like everything else. Pythagorean's theorem was made in China. Some even say he stole it from his own students. Whosever theorem it was, Pythagoras was an interesting dude. He had his own cult. Granted, it was 6th century BC, when having a cult was easier. People were just dumber. Or maybe not. I mean, it was a math cult. We still have cults in today's society, but none of them are good at math. So the Pythags had some crazy rules. To join his cult, you had to take a vow of silence for 5 years.
Can I talk yet?
Restart time.
Oh,
restart again. He always put on his right shoe first, but he washed his left foot first. He was a vegetarian that didn't eat beans. The man was a
Oh yeah, he was super anti-bean.
He was the exact kind of lunatic that would get credit for a huge theorem. But the theorem itself is awesome and really easy to remember. May I? Okay, so you have ABC, like the alphabet, you know, ABC, easiest 1, 2, 3.
You know the alphabet, right? Okay. So it's an equation, so the equal sign has to go somewhere, so let's put that here. And then it involves addition, so you have to have a plus sign. Let's put that here. And then the last thing you just have to remember is that this is all for squares. So you just square each term. And that's exactly how I taught it to my class of 6th graders. It's also why I got fired. But I had to leave my teaching job. I'm not supposed to talk about this publicly, but there was another teacher at the school who had a crush on me, but she had a husband. It was a love triangle.
Oh.
And it was not right. But she was a cutie, and so was he. When can a normal person actually use this theorem? Great question. Probably never. I mean, maybe if you're buying a TV and they gave you the diagonal length and you want to know if it fits in your shelf, sure, but you'd have to already know the height or width, so why would that happen? You know what I'm saying? Math textbooks love to pretend like the theorem is actually useful. If Jane is 3 miles west of you and Bob is 4 miles north, how many miles between them? First of all, I don't have any friends named Jane or Bob. This isn't the 20s. And it's none of my business how far apart they are from each other. That's their business. What, am I stalking them? We all have GPS. And the GPS works because someone knows Pythagorean theorem. So why then does the education system make it seem like triangles are so important? 2 words: the Illuminati. The Illuminati wants to establish a rule of 3s so that everybody thinks in triplets. But 3 is an inherently unstable number. It's odd. Think about it. 3rd wheel, love triangle, 3's a crowd. 3 is chaos. And as long as they can keep their chaos intact, they can maintain their world order. It's easy as 1, 2, 3. Menage a trois? That never ends well. Trust me. It cost me my job. Also, I stole some mugs from the teacher's lounge. I'm gonna be honest, I keep it 100. You know what I'm saying?
Sam, you're cheating out.
Oh my god, I still haven't shown you the Chad, I'm gonna have to look for this, okay? There's like there's a version of the Pythagoras sketch where it somehow spells out from the river to the sea. I can't find it though. I can't find it. But yeah, that is Sammy Obaid, and I didn't realize this, but yeah, he talked to Betty Hassan as well. Yeah, triangle cult. Chat, I'm not making much sense, and I can't find the jokes that I'm looking for. There was like a version of this, yeah, that was really cool, but I'm gonna have to show that to you some other time. But yeah, thanks for putting up with me and me showing you the new cool comic that I just found. One year of comedy appearances consecutively? Are you talking about the 1001 Nights? I think he did more than... Oh shit, you forgot to feed your cat. I did too. Oh my god. I forgot to feed your cat as well. No, just kidding. I'm not feeding your cat. I'm feeding my roommate's cat. I'm supposed to be feeding my roommate's cat. But anyway, I've got to get to bed. I'm supposed to be on tomorrow, and hopefully we will make the freaking premium streamium work, because we've been trying to do this for like a week now. I told you a week ago from tomorrow, that I would be coming on to teach you all about the tech bros and their ways of dominance and how they're connected to Project 25. And I've still got all that stuff, and I want to do a premium show. The problem that I'm having, right, is that I've got something really loud that's going on near my house, both today and tomorrow, and I don't know how to get past that. So I'm gonna have to figure it out, but we're gonna make it happen soon. Okay, that's all I can tell you for sure. But hopefully tomorrow, hopefully I'll be able to figure it out, because today worked okay. Yeah, Johnny Harris, Mormon influencer. I saw that. I was surprised. I was massively surprised. But yeah, thank you for hanging out. If you haven't liked the stream already, like, what are you doing? No, just kidding. But it's a good time to like it. It's a good time to like the stream right now. This would be an opportune time. So hit that like button on your way out. His name, okay, Sammy. Wait, let me just give you his channel. There's the channel. There's the channel. There's the channel. But yeah, I am going to try to, here we go. We're going to do a little something special tonight. Let me make this happen. All right, chat. I will see you again tomorrow. Talk to you then. Until then.